работаем. Oh! Aiming to the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with that's the knife and then just goal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 3 of HPL Season 4, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. We've got 3 more exciting matches here on screen, but as always, before we get into all that action, of course, my name is Hot Sauce, and joined by the handsome Mr. Bebic. How are we feeling today, my friend?
Feeling fantastic, Hot. I appreciate it. I mean, the table started to take shape. We're starting to see a bit of differentiation between the top teams in HPL and the bottom teams that have to make a run today and next weekend. Plus, we're starting today off with a bang. So what's there not to be happy about?
That's right. And to all the great dads out there, happy Father's Day to all of you, including our friend, that friendly guy who's supposed to be becoming a father today. So big shout out to him and his new family, wishing them all the best. But as we said, we got 3 exciting matchups to show on screen, 6 in total here for the day. And I know our first one is going to be, I thought it was, EPA versus Sicario. Of course, you can see Decoded, Pandaric Apex off screen, K3, TFG off screen as well. Our second matchup on the screen today, Sicario Spartans taking on Ancestral. We'll be wrapping up the day with K3 versus Pandaric Apex. But a lot of great action nonetheless here. Unfortunately, no iceberg yet today, though, Bebic.
No iceberg, unfortunately. It's just been picked the one time by Pandaric Apex yesterday. But a whole lot of bowl for the bowl fans out there. We'll get to see that in every single series today, including in the EPA versus Sicario set. Hot, this is such a big one. Last time these two teams played, went all 5 maps in Hunt Premier's Pinnacle tournaments, and I'm hoping we see something similar today, because an EPA point grab here, or maybe outright win, would really shake things up in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Sicario, they're sitting in second place with 7 points. They've got 2 wins and a draw, whereas EPA just behind them, 2 wins and a loss at 6 points. So the top of this pack, I mean, a lot of these teams are really only separated by a point or 2 as we get into day number 3. Obviously, again, as we said earlier, after the end of today, we'll have a pretty good understanding of where a lot of these teams lie, but there's still a good opportunity for some mix-ups here today.
Definitely, there are chances for, especially in the middle of the table, things to get shifted around. I mean, I think we're looking at Decoded first to maybe pull something off against Pandaric Apex off stream during that first best of 2 slot. We'll see what happens, but after those friendly guys had a good performance on bowl against Pandaric Apex yesterday, it was a 9-6 where TFG led at the half. Then, I mean, Pandaric Apex here is beatable.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown that certainly teams can take rounds off of them. I think, even yesterday we saw kind of the beginning of one of their games where we were a little bit worried as if they were going to have some competition. But during that second half, they really tend to explode. They play very well consistently. So they're going to have to continue to do that for the next 3 days, though, if they want to be champions here of Hunt Premier League number 4 or season 4. Again, Sicario's been back-to-back champions. So there's a strong case that we might have a new champion this season.
I wouldn't mind it, and it would be nice as well, I think, for this Pandaric Apex team, considering back in Season 3 that their run was kind of thwarted by a technical DQ, where they had equipment that wasn't working, so they had to forfeit a map, and that really can mess up your HPL run. I mean, Sicario's kind of feeling the brunt of that a little bit with their technical DQ on day 1, because now they have a lot of ground to make up on Pandaric Apex, and a lot of that ground has to be made up in that head-to-head.
Yeah, I feel like, they've got to hope that Panderix drops a game somewhere, and then also they have to beat him when they go head to head on that final day. We take a quick look at the standings, though. Again, Panderic Apex up on top, 3-0 with 9 points. We've got Sicario in second, EPA third. TFG has rounded up that 4 spot as well. But you take a look at these bottom 4 teams. I mean, at least 5, 6, 7, 3, 2 points, all within striking distance of that 4 spot as well. And with 10,000 euros on the line, again, every game very important here.
Exactly, and today is where you really start to see the middle of the pack take shape. The tops kind of already differentiated themselves. We knew that there was kind of a big three coming into this event, but between Ancestral, Decoded, TFG, and maybe K3, now that they've gotten that 2-0 victory over the Sicario Spartans, I'm not sure how that's going to end up shaking out, even with Ancestral and Decoded both winless thus far in the tournaments. They can still make a run. Ancestral especially have a good opportunity, as on stream in that middle slot today, they're taking on the Sicario Spartans, and that's a big opportunity for them to maybe grab 3 points, whereas K3 and TFG have tougher matchups today. So I mean, we're going to get a good picture, I think, of which teams might be able to vie for potentially a top 3 spot if they can steal some maps off of an EPA, or maybe Panderic Apex if they are still looking weak on Bowl, but that's something we have to figure out today.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Sicario Spartans in our second game, sitting at 0 points, 0-3, but I mean, they have a chance to upset a team like Ancestral, maybe grab 3 points of their own, jump above them and Decoded. So I think even at the bottom, 3, 4 teams, we could see a lot of mix up here today as well. But yeah, I have to agree. I think after today, we're going to get a pretty good idea of where these teams are going to fall in line. Obviously, that last day is going to be very excited, as I think that's when Panderic Apex and Sicario, the two juggernauts, finally clash head to head. But I mean, you couldn't ask for a more cinematic finish at that point.
I would call it schedule manipulation if it wasn't what everyone wants to see. The final best of 2 of HPL Season 4 being Panderic Apex and Sicario, the 2 favorites to win it all right now. But that's happening next Sunday, so you all have to wait 7 days for that to happen, unfortunately. But a matchup that's happening off stream that I kind of want to touch on while we're breaking everything down. TFG and K3 are playing their best of 2 during the Sicario Spartans and Ancestral series, which is our second stream slots, and that I think is a good indicator of which of those teams is a legit team that could make a run to the top of the table. Whether TFG have their opportunity to, after making it close with Panderic Apex yesterday, actually make a run to the top, or if K3 is a legit contender after rising up from the ASPL. Oh, I think we've lost Hot Sauce. So we're gonna, you can see him fiddling about a little bit with Discord right there. Hot Sauce, you here?
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to open Discord up on my browser. It seems I'm experiencing some of those technical difficulties I had yesterday, but hopefully we can get it ironed out here nonetheless. I'm just excited to get into the first action. Apparently Discord wants to try and hold me down, but I'm not going to let it happen today because I'm really excited for this first one as well. EPA versus Sicario. We talked about it. I mean, a real opportunity for EPA to gain some ground here on this leaderboard. And so I believe we're starting out on Bowl for this one, and then Skybridge will be that second map.
Yes, we are. Bull was picked by Sicario as well, Skybridge by EPA. Not that it really matters, considering Bull and Skybridge are the 2 most picked maps by far. If you were to combine the total number of times we've picked Fort Bay 5 and Iceberg, you'd have 11, and then Skybridge is at 13 right now. Bowl is at 12 right now. So there's a bit of a dichotomy between the 2 favorite maps of pretty much everybody playing in HPL at the moment. But these are the 2 teams facing off in a big-time top 3 showdown. Both have become staples of the Hunt Premier League over the course of the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, EPA, Walker, Blitzer Girl, Nemenos, Fox, and Pablo have a real opportunity here to look to upset Sicario, and they've shown that, they are beatable here. A lot of teams have been growing in the last couple seasons, so really looking forward to this first matchup of the day. I think, we could either have a very, very close series or, unfortunately, we could see it be one-sided.
I think it could go either way, but I'm inspired a bit by the full best of 5 that was played between these two in that lower bracket final with the spot in the grand finals of the Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament on the line. These two won all 5 maps. EPA even jumped out to a 2-0 series lead at the start of that as well, so they have it in their wheelhouse. 2-0 Sicario here, even though I think most people do still view Sicario as those favorites.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree. I mean, they are back-to-back champions coming into this, so I'd say that they are slightly more favored. But I mean, you mentioned it earlier in the Pinnacle where it went all the way to 5, and it was EPA that took those first 2 maps and unfortunately just struggled a little bit on Bay 5. It was a big decider for them. They lost initially and then went back to it on map 5 where they lost again. So fortunately for them, they don't have to deal with that here today. They've
Yeah.
got Skybridge and Bowl. So again, a real opportunity, I think, for EPA to make some waves here.
I definitely think so, especially on Skybridge, as they got a win there in that best of 5, and so for Sicario, they have to kind of temper those expectations of EPA fans by coming out strong and exercising a bit of dominance, because this is their league. Sicario are the back-to-back reigning champions of the Hunt Premier League, so they are still the favorites when it comes to any series, I think, against a team like EPA, maybe even Pandaric Apex. That is definitely more up in the air at the moment thanks to results elsewhere. But Sicario, they still know how to get the job done in this best of 2 format. They've done it the last several seasons.
Well, before we get into this first matchup, in honor of Father's Day, again, happy Father's Day to all the wonderful dads out there. We've got an EFT Arena standard key giveaway for you as well. Exclamation point Father's Day in celebration will get you into that giveaway and an opportunity to win one of these wonderful keys so that maybe one day we could be showcasing your talent out here on the battlefield.
Or kids' talent as well. I mean, give the
Yeah.
key as a gift the other way if you are a father winning it, or vice versa. It's a great present if you've forgotten to get your dad a present today. So definitely try your hand at winning that key. That's one of the benefits. You get 2 big benefits: a chance to win keys here, and beautiful arena entertainment all day long.
That's right. It's always a great time over here at Hunt Premier. And again, if you are getting in the giveaway, we appreciate Battle State Games and their partnership. Obviously, they're live as well, but you need to type exclamation point Father's Day in the Hunt Premier chat. So, come on over, pull up a chair. We're welcoming with open arms and an opportunity to win a wonderful EFT Standard Arena Edition key here. But I don't know about you. I am ready for this first matchup. We said starting out here on Bull, and again, an opportunity for EPA to really kind of make a name for themselves here in season 4.
And worth noting as well, we don't have a pick and bans graphic to show for this specific series, but the bans did go. Sicario banned Iceberg, and then EPA banned Bay 5, which makes a lot of sense when you consider that that Pinnacle Tournament exhibition. So no Iceberg, unfortunately, like we already talked about. Hopefully, teams will pick it a bit more next week after they've had maybe a bit more time to prepare on Iceberg, because it's been left on the table after bans a couple of times now in best of 2s, but no one outside of Pandaric Apex are picking the new map.
I mean, it's a map that's only been out about 2 weeks or so. So again, I think not as many teams as comfortable running strategies on this map. It's a very fast-paced map. The rounds often end very quickly. And so we have seen a lot of teams stray away from it. I think Pandaric Apex, we talked about earlier, played TFG off screen. But that was really the only time that it's been chosen throughout this tournament just yet. But, as you said, they got an extra week to hone those skills for next weekend. So fingers crossed, at least when I get to take a day off, relax, maybe I can watch you and cast some wonderful Iceberg.
Well, I thought we were getting in, but not quite. Sicario and EPA are raising the tension just a little bit longer here, as I know that's what we're all here for. Early in the stream today, we're starting off with a banger, Sicario and EPA battling it out for really a chance at guaranteeing top 2 if they win out from here on out, as after day 3, that's when we really start to seal up some positions generally on the table, whether that is top 3, bottom 3, what have you. This is when you really need to start showing up.
Yeah, EPA, Sicario, just teasing us a little bit there as we saw them load into Bowl. Unfortunately, it does take a minute. We're going to get them loaded back in no time. But honestly, I'm just chomping at the bit to get out there. Bowl, I think, is a great map for EPA. We've seen them perform very well on this map before. I think a lot of times Blitzer Girl kind of anchoring toward that B site. I don't know if these strategies are going to change a little bit since she was out there for a little bit and now making her way back in. But it seems like they had a little bit of trouble in day one. Day two, they were firing on all cylinders. So I expect to see the same here in day three.
It doesn't help that they started off their HPL
Yeah.
performance with a series against Pandaric Apex. Like that's the opposite of schedule manipulation right there. That's just an unfortunate draw for EPA, considering the form that Pandaric Apex has come into the Hunt Premier League with. And that was a rough loss, but EPA really gathered themselves well yesterday. There weren't really any close maps with their competition, and they weren't playing Sicario just yet, but these are teams that they needed to be beating. And after their day one performance, I think some of us were a little bit worried about EPA, whether or not they were reintegrating Blitzer Girl to the lineup after missing her during the Pinnacle tournament well enough to compete in HPL, but I think they're back to their same form.
Yeah, I think they just needed a stepping stone. I think, being thrown into the wolves den of Pandaric Apex on your first series can be tough, especially when Blitzer Girl is coming back in. So they had a little bit of those stepping stones yesterday. It seems like they're in full stride, and well, they're going to need to kind of carry that on into this game, allow some of that confidence from yesterday spill over into bowl to open things up, because we know how talented Sicario is. And even when they are down, you can't count them out. So back-to-back champs for a reason. I mean, that alone speaks volumes in itself, but I think Sicario also is going to have something to prove here today.
I think so as well. I mean, they didn't really get to plant their feet fully yesterday, even though they did win 2-0 on stream, as they were playing with Boz, their coach, subbing in on Bay 5, and it was close. I think it was a 4-4 first half, and then they went on to win 9-4 once they switched sides, so no real harm done to Sicario. But I think that Kiyoshima 1v4 on Skybridge yesterday should strike fear into everybody in the Hunt Premier League this season, because that shows you truly don't have them ever down and out in a round. And when you have that sort of comeback ability that you can flex at any time, it's so difficult for teams, even of the quality of EPA, to steal rounds away from Sicario.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times we talk about 1v5, 1v4s. They're very rare. We don't often see it because the time to kill is so fast. You can use that buddy system. The device was already down, but that did not stop Kiyoshima yesterday. And I'm excited to see some more crazy plays like that, especially between these two teams. You look at the rosters of both of these teams, and it's 10 incredibly talented individuals. So I think it's going to make for a great first matchup of the day.
I'm looking back right now while we have a moment to view the Sicario stats from yesterday, because they had their four main players on both maps on stream online, with Kiyoshima top fragging typically, but then you go down the kill list to the fourth highest fragging player, still double digits in the Sicario win. They were all between 14 and 10 on Bay 5, and then we went to Skybridge, and the top four players, sorry goes, unfortunately, subbing back in for that second map, didn't have a great performance, but he didn't have to. That 9-4 win over Decoded still saw Lukey, Furlex top fragging, and then Zaki was the fourth best fragger at 10, which is just 2 fewer than the top fraggers. So it's a full Sicario team that's online right now. And I think that's the scariest part, the fact that they have such quality players that can hit a stride together at the same time on the same map. And there's not many teams that can overcome that just straight up mechanically.
Yeah, and I think Furlex off the snipe and onto the SR3 has been huge. We've seen Zaki kind of rocking the Enforcer class, Lukey just doing Lukey things. And yeah, I mean, Sicario looks dangerous, but I think the same could be said for EPA, especially after day number 2. So, we can only really have one winner, though. Obviously, these two teams can find a draw there, but I think, both of them looking for those 3 points to kind of propel themselves a little bit further. But speaking of winners, we got one in chat, Hawk Crux TV. You have won an EFT Arena standard key, so be sure to shout it out loud in chat. Make sure you make a ticket in the Discord as well, and we'll get that key over to you as quickly as possible. Obviously, everybody working very hard behind the scenes, so take that into consideration here today. But I do believe we are finally loading back into this first map here on Bowl, where EPA will be taking on Sicario.
All right, away we go. A battle of the top threes. Oh, hello again. Gotta see our faces just a little bit longer. They keep on getting us with those false starts here, and unfortunately, We'll have to wait a little bit longer to get into that EPA and Sicario set. So, I mean, we need to talk a little bit longer about this series, and I've got a hypothetical question for you, Hot Sauce. Put yourself in the headspace of EPA right now, and I want to know, would you consider, if EPA were to force a draw here and get 1 point off of Sicario, is that a success for them?
I think it's a success for EPA. I mean, in the past, even though they were up 2-0, and even in the Pinnacle tournament, in the past, they've always lost to Sicario. So
Mhm.
I think that, even a draw is great for them. Obviously, they want to take two, but they're in third place. They're only a point down. So by getting a draw, you remain a point down. You look to pick up some games otherwhere. You hope Pandaric Apex 2-0 Sicario, and then all of a sudden, maybe you're sitting above them. So yeah, I think a draw would be fine here. Obviously, they're going to want more, knowing Walker, Blitzer Girl, this crew. I mean, they're going to want both of these games, which makes me excited to watch it. But yeah, I think overall, even at a 1-1 as EPA, you have to be happy because, again, you're playing Sicario. They're the two-time repeat champions. They do have a ton of talent. Obviously, there's more teams competing now, but I think you would still be happy with a 1-1.
Okay, I think that's the safe answer. I mean, getting a point is always nice, and it still keeps them in contention for maybe a run to second place, depending on the result of that Pandaric Apex and Sicario set next weekend. More than likely, unless you get a random TFG that pops off against Sicario whenever they play, if they haven't already played. But regardless, I don't know if I would consider it a success if they do end up drawing here. I think this is an EPA team that still has that winning pedigree. Like, they expect a first place in HPL. And so 3 points is necessary at this point after starting slow against Pandaric Apex. And Sicario is the other team that you can use to leapfrog, because I think that's the only team right now that has a chance to actually beat or draw with Pandaric Apex between now and the end of Sunday. So for EPA, I think the mentality has to be 3 points or bust.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, they're only a point down right now. So, I mean, obviously, they want to win both games. I mean, who doesn't want to win? Like, you always want to win and get
Yeah.
the most that you possibly can. But, I think at the end of the day, if you only win one game, that's certainly better than losing both. So, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. But for Pandaric Apex, they're certainly hoping that it ends in a 1-1 fashion. I
Oh
think that
yeah.
they don't want either team to get 3 points because that's just going to further solidify their standings up in that number one position. So, I mean, certainly it's an interesting thing to think about. I'm still waiting to find out where our mix-up game is going to come. Which one of these underdogs is going to be the team that upsets, one of these teams above them? And I think that could be where that big shakeup in the leaderboard comes.
And if TFG keep that form we saw yesterday, then it could be them that pull off an upset. And that's something we will definitely have to keep an eye on. And Ancestral and Decoded have been teams as well in previous HPLs that have put their names in the hat of middle of the table squads that could potentially pull off an upset against the top three that we've had for essentially since the start of HPL. I mean, Sicario and EPA and Pandaric Apex have changed names, changed rosters a little bit, but for the most part, these cores have been at the top of HPL since its inception.
Yeah, I mean, especially EPA, they've been around for absolutely ever. The same
Yeah.
with Sicario. I think they had one switch up there. I can't remember if it was Nemonos that left and Goes that came, but they've been running this roster for a while. I think one of the first ever arena tournaments I casted or series, it was Lukey who went 27 kills and 27 headshots on Bull. It's forever stuck in my mind, and so we are starting out on Bull. Both of these teams very, very good at this map, and I think this first one's going to be very, very interesting.
And as always, I always enjoy the mental battle of the B anchors, especially Blitzer Girl, to see how she plays around the B side. If she plays with a good bit of aggression, if that's how EPA want to approach this map, if they think that they can get away with those longer flanks from the B site, if Sicario is leaning towards A, as teams typically do on Bull. And so I think that's an interesting look into the mentality of teams, how they're playing on that defensive side, if they want to take the action into their own hands, live and die by the sword of a bit of aggression, or if they're sitting back waiting for the action to come to them, or if they're playing with just a bit of intelligence, that they're creeping up towards the front of B, maybe through apartments, just to get some information that it is going to be an A hit and see where that positioning is. If there is potentially a quick rotation over towards B, that's possible, because those little bits of information in a best of 2 like this are going to be so critical.
Yeah, I mean, much like Skybridge, we see most of that action happening around the A site. So it's often, you know, who can execute the utility a little bit better, who can find some of those early nade kills to give themselves that player advantage. And then, but I have to agree. I think when we see more teams kind of either, not necessarily always going B, but just showing some presence at B, maybe finding a pick and creating an early rotation before you hit the A site, I think it really opens up some more strategic options for teams instead of just always running it down A. But for some reason, I mean, there's a lot of teams that are comfortable doing that, and there's a lot of teams that are successful doing that. And so I don't know if there's any real reason or rhyme to it, but I mean, you know, I guess if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right. I mean, if exactly, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And yesterday, I think as well, the Sicario Spartans playing with a player around B and using that player's presence around the site to manipulate the map just a little bit. I think if they were just a tad bit more mechanically sound, that could have worked a bit better against Pandaric Apex. But it looks like we are actually ready to get into Sicario versus EPA. Sicario on the attacking side first, and EPA starting on the defensive end. Let's see if we stay in the lobby. I think we will be doing that, Hot Sauce, as we've spread out across the map, and we've kicked off this best of 2 finally.
Yeah, I just had a little teaser in the early morning here to excite you for the rest of the day, but we are finally settled in here to bowl, and a much slower start to the round here. Both teams, I think, kind of respecting each other here a little bit. Furlex, again on this SR3, has been a monster here lately, and we see Fox playing back off Gen, waiting for that nade to come, and now maybe we'll cheat forward just a little bit.
Walker was playing deep back towards the CT spawn there for a moment. I'm not sure what the hanging back was about, but Fox playing around generators. Already found a pick. It's a good start for EPA, but now we've seen Sicario use that to move in, and Walker punishes Furlex, getting a little bit aggressive right there, trying to push Fox around generator, and so EPA are starting off their defensive campaign well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 picks, can't complain. Walker finding one, Fox another, and Lukey taking a little bit of damage here as well. There's Blitzer Girl from the ramp finding Lukey, and Anchor and B has not been a problem here in the opening round. Zaki pressuring this way as well, and so again, with a number advantage here for EPA, they just have to play smart, and Blitzer Girl appears to be on fire here early.
Could be a flawless round 1 for EPA. It's just Zaki left standing, and Blitzer Girl, I think, caught the tail of Zaki right there. So EPA will know where Zaki is with 10 seconds left. This round is over. You're not getting 5 frags in 5 seconds, and there's no time to get the device down either. So EPA start off with a round win off of just straight 1v1 duels.
And again, I mean, we talked about it in the Pinnacle. These are maps that they really excelled on. It wasn't until they hit Day 5 that they had a lot of struggles. So again, I think a real opportunity. I think these maps do favor EPA a little bit, at least in most recent history. But again, with the likes of Sicario, you know, any given Sunday, as they say, I mean, this could go either way, but it's good to see EPA starting out on the right foot.
We have seen a lot of team performances where an underdog will win round 1 and then falter after that, after the other side sort of gets their feet underneath them. And I don't know if I would consider EPA an underdog in the same way that we might view TFG against Pandaric or a Sicario Spartans against an EPA. So I think they'll be all right, but it is worth noting these fast starts don't necessarily mean success on a map. You have to stay consistent, especially against a team like Sicario.
Consistency is king. You'll probably hear us say it a lot over these couple weekends that we've got here. Furlex and Sicario, again, just being very patient. We're kind of used to seeing them be an explosive team, but certainly respecting EPA here on the attacking side. And kind of an interesting setup from EPA as well. They're very far off of this A site, really only 1-2 stationed over here at the moment. So we'll see if Sicario can maybe find an early round pick.
A player on site, but Lukey finds that opening pick, and it's not even around A. That's just downrange by an old B. So A nice pick off to limit EPA's map control, but Fox does find one back. The generator control has been successful for EPA through 2 rounds as Fox doubles up now, and all of a sudden the player advantage falls back in EPA's favor.
Sicario going to quickly try to shift toward the B site here, where Blitzer Girl so far has been that stone wall defense. And maybe hearing some of those audio cues, it looks like Blitzer Girl has heard something. So getting prepped and ready. Lukey up top pressuring in. We do see that rotation on the minimap beginning to come in here from EPA. Shots ring out from Blitzer Girl. They look good, but unfortunately don't find the mark.
That's a rough miss for Blitzer, but time is on the side of Sicario. They have to go now. Blitzer realizes that. She's got 2 big frags to once again hold off a Sicario push towards B. And EPA will time out Sicario's attacking side for 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario, I think, again, playing a little bit slow here as we take this look at the replay here from Blitzer Girl. I mean, this first shot doesn't connect, maybe just a bit behind here, but on the secondary swing, I mean, Zaki comes up real close, interface with that enforcer class, which can be hard to deal with, but I mean, quick decision-making, snaps to the second target, finds it, and we see Sicario having a little trouble managing the time on the clock here, playing very slow initially, but again, just not having enough time to even find the plant.
No, that call to move towards B did come a little bit late, and Blitzer Girl, she had the agency in that situation with the time against Sicario. She knew Zaki had to push, and that Kiyoshima kill was just icing on the cake at the end, but EPA are starting off extremely strong, and I mean, these aren't round-ending kills, but Fox is having a great time playing around Generator at the moment, as they've picked up 3 impact frags. Uh-oh.
Oh, Kiyoshima finding that one. And I think they're realizing that they are playing back off of Jin here and not right on it. So we see that nade go far. Now Kiyoshima snaps to Pablo, and Sicario all of a sudden starting to heat up. There's 1 member left, and it's Blitzer Girl who has been anchoring that B site. Sicario probably aware of this, but do they know the flank is coming in? They will now.
Oh, they did. She took a fight earlier with Sicario's back line, but that device has been planted, so it's a straight-up 1v3, turn into a 1v2 now, plus defusal required out of Blitzer Girl to get 3 consecutive, but Kiyoshima's been activated, and he put his 2 teammates in a position to secure Sicario's first. Goes and Lukey just have to get this over the finish line. 25 seconds left before they do. Blitzer Girl has moved up med, and still playing around ambulance. Has to go in soon, as now the time is against EPA. It's flip sides of the map. It doesn't play favorites, as Goes has just stayed playing around A pillar. Blitzer Girl moves in, doesn't spot Lukey immediately, changes her attention to pillar, and that's enough for Sicario to get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, a great job by Sicario to just be patient there. They had that plant down, and it was all up to Blitzer Girl to kind of pressure forward. And I mean, even at that point, if she found a pick or 2, there really wasn't enough time to get that defusal. So Sicario, a much better job of the time clock management in round 3. They'll get on the board and maybe look to tie things up here in round 4.
And it's a scary sight, Kiyoshima picking up those impact kills to set up Sicario for a strong finish, because if Kiyoshima is activated, and that is some of the star power of Sicario come into play in a very big way here on Bowl against EPA, which they did drop the last time these 2 teams faced each other. So 2-1 now, and I think a back and forth is exactly what everyone expected when signing up to view this Sicario EPA spectacle.
Oh, into round 4 we go. And again, a little bit of a slower pace here from Sicario, as they do slowly begin to crab walk toward this B site. But I mean, Blitzer Girl not making any noise either. Might be in a nice position. Furlex is going to catch Fox off guard here at Jin.
Another loss of generator control, as Fox has been found out early. The last 2 rounds, Blitzer Girl's getting active here. And Apartments found 1, but that's all she'll get. Zaki will sit her down the rest of the round, and Sicario a 4v3 to work with, and B has fallen, for the most part, under their control, but Pablo moves into contest, and well, that barrel has been spotted by Lukey, so Lukey knows there's a fight incoming, and with that knowledge in hand, Lukey gets a very important kill and sets up Sicario to tie us up.
Walker trying to make his way in here with this Enforcer class, letting it ring, but Zaki waiting patiently. They do the old bait and switch, and now Sicario looking to tie it up. Nieminas all alone and not in an ideal situation, but finds Lukey here. Can he get Zaki the jump shot? No good. Zaki will put him down, and Sicario will tie it up.
There was a bit of space to make that 1v4 work, but Sicario are 2 solid post plants, and now that's 2 rounds under their belts. They're finding their footing on Bowl here. And EPA have got to find some answers soon, as Sicario have taken Generator back under their control after Fox was doing such a good job holding in those first 2 rounds. And now that he's been picked off early on, the last 2 rounds, Sicario have used that space on Bold to kind of push the rounds over the line, in addition to just straight up great shooting.
Great shooting here. I mean, we've seen great shooting from both teams, but Blitzer Girls 6-2 here, holding it down. Pablo still trying to get on the board. Saw Kiyoshima with a nice 3-piece a couple rounds ago as well, and so the back and forth will now continue a bit here, but Sicario has seemed to play a little bit better in that second half that we saw. Bowl typically has favored a little bit of this attacking side, though, and I think if EPA can weather the storm on defense, they might come up big, as Fox will find Furlex.
Furlex hasn't been afraid to play that Generator position aggressively and move in for intel, as Kiyoshima and Lukey have found 2 frags back, so Sicario have a 4v3 back even after Furlex's aggression was punished there by Fox, who is back under the helm of Generator control. But Nieminas downrange, spots a rotation over, but doesn't realize Lukey's moved up until it's nearly too late. But Lukey can't find that kill, and now Blitzer Girl is in an awkward spot. 2v4 for EPA. As Sicario start to swarm around the B site. Zaki with the device on his back spots Blitzer Girl, who makes a mess out of that spray, and Zaki eventually is able to find the kill and maybe get Sicario a third, unless Nieminas has a 1v4 under their belt.
Zaki and Lukey don't have a ton of health, so I mean, it's something that potentially is feasible, but they know exactly where Nieminas is, and 4 kills and a defusal in 35 seconds. Gonna be tough. Lukey's gonna make sure they don't even need to worry about that. So Sicario, after stumbling a little bit in the open rounds, will find 3 in a row to put themselves up on top.
And they haven't been afraid, even after the late rotations towards B didn't work out in the first couple of rounds, to go back to that strategy where they fight for early control around Generator, around the A site at the start of a round, and then they shift over towards B, where Blitzer Girl started off hot, but has fallen a little cold the last couple of rounds, and that has opened the door just a little bit for Sicario to stick their foot in, but that small crack in the door frame is all that they need to burst in and flood that B site, which might be where they're heading now. A quick rush in that general direction as Sicario are acting quickly. Blitzer Girl's already down. She finds no one, and Sicario will have themselves control over B.
I think they're realizing that Blitzer Girl is alone over here, so a 5-player rush makes it tough for Blitzer Girl to deal with. They're finding these early picks. They're taking control of the site and getting this device down relatively quickly. You're going to see this minute and 20 turn down to 50 very, very fast here. And Walker trying to get some vision under that smoke. Can't quite spot anybody just yet.
As this smoke fades, Walker is going to be in an awkward spot if anybody's watching this position, but attention has been drawn elsewhere, as EPA have drawn this back a little bit, though. Lukey answers, still a 4v3 for Sicario. They maintain that player advantage, and now it's getting worse and worse. Sicario continue to press the issue, and all of a sudden, Fox is alone and brought down quickly by Furlex. That one looked easy for Sicario, as they just overwhelmed Blitzer Girl on B and post a 4th round.
Lukey sitting at 9-2 has become the beast here for the squad at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sicario continue to kind of pressure toward this B site until EPA shows a little bit more resistance over there, which again, then is going to open up that A site a little bit for Sicario. Only a couple rounds left here in that first half, though. EPA realistically would like to see him get at least one of the next 2.
Well, Nieminas is playing around B now with Blitzer Girl. EPA is changing up the strategy just a little bit, playing a bit more of an aggressive stance through the B site, but this is being watched by Lukey, and that's a pair. Lukey has taken down two big-time players on EPA, trying to play aggressive, and it wasn't Blitzer Girl, actually. It was Pablo and Nimanos that had pushed up together, but them falling gives Sicario all the opening that they need to push towards B, and this is more than likely 5, unless EPA can pull off a seriously impressive 2v5 clutch.
Yeah, Lukey killed those first initial 2, and Kiyoshima put a nade right on the Blitzer Girl. He's going to find his teammate here as well, though. Apparently nobody's safe from the Kiyoshima nades. Fox has been spotted on the flank here, though, and in a 4v1 with only 40 seconds. Again, it's just not something that we see very often. So Sicario, again, after losing the first 2 rounds, will now put 5 in a row here on the attacking side.
And I mean, that's a nice play from EPA, sending 2 aggressive through B to maybe disrupt the back line of Sicario. If Lukey, who is the best player in the server right now, isn't watching that exact position down tower lane. That was a great hold by Lukey, picking up both kills as well in that 1v2 spot. Because even if you let one player slip through that nets, they can do a lot to disrupt Sicario's plans that round. But Lukey gets both of them, and EPA is silenced. That's now 5 consecutive for Sicario, and they are looking dominant on bowl.
There's a name that finds its way downfield. Pablo will get a kill and finally get on the board as Blitzer Girl picks up onto Lukey. Zaki from below finds Blitzer. The 180 not there as Pablo will put him down. Goes up top, lets the nade sing out. Will back EPA off just a bit, but they got a 2-player advantage here, and we talked about hoping to see him get one of the next 2 rounds. They need this one here.
The Behold is back for EPA. Now goes is in a 1v4. Playing around apartments now. Looking for anyone to pick off that might grant an opening back into this round, but goes is looking left and right at the ghosts of bullets sent his way, and there it is, the conclusion of round 8. EPA are back on the board after letting 5 slip in a row, and that's off the back of a great defensive posturing around B.
Well, at least they'll get their opportunity to find themselves on the attacking side this time, which again can be slightly more favorable on a map like Bull and or Skybridge. So, again, I think these first 2 rounds are going to tell us a lot, and I think EPA has got to find a way to win one of the 2. Hopefully, get both of them, tie this up, and get right back into it. But you got to find a way to slow Lukey down. The man's on a tear right now, 12-3.
Definitely worth noting the positioning that Lukey takes here on the defensive half for Sicario, as that is not an area of the map that EPA might want to contest at the moment. Lukey is on a tear, 12 frags in 8 rounds, but we'll see what happens now. Zaki has pushed up towards Old B now, and there's no one that will peek around that corner for EPA just yet. We'll see how long Zaki wants to hold this or move in for more intel, as EPA have positioned themselves over towards A. The entire team has, with that blast pack around A plat. So Pablo's just prone at the moment, trying to see if anyone wants to get aggressive through A.
Yeah, Zaki on that Enforcer class in the first half, but swapping over to the Marksman, he's got the TRG in hand and maybe looking to put some snipes downfield, but EPA just waiting for some of these early smokes to dissipate here. I'm not sure if they've held on to some of their own. Maybe look to smoke off Jin lane, headshot lane, and then pressure on. They got to be careful, though. There is one tucked very close onto site.
Looking for information now, but EPA aren't being given much by Sicario at the moment, as they're just playing back, playing tucked away, waiting for EPA to make that first move, and they have 50 seconds or so left in this round to get that device down or take Sicario out. More than likely the latter, as Sicario have everybody around the A site, save for their B anchor. So this will be a very brawly round here in a moment. Fox runs in. You got to check your corners as Furlex takes them down from the side. And now Nimanos falls as well. This is a great hold out of Furlex, and they'll use that opportunity to push up, which Blitzer Girl will punish, allowing space for that device to be planted. And now, in a 3v1, EPA have themselves a great spot to win the first round of their attacking half.
Yeah, Furlex had a couple really nice picks, but Blitzer Girl kind of being that equalizer, finding a 2K of their own, but Kiyoshima's the one left standing. We saw a crazy 1v4 clutch yesterday, and now he's only got a 1v3, so we'll see if he can work that magic once more.
Is the same position as well, coming from the defensive side of A's side. The one Skybridge yesterday. Kiyoshima definitely has it in their tool belt here. 1v3, jump spotting for information, gives Blitzer Girl the opening she needs to close the round out. EPA are on the board in round 1 of half 2.
Yeah, now just one away from tying it up as well. Blitzer Girl the first to get into double digits here for the EPA squad. And so again, we talked about her kind of finding her stride with the team yesterday, and now some of that spilling over here today. EPA one away from tying it up. The attacking side, a little bit more favorable here for both of these teams, it would appear, but you have to be able to put the rounds in bunches. Sicario put 5 in a row on their attacking half.
And that is all they've got at the moment, as EPA have strung together another pair of consecutive rounds to get themselves back into bowl. Now, they've moved over towards B. It's a complete reversal of their strategy from last round, so Kiyoshima will have it all to do. There is a player that's slowly rotating in, but Kiyoshima may not need the help. They get Fox early on, but Nimanos will silence the B player of Sicario. The Zaki is in position to spray through the smoke and won't find anything, so EPA, that device down here, save for any more spray, as Pablo takes maybe one lick, just a small scratch, as he gets the device down and sets up for post-plant.
Just a mere flesh wound as Blitzer Girl finds 2 there. Zaki going down to the headshot, and EPA looking to tie things up. They've got that 2-player advantage. Goes beginning to shift in. Only 2 kills on the board here for Goes. They find themselves all alone as Pablo gets a nasty headshot onto the opponent here, and now goes down. Blitzer Girl, a phenomenal round as they go up to 13, and EPA will tie it up.
Blitzer Girl is so back right now. 13 kills, best in the lobby, even with the map that Lukey's having so far. Blitzer Girl with a couple of great holds around B, and now on the attacking side, a dominant couple of rounds to start us off. She is on fire, and EPA are level with Sicario again. This is a map of runs at the moment. 2 for EPA, then 5 for Sicario, and now 3 straight for the EPA side between halves as well. So we'll see who gets this next all-important 6. The Sicario and EPA are delivering so far.
Well, Lukey's going to find the first one with the nade on to Nimanos. Pablo able to answer back here, and so an early back and forth in round number 11. Penderic continues their tear as they topple Dakota to map number 1, 9-4, and Fox will topple the competition here as well, giving EPA that player advantage. So they just have to continue to play smart, use this advantage, and, well, they got a strong case to take the lead here in this round.
Again, Goes is playing that close position on A. See if anyone wants to get aggressive for EPA. Take some ill-advised steps into an A site that, despite being short-staffed at the moment, still is under capable hands with Zaki and Goes at the helm of the site at the moment. Fox will creep up med here, and just tucked away behind pillar, so no spotting. So Fox moves in, takes Zaki out, and Kiyoshima playing the backlines at the moment. That's being watched. So if goes down here, it's more than likely the end of the round as Kiyoshima in quick succession falls at the hands of Blitzer Girl, which thrusts EPA in front.
Yeah, Goes on the site, found 2 nice picks down that lane, but up top, I think it was Fox, heard that reload, pressured in, found that final kill at the same time as Blitzer Girl taking out the flank of Kiyoshima. So EPA getting the job done here on the attacking side. They'll go up into the lead here, 2 away from match point, as again, Sicario, after getting 5 in a row, have been shut down here by EPA.
Sicario need to find their footing on their defensive side at the moment, except positioning. It's not working at the moment. They are being taken out early with quick picks on the APA side, and Fox looks like they want to take some pace into Generator, but there won't be anyone immediately there. That's playing up front for Sicario, as there are 2 on site and 1 all the way back in Lukey, who really don't want to test right now, as Lukey's got some utility prepped here. We'll see what they're throwing out in the general direction of Fox, but it looks like Pablo wants to move in as well. Is taking an aggressive stance for EPA, but does fall back and won't take that fight that would more than likely result in his death with 2 players playing pillar.
Lukey holding on to this nade for quite some time here, waiting for an opportune time and still just teasing us, not letting it rip out yet. We can see that smoke over toward the site beginning to dissipate as well. And now these smokes from EPA will come in to block off the lanes. I think that's what Lukey was waiting on. And that nade was dangerously close to finding Fox, but it's Walker and Pablo to get to. Lukey eventually finding one of his own.
Fox still has been chewed up by that grenade, so it at the very least makes this 3v4 a little bit more manageable, as Zaki will finish the job that Lukey started. A little bit of utility, but Hiroshima watching here from a ways back, spots the arm of Pablo, creeping out from behind pillar, and that is a little bit of damage taken. Pablo and Walker are wounded, so Blitzer Girl again will have to do some heavy lifting, which she can do. Has already found Kiyoshima. And as Walker goes down, it's still a straight up 2v2, even standing, even for the most part with HP as well. But now Blitzer Girl in a 1v2 was downed by Lukey, and that'll be that. Sicario will level the playing field again.
Lukey with 3 bleeds, almost looking like a chicken nugget, but will hang on long enough to find the defusal. And Sicario, after being shut down for quite a while, will finally get around on the board. And just in time, nonetheless, as they tie it up 6-6. We knew it was going to be a close one, but man, coming down to the wire here.
And the battle at the top of the scoreboard for both teams is electrifying. Blitzer Girl and Lukey going back and forth, both at 16 kills here, as their teams are tied at 6 apiece. Now over halfway through map 1 of what is so far a barn burner. Sicario gets some footing back. It was precarious, but hey, it's all about round wins here in Arena. And Sicario got the job done, but have lost Furlex early as Fox punishes a bit of aggression. Actually, Pablo got that kill with Fox out in front. They used a bit of teamwork there to find first blood.
A little leery of this corner as they forgot to check it in a previous round or two, and goes come up big. So Fox has a pretty good idea that there might be one lurking here again this time, and waiting for that peek. Some shots going into the wall there, I think, maybe trying to see if they can hit goes, force them out, and they do. Fox finds it. Great teamwork here from EPA.
I wish I knew if that was intel that EPA had, or if Fox is just straight up holding that, assuming that Goes has taken that position, because that was some impressive patience that is rewarded with now a 5v3 for EPA. Great start as Sicario try to take a bit of defensive agency into maybe some picks, but it doesn't pay off, and Lukey has to come up big on sight. He won't. Walker is downed by Lukey. Pablo just trades out his teammates, and it will be an EPA advantage all the way through this round. But Jackie looking to see if there's any part of Pablo peeking out around the pillar, and no such luck. Pablo remains full health, and Sicario set up for a retake.
Yoshima has been spotted here as well. Shots ring out. He takes a little bit of damage, backs off the flash, just a bit short here on this one. Zaki will eat a little bit of that flash, though, as you can see the emblem down below. Numenos finds Kiyoshima, and it's Zaki all alone. He's got the TRG, and the marksman can be tough in a 1v4 with time dwindling away. EPA just has to be patient. Zaki finds one. The flank in from behind doesn't connect. I think they were out of ammo, and now he pulls out the knife. Zaki is going to leg it, and they are on the hunt. Pablo will snatch the kill away from his teammate who was trying to play Jason, but EPA will get an important round win here, and they'll be one away from match point.
Oh no, if EPA are being fueled by straight up vibes right now, that's a dangerous sight for Sicario. Going after a knife kill after EPA dominate their way through round 13. That was straight up. I mean, they played great off intel. Their 1v1s were perfect. They weren't even actually 1v1s. It was Pablo and Fox moving up to take control around A at the start of that round. Then after that, the rest of EPA follows suit to take control. And now they're shifting completely, going back towards B, which they haven't hit in quite some time. We'll see now if Kiyoshima's ready for it. But with noise made, Sicario have pulled rotations quickly, so they should have the full team here, basically 4 out of 5, to prevent EPA from taking control of B.
Yoshima's going to find one. Now on the peak, has to get back up toward the ramp. Is able to survive for a bit. Now Fox finding Lukey, but Kiyoshima quick to get the trade, and now down around on this rotation here. They've got the player advantage to work with, but it seems like EPA has already shifted gears back toward the A site.
Scar's on it though. They've shifted right with EPA. They have a great read on what EPA is trying to do at the moment. After some attacking side prowess shown from the EPA and Sicario counter with some defensive brilliance of their own, and now Blitzer Girl is put into a 1v4, and she does have the jump on Sicario here. This could be big. It's a backstab from Blitzer Girl. That's made into a bit of a messy spray. If she gets those 3 kills cleanly, that could have been something magical. But Sicario turn around and use their strength in numbers to put us at 7 apiece.
Yeah, Blitzer Girl 17-8. Lukey 17-8. These two continue to duke it out here, and really a great display of skill from both teams. But we find ourselves tied up again, and both of these teams looking for that breathing room, looking to go to match point first, looking to solidify a minimum of an overtime and take some weight off the shoulders.
Oh, it could have been right there at the end of the round, but gotta shake it off, as this is an all-important next one. That map point will be extremely valuable, especially for EPA, who have been playing with the heartstrings of Sicario so far in this second half, and to add that little bit of extra pressure be paramount to their success. Sure of it, but at the moment, silence befalls Bowl, as just a couple of smokes out. No real sprays, and everybody looks to hold their nerve now. No one wants to make that first mistake and give over what is that important 8th round.
And all this action kind of hanging out outside the A site at the moment. On the mini-map, you can see EPA has someone set up for that long lurking flank. Kiyoshima has put on a couple times, but as you mentioned, both teams being incredibly patient here. Nobody wanting to make that first mistake. Nobody wanting to give up that first pick. And Furlix up very close, this time on the right side, waiting for that peek over here by ambulance. We see Nimanos tucked on the other side as Walker will let a nade ring out.
Loses a little bit of health there, but not his life. That's the critical savior. Sicario have maintained 5 now through about a minute and a half of play. And they have, in rounds lost, typically gone down quickly. They've lost those early opening duels to EPA, and that's opened the door for our attackers to find round wins. Instead, it's Kiyoshima taking first blood as Fox falls, but Nimanos moving in with action over towards B. I think he's hoping to find maybe an evening pick, and there's one. Spots the head of Goes as well, but time is not on EPA's side. They need this kill, which they get, but the device is down. Goes holds from beyond the grave, and Sicario win an 8th.
All to match point. It was a close round there, and EPA was making some great ground. Unfortunately, it's that time management again coming back to haunt him. The device goes down, and even though Nimanos finds those picks on site, this doesn't have enough time to pick up the device, find the plant. So great job by Sicario here. They are the first to go to match point, and now it's going to be up to EPA to send us into overtime.
What a stand by Goes right there. Has not been lighting up the scoreboard, but that could be a map-saving kill to drop the device with about 5 seconds left. As if Goes doesn't get that kill, EPA more than likely get the device down, and Sicario is playing post-plant right now. Instead, though, it is overtime or bust for EPA, who have already lost 2 players, as Zaki and Lukey make their presence known, but Pablo and Fox get a couple back, make it 3. Just like that, EPA's back in the round, and the device is being planted.
And that's why you can never say never. I mean, when I saw those first 2 picks, all of a sudden, I'm very worried for EPA. Pablo and crew answer back, all of a sudden turn it around on a dime, and now they've got that player advantage. But Kiyoshima, a clutch factor. Lukey, 18-9 already, beginning to shift forward here. EPA showing great patience, and that one spotted the flick, and it's Fox to find Lukey. EPA looking to press this one into overtime.
2 players of Sicario aren't playing together. Kiyoshima was playing the back line and just sitting there as the first player went in and found nothing. They both get picked off alone, and I suppose that was the strategy. Kiyoshima waited until their teammate went down to make his move, but EPA snuff it out. They have a perfect read, even after losing 2 players initially, on what Sicario was doing that round, and they do force overtime. Would you have it any other way?
First map of day 3, and we're already going to overtime. Sicario and EPA, your number 2 and current number 3 matchups. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better way to start the day. Blessed with some overtime, but who's going to be the first to pull it out? I mean, Sicario gets the luxury of starting out here on the attacking side.
You do have to remember, though, EPA won the first 2 rounds of their defensive half, and all the way back in rounds 1 and 2 of Bowl. Seems like an eon ago, as these two teams have gone the distance. And Sicario playing it slow at the moment, waiting for that utility to be tossed out and hopefully in front of them. But we'll see what EPA do, as there isn't much noise made. That was a grenade exploding in the distance, and it hasn't connected with anybody, so Sicario still playing it slowly up towards Ambulance here with 2 over towards B to maybe gain a little bit of intelligence, but EPA have 2 on that B side as well, so it's feeling like a pretty full default for both sides.
Yeah, it looks like Sicario's trying to make some noise over here to the B side and bite out an early rotation, but EPA doing a good job of just remaining calm. They're actually going to send 1 back toward the A site here, so they do have 3 over there, 2 toward the B site. So we see everybody just remaining patient. Sicario letting some nades rip out here, and that device just hanging back toward the A site.
Walker and Blitzer Girl might be tested here. Pablo actually finds an opening pick, and that's over in the middle of the map towards B plat. So Sicario are pushing up for a bit of aggression, but EPA are holding them off. The device has been dropped over by Generator, and there's no one immediately there to fight over control of it. So EPA are putting together a very strong defense to start off their overtime campaign. And it's Fox again making his presence known at Generator. Walker finds another, and it's down to Kiyoshima to claw this round back, and he won't step 2 feet over towards Generator before Nimanos sets him down, and EPA will get that 9th.
The all-important 9th round, and doing it on the defensive side as well. I mean, Sicario really needs to take one of these 2 on this offensive side. If EPA can grab this one as well, it might just be smooth sailing for them in that next section of the OT. But again, it's just so hard to tell because of the talent of these 2 teams.
We'll see if it continues, though. Sicario will need an answer back fairly shortly. Otherwise, all the pressure's on their defensive half of OT. Kiyoshima, the player to watch typically for Sicario. Was thrust into a 1v5 he couldn't convert on, but Luki's been the superstar for Sicario on Bowl at the moment. Zaki taking a bit of an aggressive stance. Just 5 kills through 17 rounds of play. That is a quiet map for him. Luki will be sat down, but Zaki steps up to fill the void. There's number 6, and 7th here would be massive for Sicario in taking over the B site, but EPA have pulled 2 players over just in case the site falls under enemy control, and Fox is looking to help the defense stand strong, but he falls as well. Zaki's on a tear.
Yeah, back on the Enforcer class. And even though he only has 7 kills, you take a look at the deaths. He's only got 4 deaths, which is significantly lower than everybody out here as Walker, Kiyoshima, both fine picks of their own. It is a player advantage here for Sicario as shots continue to ring out. Furlex off the SR3 and on back to the Marksman class, which is something that we haven't seen for a while, but certainly comfortable for Furlex. First shot doesn't connect, though.
Tough miss, but Nimanos takes Pablo out for Sicario, and Furlex finishes the job. Critical mistake for EPA, but a wonderful round out of Sicario. Zaki stepped up big time, finding 2 opening kills to crack that B site open, and that's a much-needed win for Sicario.
Definitely needed to get one of those attacking rounds, and they're able to do that, but I think this opening round is going to be huge for either team. Again, just getting that extra breathing room, knowing that at a minimum you've solidified at least an additional overtime, I think can go a long way for a lot of teams, because then in that final round, they just get to play their play style. They can be comfortable, relax a little bit, look to close it out, but always easier said than done when we're sitting in the booth here. Sicario, EPA, we find ourselves all tied up at 9-9 and maybe at risk at going to a second overtime.
These 2 splitting the first half, and now EPA on attack. We'll see if they can make another run at the perfect moment in OT. Was how they got back into Bull after Sicario put together 5 in a row in the first half when they were the ones on the attacking side. But EPA now with a bit of control will have Fox once again act as the tip of the spear towards Generator. He'll find Furlex, and that is a big first blood.
EPA, they've done a good job at finding these early first bloods. Blitzer Girl at 20 kills, Lukey at 18, and they continue to be the raid bosses respectively for their squad. Fox, not sure if he spotted a bit of the arm there, but EPA again just playing slow and methodic at the moment. They got a minute and 5 to work with, but that time does creep up on you very quickly.
Time for EPA, and they're having a bit of util fly as Walker lands a nade, something he's known for, and that's an all-important second kill to add to the tally of EPA. Look to maintain control, and Sicario now with Kiyoshima advancing through a smoke. He's trying to get anything back, and he will at the very least take Walker out before dying himself. That thrusts Zaki into a 1v4, and he's found 2, but he will be stopped by Blitzer Girl. The device goes down, but that's just the cherry on top. EPA get to 10 first.
Man, Zaki, not for lack of trying, just stampeded in there, found a couple nice picks. I began to worry slightly because, I mean, we've seen Sicario, Kiyoshima, some of these guys come with crazy clutches, but EPA doing what they need to do when it matters most. Blitzer Girl up to 21, Fox at 14, as well as Nemenos, and almost everybody into double digits here for EPA. They just need one more to close it out. Can they find it here in the first overtime? It's Blitzer Girl from downtown to open it up.
Now, this is how the closeout round for Sicario went. They found early picks, and then all of a sudden a burst from EPA sent us to overtime in the first place. EPA can't step into the same pitfall, but they have B site completely under their control, and they're leaving. They're going back towards A. They baited Sicario into moving all the way across the map and investing heavy resources into a B retake. That's unnecessary. Zaki will take Fox out, and Lukey feels that something is amiss, as there's nobody else to take a fight for EPA, but by now, EPA have now fully taken A under their control. And look at Blitzer Girl under tower, again looking for a big-time backstab, but Lukey smells something in the air. He knows there's something wrong with this picture. He's hunting for Blitzer Girl. He knows how she likes to play, and will take her out. Sicario have brought this round back from the brink. It's a 3v3.
3v3, but only 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to find these 3 kills and still give them roughly 7 seconds or so to get that defusal. Jumping into the side, it's Verlex with a jump shot on the Walker. Pablo able to answer back, and now he gets a second one as well. One more, and it's Nemenos from the top rope to put him down. EPA has done it.
It took them an overtime and a whole lot of effort to down Sicario, but EPA steal away the map pick of, I think, most people's favorites in this best of 2, but Sicario go down. And what a story we have developing early here in the Hunt Premier League EU Season 4, Day 3.
Yeah, and Pablo gets credited with the MVP because of the 5 plants and or defusals, but I think Blitzer Girl is the MVP in our hearts here. I mean, 3 MVPs, 22 and 10 with 5 assists. Blitzer Girl is Blitzer Queen at this point, absolutely knocking them down. Lukey on the other side, 19 and 14 with 4 MVPs as well. We saw Zaki come alive there in overtime, but EPA, they take that first one, and now they have a strong case to take 2-0 here. And what a shakeup in the leaderboard that could be.
No kidding. A point guaranteed for EPA. And I know one of the narratives coming into this season of HPL is EPA missing Blitzer Girl during the Pinnacle tournament and her return to the lineup for Season 4 here. And I think it's safe to say that Blitzer Girl is back as she emphatically plants a flag there on Bull. And that was the map pick of Sicario, which they looked good on, but EPA steal it away. And we get Skybridge next, which the last time these two teams played, it was a win for EPA there to start off a 2-0 campaign and a best of 5 for EPA, which they did eventually lose because of their Bay 5 performances, but Bay 5 ain't in the mix today. They banned it out, and I think we're seeing why here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, a solid win here would propel them into second place just behind Pandaric Apex, and obviously, I think Pandaric Apex is probably hoping for this. Sicario is that closer team and a team they haven't played yet. They've already got through EPA. So if you're Pandaric Apex, I think you're hoping that EPA does dominate here and kind of allows you to separate that pack, because Pandaric Apex dominated their first game against Decoded. I'm not sure if their second game has finished yet, but I know they're looking to stack 3 more points on the board as well.
3 points on the table for EPA now, and we're not exactly the mathematicians in the background that Hunt Premier employs, and so I don't know if EPA do get the win here, what that does for Pandaric Apex's chances. Should they maybe win out, save for that Sicario best of 2, because obviously now with Pandaric Apex winning out, they would secure first place, but Sicario still has it within them to beat Pandaric Apex next week. But right now they have to focus on EPA in front of them on Skybridge, which I know it is the map pick of EPA here, but I mean, you got to be a good team on Skybridge to be a good team, period, in Tarkov Arena. So for Sicario, they have to find a way to redeem themselves a little bit, recover in between maps now, because that was a marathon of a map 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad to see a lot of these EU teams kind of diving into Skybridge more, because I feel like that's the one map where they have a problem in the ACS when they're playing some of these CIS region teams like Virtus Pro. And so it's great to see them really evolving on Skybridge, having a lot of success. But again, you talk about it. I mean, this is a map where EPA has won against Sicario in the past. So Sicario's going to have to come out swinging, and I think they have to do it very early in this one.
And worth noting as well, talking about Pandaric Apex as we switch into the highlight reel of that EPA Sicario banger. Pandaric Apex looking en route to a 2-0 win over Decoded, 9-4 win on Fort. Right now they're up 6-2 on Skybridge in map 2. But more than likely, the results here on Bull between EPA and Sicario has bigger reverberations around the HPL today as we get treated to a lengthy highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, into overtime on day 3, but game 1 here, and we saw a lot of great shots from both squads. Zaki putting in work on that Enforcer class, had a little, not as much success as I would say on that Marksman class, but there was a lot of great nade plays in this one as well.
Definitely. I mean, that couple of impact nades for EPA to close out overtime, as well as a couple of important rounds in the middle of Bowl here. As every kill mattered. Those first picks did so much heavy lifting for the late round plays of both teams, but this is where it started to turn around. That Blitzer Girl and Pablo hold on B was massive. It set off EPA to make a run late in the first half and then into the second half, and despite Sicario's 5 straight rounds in half 1 here on Bull, EPA still found a way to weather the storm.
Love to see Blitzer Girl backfiring on all cylinders. Lukey as well on the other side of things, and it was nice to see these two juggernauts go head to head. And there we see Lukey finding a pick on his own. Here's the old chase down. Nemenos was trying to play Jason. He was right behind him too. And honestly, I would be buying every one of my teammates an ice cream cone except my teammate that snatched the kill away from me there.
Yeah, I'm a bit angry at Nemenos, in all honesty, I'm sorry for Pablo for stealing that away from Nemenos. But regardless, I mean, this from Walker was huge. I saw it on the mini. I don't think we got to watch it in real time, but he was playing such a ratty position, and it prevented the plant from going down. And Sicario, I think they still got that round win. But I love that even though we had such a long bowl there, the ideas were flowing for both teams, and even into overtime, they had plays to make that the other side hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see, because Sicario's not really used to losing. So I'm going to be interested to see if this does affect their mental at all heading into Skybridge as well. I mean, obviously EPA has to be ecstatic with that, but does this affect Sicario? I'd like to think it doesn't, because they are a pro team, but the fact is that, you know, these are things that do linger in the back of our mind in these big type of competitive scenes.
And I mean, they are captained by a player in Kiyoshima that I've heard apparently played in other esports prior to Arena.
Roblox.
So pro Roblox player. Yeah, you can see his Roblox Wikipedia page if you like, but otherwise, other than that, you have to take a word for it. But I think they'll be all right. I mean, that's a strong team with a strong mental, and we are going to go to a break in between Bowl and Skybridge to make sure everything is good to go for our second map. I think you and I have to prepare for potentially another marathon hot sauce after what we just got treated to on Bowl. So everybody, go put a bag of popcorn in the microwave real fast, because you will need it for Skybridge coming up here in HPL Season 4.
And we're back and ready for some Skybridge here again. EPA, they take that first one on Bull and a nail biter that goes to overtime, but can they 2-0 Sicario? There has not been many teams that can say they've done that here in HPL.
I mean, even when they did get those 2 consecutive maps, it was a best of 5 that Sicario still ended up winning. So even when EPA actually do 2-0 Sicario, it doesn't actually end up mattering. But it has teed up a wonderful start to our Bull Skybridge combo best of 2 here on day 3 of HPL EU. I mean, this is exactly what we hoped for, a clash of the titans that goes to overtime. We get to see the deep playbooks of both sides, and Bull delivered. I'm hoping Skybridge does as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to. I mean, this is where we saw Kiyoshima with a 1v4 clutch yesterday. So I'm expecting some really crazy moments here from both squads. And I mean, for either of these teams, they've got to find a way to slow down both Blitzer Girl and Lukey, 2 monsters that have been just devastating out on the battlefield. So 2 key players I will be looking for. Obviously, we said Kiyoshima had that nasty clutch yesterday. Zaki's been really rocking it on the Enforcer class. And I think Hpl Eu will probably stick with that SR3 because the man's a monster on it. But again, I don't know why, but I'm feeling like EPA could potentially pull this off.
They definitely can. They've got the playbook. They've got the mechanical ability to beat Sicario in important duels. And, I mean, they played so well as a unit there on Bull. Every time they were taking a fight. I mean, Fox was typically up ahead playing that aggressive tip of the spear opening role, but they had people with them at all times, it felt like. Pablo and Nimanos moving up as well. Blitzer Girl lurking, was typically the only player that was alone on the map. And they played that so well. It opened up a lot of rounds that may not have been open otherwise. And that's why they've taken a map already off of Sicario. And here on Skybridge, I mean, yesterday we got to watch Decoded and Sicario play here. That's where the Kiyoshima had that 1v4 clutch. And we didn't really see much action over towards B when Decoded was on their attacking side. But I think Sicario can be tested on B here by EPA. I think they have that in them to maybe play both sides on Skybridge, which we don't always see.
And honestly, if I'm Pandaric Apex, though, I'm hoping Sicario wins this one. I think they would rather see them tie it out, get 1 point apiece, and just kind of allow Pandaric Apex to further that gap. But I have a feeling that EPA, Blitzer Girl are really hungry for this dub and look to propel themselves forward into second place and get onto the heels of the Pandas here. But we're going to waste no time getting into this one. On to Skybridge we go as game number 2, Sicario taking on EPA.
Let's get this thing started. Hot off of a 22 kill performance. Blitzer Girl is online so far, but Fox up front was still a big-time player for EPA. 14 frags on Bull, and one important one here as Hpl Eu goes down, but Sicario have their answer back, and EPA still going back and forth now as they position towards A.
I expect to see Zaki in that VIP a lot with the Enforcer class. Kiyoshima is going to catch Fox off guard with a nice controlled spray from this spear. We'll put one down and take it back toward a 3v3 here.
Kiyoshima, through the smoke, is just letting people know that he's still got presence around the map, but Lukey is pushed up completely. And will be punished by Nimanos, but not before Lukey grabs 2 kills and puts Nimanos now in a 1v2. Goes as prone, which Nemo does find out, and chunks out goes. That is a hefty bit of damage done. And so Kiyoshima will have to be leaned upon here. If Sicario are to best Nemo and EPA in round 1, faking the plant here allows Kiyoshima a chance to run in, but no bullets are fired. Kyo now backing off, sets up a tandem fire with Goz now, which Nimanos is waiting for Goz to peek around and just can't connect bullets, really. He needs these kills sooner rather than later with just 20 seconds left. This is getting difficult, and Goz finishes the job for Sicario 1-0.
Great start for Sicario. Again, we talked about Skybridge being a little bit more of that attacker-favored sided map. So again, doing kind of what EPA did to them on Bull and taking this first side on defense. And so we'll see if they can continue that stride, though. We always talk about it. It's important to be able to put multiple rounds on the board here in succession. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of back and forth in this one as well. And I would not be sad if we go to another overtime.
I mean, even the opener right there came down to the wire, and it was Lukey that really turned the tide of round one with that aggressive A play, pushing deep into sight. As speaking of deep, Zaki sends that nade well into enemy territory, and Walker pays a heavy toll. Sicario have already lost 2 players, but at the very least, that nade makes this round manageable still.
Well, Numenos is going to find Zaki here as well. With that, further reiterate on this advantage. Numenos finding Kiyoshima, and now it's all down to Goz, who's tucked in toward the back of the site, which is typically where Goz has been playing. I'm sure EPA has already taken note of this, so with that smoke down the lane, they're going to find this plant with ease, and now it's up to Sicario for another 1v4 clutch.
Well, Goz did get the last frag of round one to close things out, despite being on low HP, so stayed composed despite a chaotic situation, and now in a very chaotic spot. Goz has to weather this storm as the smoke fades. I think there's an invitation to move in, and will at the very least get 1 kill, but Fox will avenge Numenos, and EPA answer right back.
Right back they go, 1-1. I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting. We saw it in bowl as well as where we went to overtime, so EPA doing a good job again of not allowing Sicario to pad that lead, to get out in front. And this time it's Fox with 4 and Numenos with 3. So again, it just goes to show you, even though we have these standout players like Blitzergirl and Lukey in the last one, at any given time, any one of these 10 players has that potential pop-off capability.
I mean, Fox might be one of the best players at just running in and finding kills before fall, just being that frontliner that opens up so many options for EPA, and now running ahead at that scout class, giving him a speed boost, it feels like, as he's sprinting, holding down the sprint button every single round, and Goz will be that first point of contact. Actually, Walker and Zaki take a fight initially, and Goz will go down after taking Blitzergirl out. So it's an eye for an eye. Blitzergirl falls, but 2 have been felled out of Sicario, and they've got their answers. Again, keeping these rounds manageable, but are they ready from Numenos? In the back lines of Sicario, he'll take out Kiyoshima from behind. Still, we remain even before Lukey is thrust into a 1v2.
Yeah, nice little flank there from Numenos to find that first one. They weren't even aware that he was behind him initially. Lukey does spot Numenos here, though. We'll put some bullets downfield, and now they have a 2v1 situation with the device down, and Lukey tries to backpedal to get over toward the other lane. Pablo on a nice peek will find it, and EPA will find the lead once more, 2-1.
That little moment of hesitation where Lukey runs just a little bit too far and has to turn around and backtrack before finding cover, which he will never get to as EPA close out nicely. That was a good bit of aggression towards B, and they are so effective with these fast sight hits. I mean, they spread out so fast throughout the B site and even beyond, pushing deeper into that second lane and onto the train, but they get the round done despite Sicario answering back with a couple of kills, and they'll take a lead 2-1.
Can they run away with it? That's the important thing, though. They're going to try to mix up strategy a little bit and head toward the B site. There are 2 tucked over here for Sicario, but a great smoke as well. We see one beginning to peek out the lane, and now shots exchanged. Numenos able to find Goz first, and EPA continues to get these early picks.
Hiroshima takes Numenos out, and that is another nice answer, but EPA maintain that player advantage, and Fox is running rampant on the B site. Next up, Zaki and Furlex. That's a meal for the Fox, but Furlex will give Fox a haircut, and it will be a 2v3 for Sicario, a spot they've been in before, but EPA are switching things up.
Yeah, look at the mini-map. They've got one here holding the rotation. It's going to be Walker, and Furlex steps right into the Enforcer. The Saga, the Piranha, just shredding through the flesh. And now it's all down to Zaki in a 3v1. They're going to be able to get this plant with ease, but Zaki also has been a menace on this Enforcer class.
Rat King in Walker will find a big one, and if Zaki doesn't clear all his corners, Walker could find another closer, but Zaki will see what you can do. 2 kills thus far. We'll need to more than double that if he is to close out this round in Sicario's favor. That's a good start. Walker stands up, and we'll have his head taken off, so Zaki gains space. It's to move in now around E-Box and see if there's anybody else willing to give up their positioning in order for Zaki to claim another kill, but Blitzergirl reveals herself, and Zaki was looking the wrong way. EPA get a third.
beginning to pad them on in bunches here on the attacking side. Fox at 7-3, and I think you're right. I know he's a Fox, but looking more like Sonic the Hedgehog out there, just W keying forward, popping heads and collecting rings like it ain't no thing. EPA up by 2, and again, now it's Fox this time being that shining star. Nemenos not too far behind him. On the other side of things, everybody's really close. 2 or 3 kills apiece for Sicario. They just, I mean, we've seen some close rounds, but they've got to find a way to solidify some here.
Again, it's the series of runs, really, with Sicario posting 5 on Bull before EPA put together, I think, 4 in a row. And now EPA are well on their way to another 4 if Fox can continue his rampage. But he only gets 1 this time around. Furlex falls as Fox will follow suit. Good answer out of Sicario, and their A defense will hold strong as they've pushed that line up with Zaki on site. Well, no longer. Nemenos spots the head and sits him down.
Ooh, Lukey, quick to return fire, finds not 1 but 2 here as well, and now Lukey's popping heads and getting bread back to a 3v2, and Panderic, similar on Skybridge, winning that one 9-3, so Panderic Apex will gather 3 more points in their first series. EPA looking to do something similar here in this one on Skybridge.
Walker will give up VIP control as EPA pull the plug on their A play. He and Pablo will run off down the escalator and challenge the 1B defender. Goes again, will have to come up big, and so far it's had a pretty good map, usually good for 1 on the B sites. I think this noise has called a rotation over, or just the silence around A, as Goes gets Pablo, and Walker won't be able to avenge his fallen comrade. It's 2 for Goes, and the same for his team.
And again, a good job here by Sicario to not allow things to get out of hand. They begin to put some rounds on the board. They keep it close here at halftime. And honestly, that I feel like that's really all you have to do on the defensive side here is attempt to keep it close, weather that storm, and then explode on that attacking half. So we'll see if Sicario can manage that here. EPA up by 1 at the moment, looking to grab another, would guarantee a tied half for them.
Goes sitting back just a little bit before making his move towards the B site, so it's just the 1 defender again over in the middle of all the trains. Furlex, though, an aggressive defender that you might confuse for an attacking player as he runs ahead and takes Fox down before Fox can have any impact here in round 6. Zaki and Blitzer Girl fighting over VIP control. Zaki will sit back and see if Blitzer wants to challenge him first.
Zaki, patient in VIP. 3 stacked onto the A site here for Sicario as EPA begins to stampede toward the B site. You can see Goes back there trying to get a little bit of intel of their own. Nemenos quickly puts the utility away, hears him, finds that first pick, and looks to open up the site here. Sicario's lost 2.
I mean, it is completely open for EPA, but Kiyoshima will look for a backstab that Nemenos is covering. Nemenos does spot Kiyoshima, so they know that's where Sicario are coming from. And EPA keeping an eye on everything at the moment, as they've got the numbers for it. Zaki moves in. Maybe a chance to catch Walker in the side, but it'll be Lukey finding Walker as well as Kiyoshima. Team kill in an inopportune moment for Sicario, as now there's more pressure on Zaki to get the job done. And he can't, so Lukey in a 1v3 will have to stick this deactivation, and EPA know it. They swing in and will claim their 4th round.
Guarantee themselves that tied half. Anything extra is going to be nice. Maybe raise those sails and hoist them for some smoother sailing in the second half. Sicario needing to find a way again to get at least 1 of these next 2 we talk about it. 5-3 certainly feasible. 6-2 is when we see things start to get a little out of hand. And yeah, it's only 1 round, but again, that magic number is 9. It's not very far to go here as we get ready for round number 7.
They have, at least EPA have, locked in a tied first half, but Sicario will have answers, I'm sure. Goes has a helper here around B this go-round, and Walker has denied access to round 7 for one of the A defenders. Furlex again will be the first to fall for Sicario, and Pablo just adding to the pile of bodies. At the very least, Zaki will get some revenge, and Walker will sit down for EPA here, but it's a 4v3 they can work with.
Got to be careful, though. Zaki lurking in VIP. The jump shot not there. Kiyoshima finds Nemenos trying to pressure forward here. The device is on the site, but Pablo, I think, waiting for this peak to come in, knows that Zaki's in VIP here as well, and so just trying to be patient. Will catch Zaki off guard. Fox finds Kiyoshima, and now the plant's going to go down with ease, but they've got to be a little weary of this flank from Goes coming in.
Oh, well, that will definitely make them weary of it. So that's Blitzer Girl now watching the flanking position of Goes, and this backstab should be covered up with a couple of fights at the very least. Blitzer Girl takes the first one, and no more are needed. EPA will at least win the first half with 5, but they get a bonus round to really make this an impactful attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job, and I feel like some of that confidence from Bull is spilling over here on Skybridge. They've put 5 on the board, and if they can get this 6th one, it's going to be absolutely huge here for EPA. Sicario needs to find a way to reach deep into the pockets, pull out all the skill, and find a big round here.
I'm sure Furlex is a bit frustrated with how, so far, Skybridge has unfolded, being the first to fall in so many of these rounds without too much impact. 3 kills for him so far on Skybridge, and he'll sit back, waiting for potentially any utility that EPA will toss, but Zaki isn't afraid. Running ahead now into KFC, and Nemenos is hovering around that area. This is a big 1v1 if Zaki chooses to take it, which he's forced into. It's actually a 1v2 that Zaki comes out on top of, and Sicario are biting back with the device down.
Sicario, I mean, we talked about them needing this round here. Goes is going to find a nice one on the Fox as well, with now Pablo and Blitzer Girl in a 5v2. I mean, they're going to need something just short of a miracle here, I think, to pull this one out.
So Girl does know that there's likely a player here. A long, but 2 on site. She finds them both. It's a big-time clutch from Blitzer Girl. She's got 3 of the required 5 for EPA now, as Sicario are brought down to even standing, as there's still a player on B as well. So if Pablo does choose to get aggressive and take out Goes, that is an isolated fight with no trade potential out of Sicario, but that crosshair's trained too high. Pablo still brings it down and rapidly snaps the head of Goes clean off, and Kiyoshima needs a 1v2A retake.
Well, we've seen a crazy 1v4 yesterday on Skybridge, so
do it.
One player is certainly capable of doing it. It is Kiyoshima now on the sweep, and he finds one. He gets Pablo. It's all down to Blitzer Girl here, and Kiyoshima just toying with some of those audio cues. It's a nice peek out, and Kiyoshima, he is the clutch factor. Sicario will get a much-needed round.
I mean, after a 1v4 in the same exact position, a 1v2 is nothing for the likes of Kiyoshima. Isolated both duels, didn't allow himself to be involved in any kind of trade for EPA. That's a clean closeout round to the half number 1 on Skybridge. Sicario, if they drop a 6th to EPA here, I start to worry about their potential to even grab 1 point in this best of 2, but they are able to claw it back after Blitzer Girl ripped that round wide open.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nasty little 3K. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to solidify that one. Almost like to see him play a little game of cat and mouse. There was only 20 seconds left on the clock with all 3 of them alive there, well, 2 of them and 1 Sicario player. So ideally, you'd like to just kind of toy with time and make sure that even if he finds those picks, he can't get the defusal. Sicario, again, bagging a much-needed round, and these first 2 opening rounds for them are going to be equally as crucial here.
See how they play it. Smokes down. We'll block off the majority of sight lines for Sicario. There is a little sliver keeping into sight, but that's it. Furlex looking to get aggressive in VIP, but there's no one really here to contest. All the action is on site right now, as EPA are losing numbers left and right, and some smoke spray, I think. No, Nemenos was tucked into that corner. He will take out Furlex, who, again, falls first for Sicario, but they got a couple of kills to start things off, so there was a player advantage for Sicario, but EPA won't let that stand. You blink and you miss it. Sicario have lost 4 players in the round.
Huge here for EPA. I mean, they find all of these picks, so much time left on the clock. The defusal is an easy one for them, and we talked about the importance of these first opening rounds here for Sicario. They already dropped 1 of the first 2 opening rounds. With that, EPA doubles the lead up 6-3, get us a little bit closer to match point, and everybody seems to be popping off at the moment here for EPA.
don't know how they get these just quick plays on site where all of a sudden 3 players on Sicario are dead as EPA storm in for a retake. That was, I don't even know what that was 'cause I couldn't see it. We were watching VIP and EPA, you blink and they've killed 3 Sicario players on site. And so that's the 6th that EPA were kind of robbed of at the end of half number 1. They recover well from losing that clutch, and now here's another first blood for EPA as Nemenos connects an aid.
Beautiful nade on to Goes, and goes down. Sicario, a player down as Furlex.
Okay.
I think here's the audio cue, has that pre-fire through the smoke and finds a nasty one on to Nemenos. So we'll get a little revenge here for Goes as they continue to pressure toward the A site.
That's revenge for past round Furlexes as well, as this has been a frustrating Skybridge exhibition for him, but still managing well and finding impact kills for his team. Walker, speaking of, that's an impact kill with those Piranha rounds. He's snapping ankles off left and right, and Sicario are dropped to 2.
There are no safe legs when Walker is around, and Walker hanging on by a thread here. 2 bleeds and not many limbs left, but that's a stim to get him feeling all right, just enough to hang around here on the battlefield. But does he know there's one right behind him here? Lukey, Furlex begin to pressure around. They are going to find Walker here to bring it back to a 2v2.
Lukey's hoping EPA press in. In fact, he might do it himself. Pablo, though, spots him, and Lukey still gets a kill. Blitzer Girl is down and out for the round. Pablo falls as well. What a great finishing touch in that round by Furlex and Lukey. It's 4 for Sicario, and they are staying within striking distance.
I mean, we saw those nasty kills from Walker. They had that player advantage, but Sicario just doing a great job of winning some important rounds here. They had a disadvantage we talked about. Here's Walker just going prone, finding one, getting the second one here as well. They eventually snuff out that flame from behind. They're able to wrap it up and close that gap just a little bit. Now down by 2.
You give Walker a corner, he'll take a mile, but Sicario have the running shoes on. They get back in that one and could use some more consecutive before their cushion is gone, as EPA 3 rounds away from having 3 points in a set that I don't think many people expected them to even get one, as Sicario have typically won this matchup in HPLs of past, and even in Pinnacle, they win the series there despite losing the first 2 maps, but now they need to fight from behind if they're going to even get a single point up the table off of EPA, and right now it's mostly quiet, but Furlex gets a face full of intel, seeing EPA moving up through A.
And Zaki and Lukey will combine for 2. So Sicario all of a sudden beginning to find their stride here on the attacking side as they pressure through VIP. The device lingering forward as well. Zaki's taking quite a bit of damage, but they've got this 2-player advantage to work with. So even as they stampede on the site, as long as they find a trade at a minimum, they should come out on top.
Furlex has VIP under control and now watching potentially for that Blitzer Girl flank, as it looks like they're still pointed in that direction. So we'll see if it actually ends up working out for EPA. 2-plane retake from the back of site. An E-box fill area, and Blitzer Girl from behind looking for another backstab, which has had a couple big moments like that, but Sicario are well set up for this hold, and there is the first. They get 2. Blitzer Girl from behind takes out a pair, and Furlex will get one back, but still has to deal with the Blitzer Girl contingency for EPA, and will. Pablo in a 1v2 doesn't have much time to make this happen. Sicario have done the hard work, but Pablo still looking to get the job done. Needed 1 more kill, but Furlex closes, and he's up to 8.
And all of a sudden, we're almost tied up yet again. And I would be lying if I said I'd be surprised if we didn't go to another overtime here. I mean, Sicario is fighting back very nicely here, but do they have what it takes to get the job done when it matters most? EPA, this lead slowly dwindling away, and they need to find a way to pump the brakes on the momentum of Sicario.
Asking if HPL legends have what it takes to get the job done in crunch time. I think both these teams have what it takes. It's just a matter of who blinks first. Sicario and EPA have gone back and forth since we started on Bowl. And right now, Nemenos Playing deep through B. This might be an aggressive play that Sicario isn't expecting, but Hiroshima has already found an opening pick around A, and actually it's 3 players strong for EPA that are pushing up through the CT lobby, and Kiyoshima will be caught out by it, but now Furlex and Luki can be aware that this play is unfolding.
Numenos, some shots to the smoke that won't find the mark just yet. Goes is going to find Pablo, and again, they regain this player advantage. Furlix on the Blitzer girl, and Sicario has seemed to awaken the beast. Numenos trying to fight back, will get one, but is all alone in a 1v3. Zaki doesn't have just but a skosh of health left.
Someone get a Band-Aid for Zaki. He's not feeling well, but still has Goes and Luki to aid this 3v1 that if Sicario close out, will put them level with EPA again after the challengers that won Bull jumped out to a fairly commanding lead there for a moment. Sicario have navigated their way back through the fog of war. And now Goes and Luki watching VIP as Numenos takes one and anticipates a backstab that was never happening. Luki in the front the whole time, wanted to see Numenos' eyes. He took the light out of them, but Nemo had turned, so Sicario will have to be happy with a round win.
Absolutely. I mean, they fought back from a deficit, and now they find themselves tied up. Both of these teams only 2 points away from match point as well. So as the sand of the hourglass, so to speak, dwindles down here, I mean, these rounds just getting incredibly more and more important here. And obviously, both of these teams fighting to be the first to go to match point to guarantee at least that overtime. But will we see another one here on Skybridge?
We are 75% of the way through regulation, and that wasn't enough on Bull to determine a winner there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another OT, but EP have to stem the bleeding just a little bit. Find more impact early round as their big-time long B flank didn't pan out as Sicario were prepared for it, sacrificing Kiyoshima for an important bit of knowledge, but if Fox is finding opening kills like that, we may be back to our regularly scheduled EPA programming.
Kiyoshima dangerously close to finding one through the smoke as Numenos gets Luki, now begins to shift forward for VIP, and he just knocks the head of Numenos straight off here. Fox into the rat spot. Is Kiyoshima aware they're here? Fox will begin to shift forward and might catch the device off guard. He does. Zaki goes down, and Goes will find the trade.
Player advantage for EPA, but Sicario are still set up well for this. Kiyoshima coming out of VIP can draw the attention of the 2 backside defenders, and Ghost could find himself a 1v1 as Walker's moving in, tucking into that KFC corner. I'm not sure if that jump spot saw Walker. I think it did, but Walker still gets the kill nonetheless, and now the round falls onto the shoulders of Kiyoshima, and those shoulders hit the dirt not a moment later. EPA post 7 and do stem that bleeding.
Yeah, it was looking a bit dangerous for them. I mean, it's been a while since they were able to kind of gather around under their belt. So I think this is a very big one for them. And everybody into double digits here except Walker at the moment. So getting the job done, but so dangerously close. It's very important to find a way to close out these important rounds. EPA would love to finish it in regulation. And, well, they're 1 away from match point, 2 away from the magic number, but Sicario is just right at the heels.
They are. If they can silence Numenos and Fox in early rounds, that seems like the win condition for Sicario, and vice versa for EPA. If Fox and Numenos are active around site early on and they're able to find picks before falling themselves, that seems like a guaranteed round win for EPA, barring some impressive clutch out of Sicario. But right now, it's just spraying and praying. See if the smoke spam yields anything, but so far, nothing for either side, except for maybe a bullet that grazed the shoulder of Goes, and EPA still up around now. This is an important win if they can get this one over the line, but Zaki strikes first.
Zaki, Kiyoshima finding some picks. Goes will get Walker here as well, and all of a sudden they begin to fall like dominoes. It's a 5v2, and Sicario with a very decisive answer back at the moment. Luki finds Pablo, the device goes down, and Blitzer Girl, well, not in an ideal situation. Shots ring out. Doesn't quite spot Furlex behind the box there. Furlex, excuse me, who does pick up the kill. It's a flawless round here for Sicario in round 14.
Another win condition for Sicario, just dominate every single fight you take and don't drop a single player. Who would have thought? EPA have their lead taken away by a Sicario squad that just will not disappear on Skybridge. It's been back and forth. EPA pull ahead and then Sicario find that burst of energy to jump level again. But sure, they wouldn't mind a lead now and a map points if Sicario can take this next one. But here comes Fox, as always, dumping utility and looking for an opening engagement, which Goes might give him, but that smoke plume provides a bit of cover momentarily, which Fox just tracks, and that will be first blood for EPA, but Sicario have a 4v3.
And Walker in a ton of trouble, eventually gets taken out here by Zaki Pablo. Blitzer Girl all alone in a 2v4 as they chop it down just a little bit. They'll find Furlex here to bring it to a 2v3. Gonna need one more for the equalizer, but all this quick aggression from Sicario is drastically slowed down now.
Ooh, a little bit of utility toss Blitzer Girl's direction. Just dodge it, but that smoke will limit the ability of EPA to stop this site take of Sicario. He will be moving in first. Takes out Pablo. Blitzer Girl is left standing. The only line of defense between Sicario and 8. And they quickly trounce that last line of EPA. And Sicario will take their first opportunity to win on Skybridge.
All ready to match point here. It's going to be up to EPA to find this final round if they want to push it into overtime. Sicario could be a huge win for them as they dropped Skybridge 11-9 in overtime. So looking to tie the series up, at least at a minimum, grab a point themselves. Can EPA pull off the big upset here?
They'll need to step up now. Although it was, I believe, Sicario that had match point on Bull during regulation. And EPA were able to get their 8th on the board when down. It starts with plays like that. Fox will set Furlex down, and now aggression through B is found out, but it still favors EPA. Blitzer Girl gets a pair of important kills, and now has to pick up the pieces here. This is desperate for Sicario now, as overtime looms over the horizon.
Blitzer Girl, I mean, just doing Blitzer Girl things when it matters most, coming up clutch here, and Kiyoshima will be able to pick up that device momentarily. We can see Pablo in the background here, but I think Goes knows that he's here and just kind of patiently waiting as he's just creating a lot of that audio cue. Blitzer Girl is spotted. Shots ring out. Does take a little bit of damage, but still standing for the time being.
Well, it's information that EPA aren't moving in. They're staying still. They aren't rotating back towards A either. There's no opening for Sicario at the moment. They will have to fight their way through the weeds of EPA, who have nearly full map control now, as it's really only the escalator that Sicario controls at the moment. Everything else they will need kills to gain. Though VIP is a bit open, it is under the watchful eye of an EPA player playing back site of A. But Sicario are playing time now, waiting to see if Blitzer Girl gets aggressive, which she is. Pushing up through Banana, crouches down. Maybe looking to surprise Kiyoshima should it be a B play for Sicario, though. She advances, takes a fight, and has nearly gotten EPA overtime. Walker signs off on it. We need a second OT to determine a winner here.
And not only do we get pressed into OT, but EPA does it with a flawless round. They don't drop a single member, and it comes off of the back of Blitzer Girl yet again, finding a huge triple kill. And with that, EPA does it. They press into overtime where they were able to find the victory on Bull. Can they do it once more on Skybridge?
That's the question right now. Either side looks like they can do it, but these opening kills are so impactful. It feels like whoever does win the opening foray of aggression is going to be the team that takes away a round, and neither side is strayed away from playing aggressive early on, and EPA has done it so well there at the end. That fight that Blitzer Girl took around Banana, playing that 90-degree, sorry, not Banana, playing over towards B, finding those two big-time kills. She swayed that round in EPA's favor. Now we get overtime as a result, and looks like EPA now switching back towards the attacking side will play B early on.
Well, Kiyoshima has taken quite a bit of damage, but still standing for the time being here as we see a lot of this momentum slowing down. That nade dangerously close to finding a home, and EPA opting to pressure a lot toward the B side. Fox finds the first pick, and that might open things up. Kiyoshima continuing to bleed down a bit.
Blitzer Girl spots the forehead of Furlex. That's another opening kill for EPA. They just keep it rolling. Feels like they're a boulder rolling down a hill. They can't be stopped by much at the moment. 2 kills for EPA, but Pablo does go down elsewhere. He's locked in a battle with Walker, though. And I don't know if he's sure what to do at this point. This is a puzzle you have to figure your way out of, as Zaki has presence, and EPA will have to deal with that eventually, but it's a retreat back towards A as Sicario have lost their numbers advantage.
Zaki gets up into KFC. Are they aware that he's this close? They're gonna, I mean, they know he's up here because Walker earlier, but Zaki's still gonna find Blitzer Girl. Kiyoshima all alone on the B site. The action happening toward the A site, though, as Walker will find Zaki. And Kiyoshima has it all on his own. He's had a 1v2 clutch, a 1v4 clutch. Can he find the 3v1?
This would be something magical with to work with. All Neonos has to do is connect a single bullet really to the chest of Kiyoshima, which will get EPA the first round of overtime, and so it begins again.
And in other news, K3 versus TFG, map 1 on Bay 5 at halftime. K3 up 6-2 against TFG, and maybe gonna get our first upset of the day here.
Well, the HPL debutantes in K3, they're really making a splash in the first weekend of play. We'll see if that does continue. Have to get it over the line if you really want to jump up the table, but back to Sicario and EPA, 2 teams that know what it takes to get up to the top of the standings table. Zaki in VIP will be pushed back by a spot of utility, but Furlex advancing will find 2 opening kills before being dropped by Fox, who answers with a pair of his own, though EPA in a player disadvantage are seeing their numbers crumble. Sicario have control of the second round of OT.
Yeah, down to Fox here. We haven't seen too many crazy 1v3 clutches from EPA just yet. Maybe an opportunity here for Fox to really shine, but again, just in a very tough situation here. Maybe looking to gather some extra resources from some fallen crew members out here, but we'll begin to shift around. There is a little bit of a flank coming in here as well, so certainly has to be very careful.
It's a slow flank. It's a slow burn from Goes here, but it does result in a peek. I'm not sure if Fox spotted that. Won't check it, so I'm guessing he didn't. Goes with that late flank, secures a 9th for Sicario, and again, it's a split first half of overtime.
The game of tug of war continues throughout the entirety of this series. Lukey back on top for his side with 16. This time it's Fox with 17, Nemonos with 16, and Blitzer Girl not far behind here. I mean, what a way to start off the day. We've already been blessed with overtimes in both of these first 2 games, and both of these teams just fighting through grit and determination to try and come out on top.
Well, I hope the Sicario Spartans and Ancestral have something to do while they wait for this series to end, and that way their best of 2 can commence on stream here in a little bit. But in the meantime, we are still locked into a fight that doesn't seem to be budging either way. Back and forth and back and forth. Overtime on both maps. And on Skybridge, we could see more than just a single round of OT, but we'll see what happens. Blitzer Girl has taken this one into her own hands. First blood for EPA, and Fox in VIP could spell disaster for Sicario if he's allowed to run rampant around Skybridge again.
Fox here in VIP. Here's the audio cue of the one outside. There's actually 2 there, and they've got control of KFC as well. Kiyoshima continues to rain down the nades as he finds Nemonos and brings it back to a 4v4.
Now Fox has to turn around to deal with an advancement onto site as Sicario look to take control, but Walker from behind to fill the role of that backstabbing player. He runs in, spots Lukey, takes no Zaki, silences Walker, and that could be 10 for Sicario. It's just down to Blitzer Girl as Sicario's advancements onto A sites seem to have done enough, but Queen of Clutch has a chance yet to get EPA to 10. Though Sicario set up well.
Blitzer girl just slowly crab walking forward here. Can she find the first? She does. She's got to be careful of Kiyoshima, who is tucked in toward VIP. One more onto the back of the site, but only 23 seconds to work with.
And that's 10 for Sicario. Goes peaks and downs Blitzer Girl, and they will take map point first. It all comes down to this fourth round of overtime. It's OT2 or bust for EPA, and it's 11 rounds for Sicario, and they get themselves a point. They scrap a point out of this best of 2 against EPA.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be mad about it because both of these teams deserve to win. They have put on a phenomenal showing here for everybody involved, everybody watching at home. And so, you know, you try to pull for both teams here, but Sicario certainly deserving of a win, as is EPA. Can they find a way to bring it back here and send us into a second overtime?
Jump spotting for Zaki. Don't think spots much as that smoke was pluming. Luki moving in is sat down by Nemenos. That's an emphatic shot to the head, and Sicario have already lost one. Zaki's looking to send some utility back EPA's way and slow their advances as Walker has been felled. That is an important stop to EPA, looking to gain space and chomp at the legs of the Sicario attack, but Pablo is moved aggressively over towards Eski, and Kiyoshima's wary of this possibility and will kill the advancing member of EPA. Sicario aren't letting EPA take this round over. It's a 4v3 to close out Skybridge.
Got a chance to do it here now. They've got a player advantage as well, but you can never count EPA out. They're so good at finding kills in bunches, and Nemenos in a great position to potentially find a couple here as well. Blitzer Girl all alone on the B site will begin to shift this direction. Fox finds Kiyoshima, and that's a huge pick here for EPA.
It keeps VIP under their control as well. Sicario can't just walk into the A site now. They will have to deal with Fox playing VIP and Nemenos playing from the back of the site. There's a second for Fox. He's been electric on Skybridge. Furlex looks to challenge him, but actually slips the nets. He will move in, and EPA may not be ready for this as Nemenos and Blitzer Girl are watching around E-Box. Furlex, though, turns back towards VIP and clears it of Fox, who's been a thorn in the side of Sicario. And now Furlex can't help to close this out, but runs out of ammo. And Blitzer Girl, with a big-time 2K, will send us to a second overtime.
She's got to change the name from Blitzer Girl to Blitzer Queen. She does it yet again. It's a big clutch, a multiple kill round, and the defusal. EPA backs against the wall, and they stand tall. We're going to overtime number 2.
Oh, Furlex caught jumping on site there. I'm not sure if it was running out of ammo trying to get away or just a reposition that was forced him to get caught lacking by Blitzer Girl there. But either way, big time multi-kill out of the B anchor of EPA. And she joined the fray, watched Fox fall in VIP, and that gave Sicario, I think, the agency around site. They got the device down, but still, Blitzer Girl doesn't blink. And we need a third overtime in this best of 2 to determine a winner, or if we're sticking around and drawing between Sicario and EPA.
I mean, this is only our first series, our second map, and we're blessed with a third overtime on the day. These two teams have had an absolute slugfest here. First on Bull, now on Skybridge, and Fox continues to have that W key stuck down. A moment for Pablo finding this nade onto site, though, and goes down. It's a big opening pick for EPA, and Zaki returns fire.
And that allows Fox to take even more space, because that would have been a close quarters duel with Goes that Fox would have had to take that really favors Goes watching that angle and Fox moving up. And so it leads to a second kill as well. That's an impact grenade as it really leads to 2 frags here. And now Furlex is left to wait and watch for Fox looking to take more space. But no, it's an EPA back off as they get the device down and play space.
Got the player advantage. Time on their side at the moment here as well. They just have to play smart. It's up to Sicario now to pressure in to find picks and get this defusal. I'm not sure if they have any utility left online here to smoke this out as well. And so Might be a tough job for them. Furlex on the other side. We see Zaki Kiyoshima at the back line. Pablo finds the first. Can he get a second?
Oh.
He does! Pablo finds two! Kiyoshima got a consolation prize, but he's going to need 3 more.
Picture perfect Pablo from the start of the round, tossing that grenade in. Now to a big time 2 kills on site to secure it. Fox gets the final frag, but that's 11 for EPA. Unbelievable round out of Pablo.
Phenomenal job. And EPA, they'll get that upper hand here for the time being. They've got a 1-round lead. Can they find a second one in a row here in overtime to make that defensive side a little bit easier for them? Sicario, they've done such a great job of finding these quick responses back and not allowing EPA to get too far ahead. We'll see if they can do it here, but Fox, the first to a 20 bomb.
Oh, 21 out of Fox is crazy. Still finding impact this deep into Skybridge. Every round feels like it's got a fingerprint of Fox, or a paw print, I suppose, on it. But here, it's Nemenos trading Fox out for a kill for EPA, but Sicario find 2. And it goes on site again, bravely holding B like his life depends on it, because it largely does. As Sicario really can't afford to give it up at the moment, and maybe give EPA a 12.
They're looking for it, but they got to do it with a player down, a player disadvantage at the moment. Daki at 18 here as well, getting close to that 20 bomb. Kiyoshima, though, has already been taken out, and that nade, not sure where that one was headed, but Pablo in a great spot here to maybe find 2. He gets the first on the Lukey, and what a snapshot fire there as Pablo backs off to a safer position.
In and out like a ninja. Pablo snaps the head off and now looks for a second. Knows Furlex is there and confirms the kill. But Furlex did get Blitzer Girl in the meantime, so it is a 2v2 for Zaki and Goes now. Prevent EPA from finding 12. And Zaki is in the area here. Maybe waiting for Goes to rejoin him. Goes will get there. Positioning around Banana. So they're split up, but looking to take a site back inch by inch. Nemenos waiting for that first attack out of Goes, and there are bullets sent his way, but he backs off. Lets Sicario advance into the site themselves, into the outstretched arms of Pablo, who falls, and Nemenos, oh, he takes some damage, but neither player goes down. Sticking the defuse, Zaki thinks he's got time, but Nemenos says otherwise. It's an EPA round win as Nemenos pulls 2 off sight, and now EPA's 1 round away from 3 big points.
12-10, they put 2 in a row, and now they just need 1 on this defensive side to propel them to victory here. EPA looking to do the unthinkable. It's not very often that we see Sicario drop any games, let alone both in a series, as they are returning back-to-back champions of HPL 2 and 3. Looking for a similar take here in 4, but the competition has grown immensely here amongst all the teams, and EPA looking to close this one out.
It's crazy. This one's taken so long that K3 and TFG have already wrapped up map 1. A 9-6 for K3, securing at least a single point in that best of 2. But that's what Sicario's looking for now, and they have to win at the bare minimum 2 straight rounds just to keep this one going. Otherwise, EPA snag 3. And here Fox goes again, playing around the smoke, dodging Furlex bullets as he sprays and prays, looking for an opener. Walker has been chunked out, so EPA, losing a bit of health early on, will be a slight bit short-handed as this round unfolds.
Fox just hopping on by peekaboo,
Okay.
but unfortunately Ghost takes him down. And I mean, Nemenos on the 20 bomb. Fox has 21 as well. The whole crew's been putting in work, but it is Sicario who has the player advantage here. We see Pablo boosted up in the background, maybe looking for a quick shot over that smoke here that is beginning to rain down now.
EPA still have a decent presence around site. Nemenos, Pablo, and Walker holding the back of it, which Furlex will move into now. Are they ready for this? Walker is. Furlex will go down. Punishment for his aggression, but Sicario still have 4 players left standing to get this round over the line. Watching from behind, just in case there is a flanker. Sicario are playing this cautiously, but EPA have all 4 players sitting around Phil. They're all jumbled up at the moment, but Sicario faced out, watching every possible angle, but Blitzer Girl will open up that one. Pablo gets a frag as well. It's down to Kiyoshima and Luki in a 2v3. Sicario need this. Luki's reloading, but still, after he's given time, can't get the kill. And EPA closed Skybridge out, took 3 overtimes overall, but they beat Sicario 2-0 and will join Pandaric Apex at the top of the table.
Huge for them. I mean, that's 3 points. They'll go up to 9. Now, obviously, Pandaric Apex has a win earlier today, so they've gotten 3 additional ones, as well as they've got another game coming up here, I think, a little bit later today. But, man, what a job by EPA here. This was an absolute nail-biter. It came down to the wire. We had overtime 1 in the bowl, 2 overtimes here in Skybridge, and look at the amount of kills that both of these squads really are putting up.
I know. I mean, we talk about the consistency of Sicario with their top 4 fraggers typically being within range of each other. And this time it really is Luki, Kiyoshima, and Zaki that are close by. But we can talk about that story on the EPA side. Walker watches with pride as the other 4 members of EPA fragged out. And all Walker really had to do was sit in a corner occasionally and get a couple of important multi-kills. And Sicario wasn't ready for his positioning. But all members of EPA were online, and that's what it took to beat Sicario there, something EPA hasn't done maybe at all in HPL. It's been a while, at least.
It has been a while, but, you know, it just goes to show that these teams have really been putting in the work off screen, and now that hard work paying off. A lot more of these teams competing with teams like Sicario, but off screen, K3 able to pull off the upset in their first map as they topple TFG 9-6 on Bay 5. So we are getting a few of our first little upsets coming in here today.
That's a big one for K3. I mean, they could be a contender. We were talking about them making their HPL debut, and now maybe they're a potential top 3 team. They could make a run with big 3 points there over TFG, but we'll see what happens. You do have to beat one of the 2 teams we just watched in Pandaric Apex if you legitimately want a chance at the top 3. The door's kind of open right now with, so far, these teams splitting series. Pandaric Apex beating EPA. EPA now beating Sicario, and that Sicario and Pandaric matchup looming over this 4th season of HPL EU next Sunday. And that becomes all important now with this result that just unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, unreal, honestly. And I thought maybe that that second matchup of the day was going to be one of the closer ones, but I don't know how you get much closer than what we just saw. 3 total overtimes in 2 matches against 2 highly contested teams. And I mean, this is what the Hunt Premier League is all about. I mean, this is what we love over here at HPL. And season 4, I mean, has just been packed full of action since the start of day 1.
I mean, that's another long highlight reel, even longer than the one we saw on Bowl. Sicario and EPA there just put together a showcase of why Tarkov Arena is so much fun to watch and why hundreds of people gather for every tournament that Hunt Premier puts on in partnership with Battle State Games. That was electrifying. We were treated to a wonderful showcase of what this esport can be.
Yeah, you know, and it's great to see Blitzer Girl finding her stride. We know day 1 was a little bit of struggle. Day 2 began to pop off, and day 3 just showing that it wasn't a fluke, that Blitzer Girl is back. Nemonos, Fox, everybody putting up some big numbers, and the team as a whole just playing very well together, a very cohesive unit, and that's what you need to win, especially against some of these tougher teams like Sicario or Pandaric Apex. I love the fact that it came down to a wire, an absolute cinema for everybody involved, but we got to remember that's only the first series of the day. We've got 2 more exciting series left yet on the docket.
Have to rest our voices. This has been a long first best of 2, and we still got potentially 4 more maps that can go the distance, as we just saw Bowl and Skybridge do. And I hope you all like Bowl, because that's what we'll see a lot of today, as that was the map of choice for every best of 2 that we're watching thus far. But that'll happen after we watch the highlights there on Skybridge, and then take a break for this next best of 2. But we might see, honestly, K3 and TFG wrap things up before our first map of the next set's even done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how that series plays out. Obviously, K3 taking that first one on to Bay 5 as they get set and ready for their second matchup. But You know, K3 is sitting just 1 point below TFG on that leaderboard, 4th and 5th place respectively. So an opportunity for them to really make a jump here as well. Now, unfortunately for K3, we're going to have to go on to play Pandaric Apex a little bit later. So that could be a tougher matchup for them. But again, a real opportunity for them to come away with a huge upset. Even just taking one game of the two could be huge for K3. But next up is Sicario Spartans taking on Ancestro. But we got to look at all the amazing highlights from Skybridge first.
I mean, this is, like I said, a showcase of talent between these two. And to get to relive it is very nice. I mean, Nimanos finding a big-time kill around B, and that was what EPA really used to great success with their plays around B site, whether it was their attacks during overtime in the first half, or their defensive plays as well. I think they used that B site defensive aggression to a T. You think back to the 16th round, which I'm sure we'll get a look of, as Blitzer Girl was commanding heaven and hell in that final round to get 2 big-time kills after EPA bolted through that B site. And it was a wonderful cap-off to a great first half that EPA posted to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, EPA up 5-2 at this point. You know, we saw Sicario begin to reel it back, and then once they swapped sides, they really took off. And I think in both of these games, it was Sicario that got to match point first. EPA eventually tying it up there in that final round and then winning it in overtime. But there's that crazy 3v1 clutch from Kiyoshima yet again. And I mean, so many monsters out here from both teams.
I know that Roblox esports experience really helped him out on this one, but Sicario did still fall just short, as Blitzer Girl was still a menace. A big-time multi-frag in many rounds turned the tides, and taking her down was an accomplishment that Sicario needed to topple EPA in any of these rounds. But still, getting over the line into overtime was where we really saw a lot of the fireworks. Sicario stormed back, put together 2 rounds consecutively here late to get map point, but we don't get to see the last round clutch out of EPA. Just straight into overtime highlights. There were a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, Furlex opened up the round nicely, and it looked a little bit rough for EPA as they had the numbers, but EPA able to battle back, and who else but finding that clutch, but other than Blitzer Girl. And with that, we saw EPA get that 2-point cushion here in overtime. Pablo, I mean, everybody just great decision-making, great shots here. Zaki trying to stick that one out, but doesn't get it. Walker finding those kills just before bleeding out as well. But I mean, a great series. It's hard to match that one being the first one of the day, but I'm sure we could find a way.
Well, we'll see if Ancestral and Sicario Spartans have it in them, but I mean, EPA's got to play again later on today. You get your break while this series is going on, and then you got to play here in a couple of hours, so hopefully they get some rest, go for a nice walk, and talk over what it'll take to beat Decoded, which, if you're beating Sicario hot, Decoded shouldn't be too hard to defeat later on today, but you can't get ahead of yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree, but you're right. It's one of those things, any given Sunday, anything can happen. We've seen upsets, so you can't get complacent. I mean, it's okay to be confident, but yeah, you got to continue to get out there and get the job done. But we are going to take a few moments to get the players loaded into the next lobby, so it's a great time to stretch those legs, maybe grab some snacks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action. We're back for day 3 of HPL Season 4, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. We've had probably the most insane series I've seen yet at any of the HPLs I've been fortunate enough to cast already done and dusted, but we're ready for Sicario Spartans to take on Ancestral.
I need to know if we've seen 3 overtimes in a best of 2 yet in the HPL, or if that was a first that Sicario and EPA just delivered us, because that was a phenomenal showcase of talent in Tarkov Arena. And hopefully the Sicario Spartans and Ancestral can do something similar here. It's more of a battle fighting for positioning in the middle of the standings at the moment, but it's still an important set for both of these two teams nonetheless.
As we're looking to crown a winner between these two teams, we've got a crown a winner in chat. There's a giveaway going on for an EFT Arena standard key, exclamation point HPL will get you in that giveaway. So be sure to do that as we take a look at these rosters here. Hiding Sheep, Propus, Mr. Krabs, Chill Dizzle, and Nosebleed here on the side of Sicario Spartans. Now, they were playing with 2 subs, I believe, yesterday. So we'll have to see if that full roster is here today.
Yeah, Bran was a big-time sub for the Sicario Spartans. Hugo Copter as well, having a big point of impact on stream. So we will see if they fill in today as well. But Ancestral, that's a lineup that we are very familiar with here at the HPL. They've been building themselves up through the last couple of seasons, and I think are at a point where they can make a run towards the top.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo was actually a monster yesterday as well. Sicario Spartans showing that their roster runs deep, but Ancestral, Selfish, Geistrus, the brothers back at it, Kafinis, J4, Svetis and Geistrus, the brothers, and then Selfish, the other player there. But Ancestral has had some great team synergy, I think, off the back of these two brothers. They've been playing phenomenally well together, and so I'm really looking forward to this one. I think on paper, maybe slightly favored is Ancestral, but Sicario Spartans are certainly capable of finding an upset here.
You know, the picks and bans as Sicario Spartans started off banning Fort as they won the coin flip to get first dibs, and Ancestral goes straight for the throat of Iceberg. So that did leave Skybridge on the table for both of these two teams, but they like to go Bull and then Bay 5 as Sicario Spartans get their map pick and go straight for Bull, where they looked decent yesterday on stream against Pandaric Apex. So I'm eager to see how they start this best of 2 off, because for their HPL campaign, we're getting into territory where it's kind of must win for the Sicario Spartans if they really want a chance of making a run towards top 4.
Yeah, you know, getting up there in the positions, 10,000 euros on the line. So trying to get into that decent prize pole position there. But interesting enough, I mean, we see the 2 newer maps, the ones being banned away, where Fort in recent history has kind of been a little bit more of a popular map. But getting all of that bowl action, we'll get a little Bay 5 here on the pick of Ancestral as well. And so I'm excited to see some Bay 5 since we haven't seen too much of it, at least on screen here. But again, starting off on Bull, and I think a real opportunity for some of these snipers to shine.
Definitely, and I liked the attacking side of the Spartans when they did start off yesterday against Pandaric Apex, and that is where they're starting as well. On the attack here on Bull, as Ancestral start defending, which was their choice to start off on the defensive end and see if they can't stamp out the Sicario Spartans attack early on the map pick of the Spartans. But I mean, if you are to have any confidence in this Spartans roster after their performances yesterday and on day 1, I think Bowl is the perfect map for them to showcase what they're made of, and that could bleed into Bay 5.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they have to start out on the right foot on Bowl to get that, though. I feel like if they allow Ancestral to kind of run through them on Bowl, it could be a short day. But this was the match that I was kind of most excited for initially. I mean, I knew EPA Sicario was going to be great, but I didn't expect it to be that great. So I'm not sure how you topple 3 overtimes, but nonetheless, I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting matchup.
Big shoes to fill in the second stream slot. Or perhaps they just want to help Philbo out and get us back on schedule with a quick 2-0. Whichever way it does end up going, I'm here for it. As this is a day that you got to settle in for after Sicario and EPA started us off with a bang. And I mean, K3 and TFG going 15 rounds deep in their first map, which we should be getting probably an update for their second here fairly shortly, as they're playing on Bowl. I think every series, save Verticoded versus Pandaric Apex, has Bowl as one of the 2 picked maps. It is certainly the the darling out of everyone picking maps here this weekend.
Yeah, everybody seems to love Bowl, but honestly, if I'm playing Pandaric Apex, that's probably a map that I'm taking away from them. I think I want to gamble on a different map because that is a map that they tend to kind of be a dominating force on, especially, I mean, that ace kind of has a field day on that map. But we will be seeing a lot of Bowl, as Bepic said, throughout every single one of these series here today. It's certainly a favorite. Honestly, it's a map that I typically really enjoy. So no quarrels on my end, but it would be nice to see an iceberg sprinkled in here or there.
I wouldn't mind it. Although that's a lot of angles and callouts to learn for us calling the map. But I'm excited to see how teams do attack Iceberg. And I wish we'd gotten to see how Pandaric Apex looked when they chose Iceberg yesterday. The one selection of it this weekend. And we'll see after teams have Monday through Friday of this coming week to practice and get scrimmage reps in on the new map, and if that leads to enough comfort for someone to maybe take it as a pocket pick to surprise a top team with, and maybe not Pandaric Apex after they've already played it in a real live action setting here at HPL, but it could be a way you catch out a team that you need to take a point off of.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario Spartans, I feel like at a minimum has to take at least one of these two games. I mean, we talk about it. They've had a bit of a tough start. They've played some tough teams, but they are currently sitting at 0-3. And so Ancestral only 2 points above them within striking distance. I mean, a 2-0 for them could simply mean them going above Ancestral on the day. So still, as you mentioned, room to make up some ground. But as we start to head into that last weekend, you know, all that time dwindling away. So I think this is a very important matchup for them.
Absolutely. Sicario Spartans as well, even if they don't get a point in this best of two, just gaining confidence for weekend number 2 of HPL is important. I mean, they're sitting right now at a negative 34 round differential. It's not been a great showing for the Sicario Spartans, but that can change. This is HPL. You get to reset after each day of competition, and so if you come into day 3 with a different attitude, you're ready to make a splash, I think Ancestral is a team that you could take a map or two off of, or just get quality round wins, really cement your playbook and cement that team chemistry that you were harping on Ancestral has already got.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, right? Some teams just have bad days. I mean, we saw EPA kind of struggle in their opening day, but now look at them. I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. They've got big wins, and now they've toppled the back-to-back champions of Sicario. So anything is possible, and I think Sicario Spartans certainly very, very talented. We've seen a lot of great plays from them. We've seen a lot of very close rounds that come down to the wire that they just quite haven't been able to solidify. So I think that's the important thing for them here. I know in some of those opening days, especially on the attack side, a very slow push, and they found themselves not just working against the opponents, but working against that time management as well. So I think that's a big thing I'm looking out for Sicario Spartans today is how well are they managing that time on the clock?
On Bowl yesterday, they did have a great showcase against K3, and if they can replicate that, I mean, they just came up short in overtime. The Sicario Spartans did in that, the one map that they played in that series after the second one was unfortunately a forfeit. They looked extremely strong, and that's something you can take into day 3. So maybe you don't have to reset completely if you're the Sicario Spartans. You take what went slightly wrong in that map against K3, who have shown that they're a great side now in HPL with their one map win against TFG. And if they can pull off a second map there, that's big for K3. And Sicario Spartans look like they could beat that same K3 side yesterday. So it's a nice little web of wins for the Spartans, even though they haven't gotten a win on a map just yet. They can take into and give themselves a little confidence with.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think again, Ancestral is could be a great stepping stone for them to kind of get back into this. But Ancestral also a little bit lower on that leaderboard. I mean, they're going to be hungry to come out and make a statement against a team like Sicario Spartans. So that's what makes me, I think, so excited for this one. I think there is a potential for an overtime on the cards, even in this one, and who knows, it could be just a day full of overtimes. But as always, again, I'm not going to be complaining about extra Tarkov action. I love getting to showcase all the wonderful talent of all the teams here in this league.
It feels like we've already seen a whole other map played between EPA and Sicario, as they essentially have with the amount of overtimes that we did see. 7 rounds on Skybridge and then 4 on Bull. That's one-sided win if it were to be a whole other map, but we've seen a marathon today, and APA also has to recover for their best of 2 later on against Decoded, so it could be a big day for that EPA side if they snag away 6 points in a day where they play Sicario, and that's kind of the story for teams on day 3 here, because whatever ends up happening today, you have to live with that result going into the second weekend of HPL. You have to stew in those results you get today, and then yesterday and Friday for a whole 5 days of practice.
Yeah, 5 days of thinking about what went wrong and what could have gone right potentially. Yep. So all things to think about when you get into that final weekend. I mean, we talk about the physical aspect all the time, but the mental aspect equally as important. And I mean, a lot of these teams do show great mental fortitude, but it's always something that's going to be playing in the back of your mind that you have to try to just let go, take a deep breath, focus on the game in front of you so that it doesn't affect your upcoming weekend. But certainly you could watch some VOD review, dissect what went wrong, what could have gone better. And so, we do see a lot of teams putting in that work during that off-screen time. But, this is where all that hard work comes to pay off. And so some of the teams beginning to separate themselves from the pack here in day 3.
And I think that's why we see such a separation from the top teams in HPL. Usually, the top 3 have been the big 3 for a little while now in Sicario, EPA, and Pandaric over the course of the roster cores and change in organizations and what have you. But they just have a mentality of being able to lock in for the 9 days that HPL is. I mean, it's just 2 weekends of play where you're competing against 7 different teams in the round-robin format. And if you can't hold your nerve with that, that's a lot of Tarkov Arena in a small stretch of time. And so those teams that can lock in, recover from tough losses, and get wins elsewhere, those are the rosters that are going to be successful. And, well, Sicario Spartans and Ancestral, jury's still out on them as we look to learn more about their HPL EU Season 4 campaign. And this is an important campaign on Bull kicking off now.
It looks like we still got 2 subs here today. Now, filling in for different members, though. So, Chill Dizzle, Sheep, Krabs, Bran, and Hugo Copter. Starting lineup for Sicario. Chill Dizzle, the jump shot onto Geistress. And where was he? I mean, what a shot to open things up.
Well, that's one way to stamp your foot down and really make an impact in round 1 of what could be a long one. So, Sicario Spartans will start off with a nice pick, but won't find anything other than that for the moment, as Ancestral are playing well off A site. 1 player on B, 1 watching the middle of the map, but it will rotate over as Sicario Spartans start to move in and take control, as Hugo Copter is still a menace in the marksman class. That's 2 frags found already, making a 3rd.
Chill Dizzle finding another pick, and Kofinis will eventually snuff out the flame that is Chill Dizzle, but a lot of damage has been done. These are the important rounds we talked about from Sicario Spartans, though. They have the player advantage. Now they have to make sure they solidify these round wins that they're supposed to win.
Get this one over the line is important with the blast pack down and, well, the numbers of Ancestral dwindling, health bars as well. This should be one. And the Spartans of Sicario win. Helicopter helps confirm it, and it's Sheep to sign off on the round. 1-0. Sicario Spartans are looking good so far.
It's a good start for him. Hugo picking up where he left off yesterday. Chill Dizzle thrown into the mix and had a little time off there as there was subs filling in for him yesterday, but apparently hasn't missed a stride. So a great start for Sicario, but again, it's so early in this one that we can't really get ahead of ourselves just yet.
And I think it was the second map against Pandaric Apex that Sicario Spartans won round 1 and then didn't win a single other one, if I'm remembering correctly, over on Skybridge. So you can't get ahead of yourselves. You're right, Hot Sauce, but it is an exciting first win for the Spartans. Helicopter seems on point already against Ancestral. That is a good sign.
Selfish finding an opening pick onto Hugo again, and now it's Ancestral trying to battle back here, being very patient, back off the gen side, I think, waiting for this nade to rain down, and we do hear it eventually hit the surface here. Won't find a home. Mr. Krabs takes quite a bit of damage as well, and looks like Ancestral maybe looking to tie this up now.
An opening pick is nice to have, especially with it being Hugo, who's found impact already. And it is worth noting as well, 2 substitutes in for Sicario Spartans. Brandon Hugo Copter playing again in place, this time, of Nosebleed and Propus, who had themselves a good couple of maps yesterday on stream, but Bill Dizzle in today. Didn't see much of them on stream yesterday, but has found 3 kills already, and that will even the playing field for the Spartans.
A bit of back and forth to open things up on Bull here. Chill Dizzle. Smoke will begin to plume on the back of Jen here and open up the sightline. Sheep with a dirty nade on the site that finds Fedis, and Sicario Spartans, excuse me, are anticipating this flank, and it is potentially coming in. We see on the minimap they are battling back there, but J4 wins the battle on the Enforcer class, and now Sicario Spartans has to be leery of this flank coming in.
Well, they are. Brandon and Chill Dizzle both peeking for it, but it doesn't mean you can get the frag. It's not guaranteed. And now a 2v1, J4 still standing, but not for much longer. Sicario Spartans close out the round effectively, and even when it does get chaotic, they're still finding a way to get the job done.
I'm a little bit impressed. I mean, I thought Ancestral was going to be able to wrap that round up, but Sicario Spartans have come up big here in these first 2 rounds. Chill Dizzle already at 5 on the board through 2 rounds. So picking up, picking up some slack for some of these other teammates at the moment. We saw Brand have a really nice game yesterday, but not able to get on the board just yet.
Still, it is early goings on Bull. Ancestral, they mix things up a little bit defensively, as they did that last round, actually, with J4 playing a flanking position, and did find a lot of impact. Just the rest of the A-site defense couldn't hold their nerve, and so Sicario Spartans break in and once again get the device down, win a round, and starting off strong, but it is just 2. Spray downrange from Sheep won't find much impact, and now Mr. Krabs face-checking with J4, reacts promptly, and takes first blood.
Sicario Spartans firing on all cylinders here early on Bull, and looking to grab a 3rd round. They find this early pick and then slow the momentum down yet again. And we see Ancestral now, they've got the anchor on B, but they are paying a little bit more attention to this lane here as well. We see him shifting back and forth on the minimap, and Sicario Spartans looks like they are considering this pressure toward the B site.
Well, it's rather quiet around Bull outside of some errant spray, not finding much contact with anyone, but now Mr. Krabs will move in. Is the frontliner now for the Sicario Spartans. Phanos has 2 players to contend with, and I'm not sure how much he knows about it. Realizes something is impending playing this rat position, and it helps him find out where Mr. Krabs is and eventually get that kill. But Chill Dizzle finds a kill elsewhere, and Hugo Copter adds to the kill feeds, I think assisting that Chill Dizzle frag. Sicario Spartans are getting the job done as a team, and Ancestral once again have to work in a 1vx situation that's not really all that optimal with Hugo Copter watching this position. Svedas will do well to start off the 1v3 on the right foot, but we'll see how far he gets.
Fedis all alone here. 40 seconds to work with, still plenty of time. Doesn't have to get overzealous, but is creating noise, so they're going to have a rough idea where he is. 4 rounds in the previous mag, 3 rounds in this mag, and maybe a bit of trouble afoot here as Chill Dizzle will find Svedas, and Sicario Spartans continue to look great through the first 3 rounds.
Svedas has to take a nap there, and Ancestral could use a wake-up call. I mean, down 3-0 already against the Sicario Spartans roster that's really been mixing things up. They're not afraid to take fights all across the map. That last round started with an apartments kill, and then we see a couple of fights taken over towards Old B. Chill Dizzle and Hugo Copter taking space there, and then first 2 rounds end on A. Sicario Spartans are taking full control around Bowl at the moment, and Ancestral could use something to regain.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to find a round yet. Mr. Krabs will find Kofinas, and the struggles continue here for Ancestral at the moment. And this is pretty rare. We're not used to seeing this from Ancestral. I mean, this is a team that plays very, very well together, often frags out, but certainly is struggling here in the opening rounds.
They're just getting caught in awkward 1v1 situations, and they're not able to win those surprising duels. Like, well, J4 gets caught by Mr. Krabs in apartments, but now Geistrus looks to take the round into his own hands. That's 2 big ones. And now the 3rd's around ambulance, and Geistrus knows it. Turns and sprays into the face of Sheep. And that's 3 impact kills to get Ancestral back in this one.
Now they just have to make sure they close it out in these important moments as J4 will find Mr. Krabs with the Piranha rounds that continue to shred the flesh. And now Hugo all alone has been spotted. Takes a little bit of damage on the crossover toward Ambulance here. And in a 4v1, it's unlikely. Geistress will put Hugo down, and Ancestral will get a much-needed round here as they look to battle back.
That was a big-time step up from Geistress, posting 4 kills and getting Ancestral on the board. They hadn't had that step-up moment from either of those players, really. I mean, the J4 flank that posted a couple of kills a couple rounds ago needed just a little bit more, as one player can't do it on their own. But he sure tried a couple of rounds ago. Still, Sicario Spartans, the 2-round advantage. Will now have to deal with a little bit of adversity as Ancestral might have found some footing.
You're just joining us. Reminder, there is a giveaway going on. Has to be typed in the Hunt Premiere. We love everybody over at Battle State Games, but if you want to get in on the giveaway, that has just ended. You have to wait for the next one because it looks like Link has won that standard EFT Arena key. We get ready here for round 5. The action continuing to ensue. Shots ringing out in both directions. The day a bit long on this one, and with that, we'll see him like prime another one. Selfish is going to find Hugo early, and now Ancestral beginning to find their stride.
Sfedas takes a little bit of a lick right there, but dodges the brunt of that grenade. Now 2 are down, but actually Sicario Spartans losing to Ancestral have lost Geistress, so an important change there as he loses his generator position. Chill Dizzle is going on a rampage now. 6 kills to his name already on Bull, and Bran will add to the tally as Ancestral are losing numbers left and right, and it's up to Selfish and Kofenas to maybe get them back in this one.
And it looks like K3 has finished their second map. TFG winning that one 9-6. So that one will end in a 1-1 tie as both teams collect a point, and Chill Dizzle will collect the life. And the dog tags of Kafinas here. Selfish all alone now in a 3v1. And even after maybe finding their stride, it looks like Sicario Spartans looking to answer back, but Selfish finds a pick and now looks to clutch up a 2v1.
Well, that draw is good news for whichever team ends up winning this best of 2. Ancestral's in a rough spot at the moment in this round as well. Selfish, not a whole lot of HP to work with, and the bomb going B. Bran will plant and should have time for it, but if Selfish can catch this rotation over, well, it might have set up a last-second 1v1 to win a round for Ancestral, but Sheep doesn't let it get that far. It's 4 for Sicario Spartans, and that's a nice clapback round where they drop 1 and then respond with one of their own.
I mean, I know how good the Sicario Spartans are, but I expected this one to be a little bit closer. Ancestral is going to have to find a way to buckle down here and do it relatively soon. Obviously, this map has been kind of favoring the attacker's side, but I feel like at a minimum you need 2, and ideally you're looking for at least 3 here. And, well, they're running out of time to find those rounds.
5-3 is manageable. 6-2 that's still a rough comeback, no matter who you are. And that's what we saw yesterday at a Pandaric Apex against a TFG team that did get that important map win a second ago. But Sicario Spartans, losing 2 already, have aided in helping Ancestral gain a quick, good position here in round number 6. Sfedas, he's covering a lot of territory right now, looking to climb up med. And looks like Sfedas just will take that 1 step up position as Sicario Spartans try to pick up the pieces of now a 3-man attack.
Mr. Krabs cautious of the flank that could potentially coming in there. Almost spots J4 on this one, but doesn't quite get enough time. They'll begin to pressure toward the A site here, where Ancestral does have it locked down at the moment. There's 2 tucked onto site, 1 toward headshot here. And then Sicario is going to have to be really careful about pressuring in, especially if they don't have any smokes left.
Krabs is still wary of that potential flank. It hasn't moved in just yet, but meanwhile, Sheep is down. Ancestral are stepping up as a unit now, not letting Sicario Spartans gain any sort of ground, though Krabs does advance towards Generator. We'll see what good that does, as now they're attacking from 2 fronts, but Bran falls, and Mr. Krabs is set down by Sfedas in quick succession, and Ancestral will get their second.
I mean, they certainly need it. We talked about getting at least 2, but hoping for 3. And now all of a sudden they work their foot back into the door as they try to bust it open. Chill Dizzle already in double-digit kills, sitting at 10-4. So they've got a nice lead, but they've got to, again, they can't get complacent. They've got to continue to do what's been working for them here and look to pad as many rounds on the attacking side as possible.
Finally, that ace stack for Ancestral comes up big, not letting up a centimeter of space to the Spartans. No, Nice taking a bit of an aggressive stance, but J4 doing the same, even more aggressive. Had a bit of backup, but still frontlining that B push where Ancestral send 3 members over towards the other side, where in the last round, their A stack was what led to them winning. They've shaken it up against the Spartans now, and Sicario's not ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too often we see 3 almost kind of on a fast flank from B. So Ancestral doing a great job of mixing up the strategies here just a bit. The device still lingering toward the A side as we've got 2 toward ambulance on that med side. And again, I think just being patient here, trying to find an initial pick. They know they have that 2-player disadvantage, so they got to find a way to get a pick or 2 before they press on to the site. Does J4 know there's one this close?
Yep, J4 finds out if he didn't before. That's a nice pickoff, and that's the device down as well. Sicario's Spartans now have been thrust into chaos, and Sheep has to 1v5. And this would be something to Messy spray, and he won't even get the one. J4 closes out a round that he plunged into Ancestral's control with that big flank and turn there around A plat.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we see Ancestral working their way back into it now, just 1 away from tying it up. And so they've done a good job at weathering the storm. They can begin to see the light here on the other side, but they've got to keep this momentum up. I like the fact that we saw them pressure 3 up B and really try to mix up the strategies here on both.
That's what it has taken for Ancestral to get back in this one. Shaking up the strategies and keeping the Sicario Spartans guessing, as now again there are 3 sent towards B, and again J4 pushes up aggressively and sits Chill Dizzle down for the rest of the half. Ancestral, a big time start here, but Sheep and Bran find a couple of kills to get this one back. Hpl misses a shot, has to bail out of that fight, and with Sheep falling as well, this round is coming up Ancestral. Hpl has been kept relatively quiet after making a couple of statements early on, and with the no-scope shot missing, Kofenas will close out the half in favor of Ancestral. We'll stay tied 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, that was looking really favorable for Sicario Spartans, but Ancestral able to dig deep here. They find a few rounds in a row, and well, sitting at halftime, all of a sudden all tied up here. So doing what they need to do to get the job done on the defensive side. We'll see if they can have a similar success as we swap sides, and Ancestral will get their chance to attack on bowl.
And I'm wondering how the Sicario Spartans handled that. A half that felt like it was in their control, winning 4 of the first 5 rounds. And then, oh, you let the last 3 slip to Ancestral, who get aggressive on you as well. That was in-your-face arena right there. And now Ancestral can really keep that going if they want on the attacking side. We'll see how they're feeling if J4 still wants to play as a front runner for this Ancestral attacking half. But Sicario Spartans have to collect themselves a bit, and with Chill Dizzle playing around A, this is a good opportunity for him to keep the confidence rolling.
Early nades here as well to try and slow down this initial push. We can see 2 around that ambulance side, beginning to pressure toward lane. Selfish look to peek up top here as well, lining up that nade for on-site, it would appear. And so just trying to check to see if there's anybody here. Sheep's going to let one rip as well. And Svetas finds it, but Sheep is a bad man as he finds that nade from downtown. Chill Dizzle will pick up one as well as J4 gets a piece of the action. And right back and forth we go yet again.
Well, the consolation is Svetas did get a kill before being taken out by that Sheep holy hand grenade. So a 3v3 with a minute left in the first round of our second half. And Ancestral taking control over towards B. All of the action just smoke and mirrors around the A site as Ancestral shift their attention. And J4 has killed Chill Dizzle as well. That's a nice find. So Sicario Spartans with Sheep and Mr. Krabs begin a 2v3 retake.
See if they got what it takes here. Krabs making a lot of noise. Kofenas is prepped and ready, and you got to check the Connors here as Kofenas finds not 1 but 2. The 180 on a dime, and he finds the headshot on the Sheep. I mean, what is going on? Ancestral struggling a little bit in the opening rounds, but man, they are looking unstoppable at the moment.
Man, they had to wait like an extra half hour to play this best of 2. I can forgive a slow start out of Ancestral. Ancestral, but they're here to play now. And it's now turned into 4 consecutive rounds across halves, which they'll try to keep going with this attacking side playing fairly well. They played the whole map in that first round of the second half, shifting their attention from A over towards B, and it caught the Spartans off. There was no one there to stop that attack, and Fanas really ripped the heads off of 2 last men standing for Sicario Spartans. So the Spartans with first blood now can look to regain, but they'll need a lot more than just that first kill.
They've got Kofinas down, who's got double digits and certainly been a arch nemesis for them. Sheep's going to find Selfish as well, and it's a couple early picks here for Sicario Spartans. They look to set them up to tie this up once more. The back and forth has been the theme for the entirety of the day, not just in this series, but in the previous one that we saw here. But now we see Chill Dizzle just being patient, wanting Geistress to pressure forward. Brand finds J4. Chill Dizzle hears the audio cue, but not quite quick enough to catch him. Mr. Krabs will find it first.
It was calmed at least, and that should close out this round for the Sicario Spartans. Svedas put between a rock and a hard place, and a Mr. Krabs, and a Chill Dizzle, and a whole bunch of bullets being sent his way. That's 5 for Sicario Spartans, and they stem the bleeding of that 4-round run of Ancestral.
I don't know why, but I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of OTs today. I mean, again, 5-5 already, and I mean, it's certainly on the cards here unless one of these teams can begin to power forward. We saw Ancestral go on a nice little bit of a run there. Sicario seems to kind of slow that momentum down, at least for a round here. But now both of these teams once again fighting to take the lead.
Once again, it's a fairly spread out attack for Ancestral, though. They're 4 towards A, and now they'll have to focus largely on A as J4 can taken out by a nicely timed grenade. That takes away the B presence of Ancestral, but Fanas taking space in retaliation, moves in towards Generator now, and if he can find a pick here, that could open things up, but the Sicario Spartans have 4 playing towards A, so that execution will have to be fairly rapid and effective, and there's one.
Krabs, Geistress will get a piece of the pie themselves to bring it back to a 3v3 as Selfish drops Mr. Krabs lurking onto the site. One begins to cheat toward Jin's side here, and there's a long lurking flank coming in as well as the device begins to go down.
Geistress spots Hugo, and that's a nice capitalization on the flank of Hugo. So it's just Sheep left alive for the Spartans of Sicario. Geistress and Selfish. This is a 2v1 that would go a long ways if they can get it over that line. Sheep playing over towards Generators, not being quiet about his position. See if Geistress is ready for this fight. No, joining Selfish here, playing a pillar. Sheep does know where at least one player is as Geistress repositions, and Sheep was not ready for that. Ancestral play a 2v1 effectively, and they'll get to 6.
Well, up to 6 they go, and the back and forth will continue. We'll see if Sicario Spartans can find a way to answer back once more, or if Ancestral will finally begin to pad that lead just a little bit. They're getting dangerously close to that match point. So again, each round growing increasingly more crucial here for either team. And Kofinas, J4, Chill Dizzle, Sheep, all into double-digit kills right now. But Hugo, who we saw having a great day yesterday, maybe struggling just a little bit here.
The 2 kills thus far, and that sniper rifle has not found much purchase on Bull. Geistress, the opposite could be said about his gun. That's a nice pick off, and J4 adds to the tally. That opens up B site for Ancestral, and they realize it as the blast pack started to move down A plat, but it does return to A as Ancestral are playing pretty deep into Sicario's territory now. There's a player looking for a backstab behind Sheep and Bran, and this should result in a free kill, but Sheep turns around on the minimap, and still doesn't matter. Kofinas gets a big-time kill, and this now should be 7 for Ancestral. Bran, the substitute, just 4 kills today, and it's not having quite the impact map on Bull that we saw out of him yesterday, so Ancestral post number 7.
1 away from match point, 2 from closing out the first map, especially, I mean, I think this is great for them, showing that even if they are a little bit cold or a little bit of those early game jitters, they stumble in those first few rounds. They're capable of making the proper adjustments, locking it down, and doing what needs to be done. Ancestral has battled back. They have a nice 2-point cushion to work with here as well. It's going to be up to the Sicario Spartans to find a way to answer back.
See how they do it. Still stacking A. Not giving any aggression through the B site. Instead, sticking to their guns, what they know, holding on to A control, and so far so good here in round 13. Selfish has lost a good bit of health. Geistress and Kofenas all of their health. 7-5 for Ancestral, but Sicario Spartans just will not go away. An annoying thorn in the side of an Ancestral team that's had a late resurgence as this bowl did start 3-0 in favor of the Spartans. We can't forget that.
Yeah, man, Ancestral, again, just doing a great job of battling back through adversity here. Selfish, not a lot of health, though, and Sicario looking to take this round. J4's got other plans. Vetus finds Krabs as well, and it's a 2-pick for Ancestral that brings it back to a 3v3 now.
And J4 has cleared out the B site, too. He's getting aggressive into defender's spawn, but no one will be rotating that way, more than likely. One player coming over as Chill Dizzle falls, playing by the A platform. Now Bran, not in a great position, caught out in the open, and it's just Sheep again. How many times have we said this? How many times have we thrust Sheep into a 1vx situation that just seems unwinnable? Ancestral gets a map point first. They've got a plethora of opportunities to close out Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's why I try not to get too excited in the first half because it seems like things can really change in that second half for some of these teams. It's all about weathering that tougher side, whether it is defense or offense. But Ancestral showing they're certainly capable of that. Almost everybody into double-digit kills. Selfish knocking at the door. Svetis not too far behind as well. And, well, they only need one more round to close it out. 3 opportunities to do so. Sicario Spartans got their backs against the wall here on Bowl.
Well, some grenades tossed towards the middle of the map. Some action around the B site, but it's a quick A hit for Ancestral. And Mr. Krabs and Chill Dizzle realize that all too late. Sheep will get one back, but are they ready for this generator push? Kofenas and J4 pushing together, silencing Sheep, and Bran has to 1v4 otherwise. Ancestral and Nab Bull, the map pick of the Sicario Spartans, and J4 will seal the deal. 9-5 the final, and Ancestral are looking fine.
Looking mighty fine indeed, roaring like that campfire on their logo. They are a hot flame that needs snuffed by the Sicario Spartans, but I don't know if they're going to be capable after the momentum that Ancestral has just gained. 15 kills, 9 headshots for Kofinas, and Ancestral getting the job done here on Bowl. Sicario Spartans are going to have to give them a taste of their own medicine and try to take away Bay 5 here. They want to tie the series up 1-1 and grab a point apiece.
Won't be an easy one for the Spartans after the form that we saw out of Ancestral. I mean, J4's aggression was indomitable, and Sicario Spartans always had to keep an eye in the back of their head, waiting to see if J4 was hitting the back lines of their pushes. And, I mean, the fragging power of Geistress, Kofenas, it was unbelievable. Selfish getting involved as well from behind B platform when the action shifted in that general direction of the map, as Ancestral wasn't afraid to play around B. It seemed like they always had a lurker over there waiting to see if that area of the map was clear, if they could shift the blast pack towards the B sites, and from there it didn't seem like once the action moved from A main over towards B that the Spartans could get back in the round.
Yeah, and I think J4, once they switched it up on that defensive side where J4 was just pressing forward as fast as he could on the B site, either finding those picks initially or getting that flank really helped them out there as well. So Bay 5, we haven't got to see it on stream yet today, but we're going to be blessed with it here. Something other than Bowl or Skybridge for the first time, which we'll have plenty of more later in our last series. But Sicario Spartans, they've yet to put a point on the board. They got close there for a moment, but now it's going to be up to Bay 5 to see if they can get their first set of points on the leaderboard.
And I mean, Hugo and Bran, who had big maps yesterday on stream when we watched the Sicario Spartans play, they really weren't able to show up on Bull right there. Hugo especially just posting 3 kills with his marksman rifle, and that's That's rough, especially considering I think he had 1 or 2 in round 1 or 2 of Bull there. No impact in really the later rounds of that first map. So he'll have to step it up on Bay 5 as the Sicario Spartans, they need a point at this point as they're still winless here in HPL, trying to claw anything back, but Ancestral looking effective here.
Yeah, they looked great again, and that's why it's always tough to kind of make a decision in those first couple rounds. We saw Sicario Spartans really come out swinging, and they did gather those first few rounds. But I think once Ancestral kind of got comfortable, took that deep breath, got into their feng shui, if you will, I mean, they never looked back. It was a phenomenal performance by them, especially in that second half. And I kind of expect to see some of that confidence spill over onto Bay 5 as well.
I mean, they were playing fully confidently. That last round saw a push down tower lane of the defender's side. If you're getting kills around tower, I mean, as the attacking team on Bull, you know something's going right. If you're that confident to push through generator, down suicide, and into the back lines of the defensive team, like that tells you so much about how Ancestral's feeling here, especially once they got their footing. They lost those 3 opening rounds, and then after that, didn't look back. It was a 9-2 run to close out Bull, and now we get a look into the highlights of that Ancestral comeback.
Yeah, a lot of great highlights here in this one. It started off a little bit more favored on the Sicario Spartans side. Chill Dizzle, I mean, in these first 3 or 4 rounds, put up 10 kills, but once Ancestral found their stride, they didn't look back. There's Chill again, finding a nice pick onto Kofinas, but it was a lot of back and forth early. Again, I really felt like Ancestral, though, at the end ran away with it.
They definitely did. From here on out, Sicario Spartans only get 1 round to close things out. So Ancestral really do run away with it, and it's off the back of plays like this. And Kofanas and J4 pinching at Sicario Spartans backline consistently, and so clean with the finishing touches as well. That's the device down. Kofanas turns around, looks for more. It's unbelievable how Ancestral were playing and feeling good too. And we talked about the confident body language being displayed by Ancestral, and that appeared in the first half and never really went away.
Yeah, here we see him in that second half, just putting round after round. I mean, these shots from Sheep initially looked great, but they don't hit the mark. Kofinas finds it. Braun able to get a consolation prize on the way out, but that's really all it was a consolation prize, as we see Ancestral wrapping up map number 1 on Bull, 9-5 in their favor as we get set and ready for Bay 5 here in just a few moments.
Ancestral starting on the attacking side of that as well, so they can set the tone on their map pick. Hopefully they're feeling confident in Bay 5. But yeah, break time in the meantime, just a couple of minutes in between now and Bay 5. So HPL will return in a moment.
we're back for day 3 of HPL Season 4, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. 3 exciting matches done, or maps rather. We've had 3 overtimes on the day already, but we're getting set and ready this time for Bay 5, Ancestral, Sicario Spartans. Sicario looking for their first dub here in this series.
I mean, their performance on Bowl, I think, was overtime inspiring at the very start before Ancestral went on that 9-2 run to close things out after starting out down by 3 rounds. So Ancestral found a groove that Sicario Spartans now need to see if they can locate on Bay 5, which won't be easy. This is the map pick of Ancestral, who I think, if you're looking at their run through HPL, could use a win now too, as they are winless up to this point, just have a couple of draws to their name, and so 3 points would go a long ways for this Ancestral roster.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely boost them up quite a bit here as we get ready for the next weekend. We talk about how every game gets more and more crucial as time goes on in this short 5-day season here. So Ancestral looking for those 3 points. Sicario Spartans just looking for 1 here at this point, because they also don't have any points on the board just yet. So hoping for another nail biter that does go all the way, but Ancestral obviously looking to close it out here pretty decisively.
We'll see if they can. I mean, if the individuals, I think, step up on the Sicario Spartan side, if Bran and Hugo especially have a bit better of a game, as Mr. Krabs and Chill Dizzle looked quite good for the Spartans, who's the rest of the team kind of lagging a bit behind there on Bull. Sorry, not Mr. Krabs. It was, let me recheck the stats so I don't get the name wrong. Chill Dizzle and Sheep that had a good map 1 on Bull. So the rest of the squad needs to step up in that department as well, winning more duels in that front. And so on Bay 5, when they start on the defensive end, they can't afford to get overrun by Ancestral again.
Yeah, absolutely they can't. They've got to make sure they keep it close, for the entirety of it. I mean, we saw them, again, play well in that first half, but it was the second half that they really struggled. So they have to, make those proper adjustments to ensure that they don't have a similar struggle. I feel like, again, at least on Bay 5, this one may be a little bit more defensive favored. So obviously, you want to do well on that defensive side, but it's really important to take rounds on that tougher side. So that's what I'll be looking out here for both of these squads.
I'm watching Ancestral's map control and how they play around Bay 5, especially on attack, after they were able to gain so much space on Bull with J4's aggressive lurks, just figuring out where the Spartans weren't, and then the offense of Ancestral playing off the back of that. That's going to be fun to watch as well on Bay 5, as we are getting into the second map of an all-important best of 2 between 2 middle-of-the-table squads that are trying to salvage their first weekend of HPL play. And Ancestral already moving in with pace. J4 tossing some smoke down A main on the defender's side. And it looks like the Sicario Spartans returned favor as J4 spamming into the smoke, but not finding much.
Early spams here. J4 on the Enforcer class yet again. Had a lot of success in that previous matchup with this. The flash rings out, and Ancestral taking a lot of space onto the A site. Mr. Krabs onto the snipe this time, and the TRG will put 1 in the dirt. They know he's in the back alley. It's a quick peek, and Svetis will put him down.
And taking that from Hugo. I wonder if we have multiple marksmen, or how Sicario Spartans are playing this defensive side. But Ancestral being punished now for a bit of aggression. This is good so far from the Spartans, but Svetas and J4 moving into sight. Should be able to get the device down here, as it is well covered by a couple of attacking players. And Ancestral now start that 48-second timer against the Spartans' defensive side.
Oh, we've seen some early picks in both directions. Sicario Spartans has the slight upper hand, but Svetis looks to nullify that, taking down Chill Dizzle. J4 finds Brand Hugo, able to answer back, but it's Blood Stripes in the kill feed, and Ancestral comes out on top.
Great trading. Ancestral claw that one back after Sicario Spartans had a lot of agency moving into the site. They had numbers, and they had Ancestral playing a bit off the back foot. But Svedas and J4 come up big. The individuals for Ancestral continue to display their arena brilliance here on Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, Svetis, they get the full house there. Svetis has 3, J4 has 2, and with that, they got a round win. So we'll see if they can continue this momentum forward. It's a bit of a split push this time, and Kind of a split one from Sicario as well. They're eating up a lot of space here. Hugo trying to find this early pick. No Selfish is close on the peak. It's Kafinas to find the first one, though.
Well, it's a bit of information that there is a player from Ancestral playing around Connector and Parkour, but still, Selfish finds the kill, and that's 2 already for Ancestral. Mr. Krabs misses a shot with that marksman rifle, and it is falling to pieces right now for Sicario Spartans. Sheep, the only saving grace at the moment, taking 1 away from Ancestral, to now begin their 4v2 advantage.
Trying to pressure in. Sheep spots one on the jump, and Sheep finds a nasty headshot on the J4. Still has a player disadvantage, but Chill Dizzle has something to say about it. Finds Selfish, and with that, they turn a 4v2 into a 2v2.
These are the players you want in a clutch situation if you are the Sicario Spartans. They combined for 26 on Bull. The rest of the team sat at 14. Ancestral, they need to be wary of this, and Chill Dizzle's been caught out. Geistrus playing an aggressive off-site position, wins his duel, and Svedos gets theirs. Sheep can't close it out after he loses his buddy, and Ancestral keep on rolling.
They keep that ball rolling. That momentum from Bull seems to be spilling over here into Bay 5, and they're doing it on the attacking side here as well. So a great start for them, but I mean, this is how the Sicario Spartans started off in Bull as well. So it's not to say that they can't come back, but they're going to have to put their foot down here relatively soon.
Not a big enough bowl if it's spilling over right now, but Ancestral's been eating good, so you figure how that works out as they continue to hit this A site hard. Geistrus and Svedas moving back alley, and it's Mr. Krabs again holding it. That long-range rifle. Svedas will peek his head above a box, and Mr. Krabs sees enough of that forehead to take first blood.
Geistrus with a dirty little shot here on the brand. Nosers one back alley and continues to lay down the bullets, letting the gun sing out loud. Mr. Krabs will be boiled in a pot, and Geistrus isn't done. The triple comes in, and he's looking for more. My man is hungry for kills, and he can't seem to get full.
Seems to be wary of this potential flank as well, and had the crosshair in the perfect spot, but Helicopter gets the better of him. Now Chill Dizzle and Kofinas locked into a 1v1 battle that could turn the tides of this round. Hugo moves in, spots the barrel of J4, and gets on out of there. Repositions, and that doesn't even matter. J4 still gets the kill and spots the legs, I believe, of Chill Dizzle, and finally confirms the round. It's a big-time one from J4 and Geistrus.
Insane plays here from the whole squad. Geistrus starting off with a triple, and again, it's Geistrus and J4 this time with their own little full house. Ancestral, 3 rounds in a row. Sicario Spartans still searching for their first one. And again, we talk about it. I mean, you need at least 2. You're hoping for 3. It's something that you can work with, but at least you're on Bay 5. It's been all Ancestral at the moment.
And they will continue to look for more. Haven't really stepped foot over towards B outside of maybe a lurker every round. That really hasn't done too much. Maybe found a kill here and there, but Sicario Spartans should be ready for these A hits. Mr. Krabs again will find first blood. It's a nice strike, but that's been given up, though it's taken back by Sicario Spartans. Geistrus the only player left standing, and there isn't a whole lot of him left standing. He gets the blast pack and gets on out, and will now begin a 2v3 for Ancestral.
See if they can work their magic once more. Sicario Spartans desperately need to put a round on the board. Ancestral health certainly not in a favorable position for either Geistrus or Selfish, but Geistrus already has 7 kills. So if there's one player you want still standing, it's certainly them.
No kidding. And Selfish had good impact on Bowl as well, just taking a second to get going. We have switched maps to Bay 5, but either way, Ancestral lead 3-0. Could be 4 if they find a way out of this puzzle. But the Sicario Spartans haven't really budged. Mr. Krabs is still holding his position back alley of A. And there are 2 players mid, waiting for any footsteps made, and it sounds like gunfire elsewhere. So I think the Spartans know where Ancestral is. You can see Mr. Krabs acting on that information.
Mr. Krabs slowly cheating forward here. 25 seconds on the clock. Gonna maybe hear some of the audio cue as they begin to pressure onto site here. A quick peek and a snap of the wrist. Mr. Krabs said, look at that flick of the wrist, baby, but he can't get the second. Geistrus looking for the clutch. He's still got 2 members to get through, though.
Device will go down, so That timer starts, resets from 10 to 50, and will be over within a couple of moments. Chill Dizzle silences the ancestral comeback, and that will be the first for the Sicario Spartans. You got to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere. One kill at a time, one round at a time, as we like to say. And so Sicario Spartans getting on the board, but they have to be able to put multiple rounds in succession. You can't be happy with just one round at a time, or you will find yourself consistently down here. So we'll see if they can find at least a second one here in round number 5.
It'd be nice to double up, have a run of your own, especially after what Ancestral did to them on Bowl, after it was a 3-0 start the other way, before Ancestral had a deep, deep run to close things out. And so, Sicario Spartans putting 3 towards A, and that again is the wise decision, but someone's cheating mid. Waiting for sound cues in any position back towards main, but Ancestral, they're making noise, not moving in just yet. And it looks like a back alley creep that will test Mr. Krabs, while there are 2 Ancestral players playing towards A, and this is falling apart for the Sicario Spartans. Someone has to come up big.
I mean, Geistrus is just an absolute monster at the moment, and they've got to find a way to slow him down. Brand's going to pick up on the Svetus to make it a 3v3, but Geistrus already back past this back alley, looking to maybe fight off a potential rotation over. I'm not sure if he's aware there's 2 on site, though.
Geistrus still has time to work with, to let this play develop, as he's taken a lot of space, but 2 over towards B. Ancestral have spread out across the map, though they don't have the blast pack to work with. And Chill Dizzle repositions. Geistrus has to act fast, but he does. Spots the head of Chill Dizzle around the corner, and I mean, Chill Dizzle should have the jump on him, but Geistrus still gets the job done. 3v2 now. Ancestral get a numbers advantage back. Geistrus gets 1. And it's just down to Bren, who got the other 2 kills to start Sicario Spartans off and won't find anything beyond that. Ancestral get right back to their winning ways. They don't even need the blast pack right there as they spread out across the map. Send 2B as well, who didn't have a ton of impact, but it did limit the movements of the Sicario Spartans back towards A, but still, Ancestral in a commanding lead on their map pick, and they won't let the Spartans back into this.
Yeah, I mean, Geistrus, 12 kills already through 5 rounds, has just been an absolute monster at the moment. Sicario Spartans don't seem to have an answer, and I mean, just the other members, I think, for Ancestral are fighting to get kills because Geistrus keeps taking them away. Selfish is going to find one. Kofinas will get a piece of the pie, and all of a sudden, Ancestral continues their reign of domination.
It's the B defense as well, as Selfish has fully cleared sight now, so players mid need to be wary. There you go, that's the player spotted, both players spotted in fact, and some bullets sent towards Selfish. The comms got a little hectic there, I'm sure. Geistrus apologizing now and planting as a result.
Plant will go down here with these. They've got great control as well. I mean, Sicario Spartans are going to have to rotate over from site here through mid, and you look at all the space that Ancestral has taken. They are set up perfectly for this pressure here from Sicario, and Selfish is going to opt to go ahead and pull out a nade and see if it can find anything. Unfortunately, it's going to go sailing past the competition here, but only 33 seconds to work with, and Selfish has spotted 1.
Mr. Krabs turns the other way, had 2 players to contend with. Vedas and Kofinas and Selfish all combining to end that round. Ancestral are in full control once more, 5-1.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start if you're Ancestral at this point. Sicario Spartans need to find a way to begin to reel it back, but they are struggling a bit here on Bay 5, and it seems like they just don't quite have an answer for this aggression from Ancestral, who is doing a great job of mixing up the strategies, the nades here as well, and honestly, they're just winning these gun battles. I mean, Geistrus hasn't missed a shot yet, I feel like.
No, it's been a dominant performance on Bay 5 from the riflers of Ancestral, and Mr. Krabs will look to get a little bit of space and will actually find an opening kill. Helicopter elsewhere finds 1 too, so Ancestral, just like that, are dropped down to 3 players, but Selfish gets 1 back, and Hugo will have to spectate the rest of this round from his teammates' perspectives as Selfish turns his attention towards Chill Dizzle. And does connect maybe a slight bullet to graze the arm of Chill
Oh.
Dizzle. Selfish still moving in, unabated. Looks for more, but jumping Chill Dizzle helps Sicario Spartans gain a 3-1 advantage.
Chill Dizzle, another jump shot. I mean, chill, daddy, chill. My man is going off with these things, but it hasn't been enough for them to solidify round wins. They're in a great position to win this round here. We talked about how they need at least 2, but ideally would look toward 3. They've set themselves up to do so. J4 at minimum finding the plant, but Brand waiting patiently here for that to go down. Finds the pick with ease. The defusal comes in, and Sicario Spartans will get a much needed important round.
That was clean as well. The 2 opening picks with Mr. Krabs on the marksman class on Bay 5, finding some good impact. Still top fragging, actually, for the Spartans. And back alley, I mean, it's been 50-50 whether Mr. Krabs is able to keep control of the alley around A site. And when he does, it is impactful for the Spartans, as Ancestral losing numbers early, weren't able to recover it right there.
And we'll see what happens here in round number 8. Again, Sicario Spartans hoping to find this one. 5-3 certainly much more feasible than 6-2. Geistrus pressing in, and again, the W key seems to be broken. Chill Dizzle will find the better, and he gets a second as well. Sicario Spartans beginning to heat up as Hugo will find one on the trade. Selfish taking one on the way out.
Wow, Chill Dizzle finding 2 big ones to open things up, and then Helicopter, who is flanking around through Harbor as well. I think expecting to maybe trade out Chill Dizzle, has to watch as the first 2 frags go Chill's way, but okay, Kofinas gets one back. Cheap does spot one player mid and has an inkling as to where the next player is as well, around parkour. And J4 will move through Connector now, migrating in towards B as Ancestral have to pick up the blast pack and take on 3 Spartan players as well in the next 60 seconds.
They got to be careful, too. You look on the mini-map, and there's one tucked above here. Do they check it? No, Venus goes down to Hugo, and Hugo, unfortunately, maybe has to reload here, but so does J4, and who can reload quicker? It's a beautiful chaos on the battlefield. J4 continues to find kills as Mr. Krabs goes down, but I'm not sure how much ammo's left here for him.
Trying to refill, but all right, Sheep finishes that play off. That was a crazy one. See, I mean, you think back to your own plays in Arena. Even pro players have weird moments where they just run out of ammo at the most inopportune time, have to jump around the map trying to get some cover, and that was a great recovery for the Sicario Spartans. Much needed as well to claw that first round back and now maybe set themselves up for a run in half 2.
Sometimes you got to get up to get down and just jump around, and honestly, it creates some exciting moments like that. A little bit of laughter goes a long way, and at a bare minimum, we're always having fun out here. So hopefully everybody in chat is having half as much fun as we are, because it's always a great time. But for Sicario Spartans, they've got some work to do here on the attacking side. A bit of an uphill battle for them, but as we always say, it's great pressure that makes these diamonds, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Ancestral playing with 2 over towards B on their attacking side for aggression and information on the opposite side, regardless of what the play was on A. And J4 hanging back at the moment in spawn. Wondered if Ancestral wants to maybe give up space towards B and look for a pick-off mid, play from behind. I'm not sure what's going on there, but it looks like Sicario Spartans are migrating towards A regardless. And well, actually 2 towards mid. I'm not sure what the play is just yet. Maybe just to spread out and see what you can find.
Slowing things down. Geistrus, so dangerous here. Got to be careful, but Sheep finds the better of him. Brand gets a pick here as well, and all of a sudden, Sicario Spartans looking to find their stride as Hugo in the back alley finds Fetus. Krabs on the J4, and they're looking for a flawless round. It's all down to Selfish.
Wow, that fell apart quick for Ancestral. Got picked off, and Selfish knows the bomb's going down, but I don't know what good that information's going to do for you unless you get a bunch of kills in quick succession. But from behind, Selfish is watching. Here's Chill Dizzle, and we'll down him. That's 2 of 5. Selfish is making us believe a little bit. There's the third. Brand's been caught leaping, and it's down to Sheep and Mr. Krabs to maybe wipe your brows and escape a couple of red faces on the Sicario Spartan side, but Selfish doesn't seem to know where the other two are, though that shot will give him an idea. Now moving alley, Sheep reveals his position. Selfish runs in, can't confirm the fourth. It takes a moment, and that invites Mr. Krabs to close things out. Sicario Spartans use all of their resources to win a 5v1.
I mean, that was a little bit scary there. The fact that Selfish was able to find that many makes me worry a little bit for Sicario Spartans. They've got to consistently and decisively find ways to win rounds. They're lucky to pull that one out, but it was a round that they should have won decisively. So they find themselves within striking distance. Now they just got to make sure they get the job done.
Really makes you believe that Ancestral can jump back out to a commanding lead. So Sicario Spartans have to prove otherwise. Chill Dizzle has already lost half of his health, so have to heal up a little bit. It stimmed back up, and Ancestral now will they be able to hold this position as they've taken up a good bit of space on the map.
Well, we're going to find a pick on to Selfish here. Krabs has had a lot of success on the snipe. Geistress finds Sheep, though, and a 1-for-1 back and forth here as Geistress continues to be this juggernaut out on the battlefield. Chill Dizzle looking to hunt him down, and it's a hip fire that finds it.
That's beautiful. Chill Dizzle walking up so confidently. There's an air of swagger about Chill Dizzle at the moment. With 8 frags to his name, he'll now move into the back lines of Ancestral. Look for any picks, but Kofana silences him. Hugo tries to avenge his fallen teammate and will do so. 2v2 to close out round 10. And Svados has made noise, so Hugo will go hunting, but thinks better of it. Finds a safer position, but safe is in quotation marks as J4 finds him, and that's all Ancestral gets. Brand ties us up 5-5.
Man, Brand, nice shot there to find that first pick. Knows the other one's coming from back alley, gets the 180, snaps to the dome, and sends him home. It's a free 6 feet dirt nap, and Sicario Spartans all of a sudden right back in it, tied up 5-5. Can they make the magic happen?
All you need was a spark. Chill Dizzle seems to have provided that, has become electric on Bay 5. And Ancestral, while they have let slip a fairly commanding lead, they still are in a good position now. On the defensive side of Bay 5, you can find a couple of good picks like that. Any round could be theirs.
Needing any round at this point, but it's Ancestral to start out on the right foot. They take out Chill Dizzle, who's been a very valuable asset to Sicario Spartans at the moment. So we do see this quicken pressure slow down for the Spartans here in round 11. Mr. Krabs has been a menace on the snipe as well, but still looking for the first one in this round.
Took the marksman class from Hugo Copter after Hugo had a lackluster performance on Bowl, and that switch seems to have done well for the Sicario Spartans as both players seem activated, but Mr. Krabs, did he spot the toe there? Yes, he did, but J4 still gets the better of him. Perhaps spotting the longer barrel there as Ancestral find 2 big picks, and if they can close out this round, they're back in front.
Looking to close it out here. Ancestral, they've got the nice commanding lead as far as players go on the battlefield. Brand and crew beginning to shift toward that site. It looks like Hugo's going to lead the way, pressuring in Svedis in the back alley, but Geistress to find that first one, and they're still unaware that he's back there. Sheep will pick up on to Kofinas, finds one. Brand, another big pick here as well, and Sicario Spartans with backs against the wall continue to find big kills.
J4 still can be a factor. Looks to stab the back of Sicario Spartans, and Brandon Sheep will be felled before that play even develops. Ancestral close out an effective start to round number 11. They find a couple of opening picks and just ran away from there.
Ancestral, they regain the lead once more, but it's been a close one, and again, I'm not going to complain about some overtimes. We've had some very exciting matchups here today. This one certainly not disappointing either. Chill Dizzle looking to maybe find an early nade kill here onto Ancestral. That's a smoke that gets shot out here, though. Looking to maybe smoke off some of these lanes as they quicken the pressure.
This does allow Chill Dizzle to find some space through mid, and it's advancing potentially into connector, only if they can get through Kofinas, which Dizzle will, doubling up now. J4 has been taken out, and Chill's on a rampage that Selfish will put an end to, but not before Chill Dizzle took out a big chunk of Selfish, and Sheep will finish the job. And now, just like that, Svados finds himself all alone on Bay 5. Just some shipping containers to keep him company, and a whole lot of bullets being sent his way.
Oh, he'll turn on a dime and find Hugo, but he can't escape the crosshair of Mr. Krabs. And the Sicario Spartans do what they need to do to tie it up once more, 6-6. And all of a sudden, you wonder if maybe we will see another overtime already on the day.
I mean, 6-6 is certainly inspiring, especially with the form that the Sicario Spartans have found. It wasn't a great back half performance on Bull, and that led to Ancestral running away with things. It was a 5-1 second half in their favor, but now the Sicario Spartans are the ones going on a back half run here on Bay 5 with Chill Dizzle seemingly hyping up the team and getting them back into this thing. As he has had a couple of impact multi-kills, and Hugo Copter really alive now on Bay 5. 10 kills to his name, hitting double digits and looking for an 11th, but Selfish isn't willing to let B site fall into enemy hands that easily. Kofinos as well in tow, and it's just Bran around these fuel tankards. And so, he's going to take some cover momentarily and look for that next fight.
See Geistrus and Svedis rotating around here as well. Sheep's going to pick up this one on Selfish. Finds a second and a third. It's a 3K all day from Sheep. Svedis will put down Mr. Krabs, but all of a sudden is all alone. And Sheep, I think, gets 4 in this round. What a round for Sicario Spartans.
I mean, that connector move was perfectly timed as Bran was pinned behind the fuel tanker, and all of a sudden Sheep comes in and blindsides two Ancestral defenders playing on site. That was perfectly timed, and the Sicario Spartans now have a lead. I can't believe we've gotten this far.
I mean, Ancestral stole Sicario Spartans map pick away from them. I think Sicario Spartans are looking for a little bit of a revenge here of their own, and they're one away from match point with the addition of giving themselves a couple opportunities to close it out. It could be huge, but Geistrus has other plans. That'll be kill 15 for him.
Svados did spot one player. Moving A main, Geistrus will take Hugo Copter out. Grenade, if it goes far enough, or was a second earlier, would have taken out Mr. Krabs. So Mr. Krabs a bit fortunate right there, dodging the grenade, but Chill Dizzle meets a fate that Krabs might have had the nade landed. So Sheep's all alone as his teammates fall around him, but his intuition gets him a J4 kill as well. And just like that, a 1v5 is a bit more possible. Jumping though, Selfish finds a kill to close out Ancestral's 7th.
Here we go again. The tug of war right at the end of the map here as well. 7-7. We'll see who gets to be that lucky one to go to match point first, to get that weight off the shoulders, to know that you've solidified an overtime at a minimum here. Both of these teams have really put on a great showcase here for us throughout the day, but certainly this one much closer now on Bay 5.
Now it looks like the call for the Spartans is a B hit, just going straight there through heaven. And this could turn into a big fight now, as Ancestral have pushed 3 towards the B site, directly on it. They will lose one connector, and we'll see if this is ready for the sheer amount of numbers that Ancestral have shifted towards the B site and in fuel. But Sicario Spartans spreading out, find 3 big kills. Kofinos is all alone. Sheep nearly helped out the efforts of this 1v4 clutch, as he seems hellbent on taking out teammates, but Kofinos doing it for him. It's now a 1v2.
Yeah, definitely putting some bullets toward the teammates. Luckily, it doesn't find it, but Kofinos will take advantage of it, finds 2 picks there, and now looking to do the unthinkable. Has 1 minute and 10 to work with, so plenty of time on the clock. And for Sicario Spartans, they have the numbers. Honestly, they just need to literally play together here, use that buddy system, find the trade at a minimum. I mean, they got the device in control as well.
Still haven't planted, though, so there is time for Kofinos to position himself in a surprising spot, but noise made. Mr. Krabs hears it and sits down that comeback attempt. That's map point now for Sicario Spartans.
And they would love an opportunity to grab a point here themselves on the board. They make a strong case to do so, but they've got to get through this final round. Ancestral hanging on by a thread here on their map pick of Bay 5. They need one more to solidify at least an overtime. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We've already had 3 overtimes in our first 2 maps, and well, there could be another one on the cards.
This would be the first map win of HPL Season 4 for the Sicario Spartans. Been a rough first weekend for them. Came into today with a negative 34 round differential, but can right all of those wrongs here. The big-time Bay 5 performance. But round number 16, the final one of regulation, starts in favor of Ancestral before Sicario Spartans get themselves back into it. That's a 3v3 that J4 shifts back in the direction of Ancestral.
Gotta be careful here. Sheep is up in a very advantageous position. Hugo's going to find a pick on that one that was flanking in from behind, and that's going to open things up a little bit. They could opt to rotate here. They have the device in a great position. Svetis now through mid, spots one, and lets shots ring out.
Ancestral have the round under their control. 2v2, yes, but knowing where the blast pack is and being able to set up a crossfire around it is extremely important. Svedas in connector. No Sheep is here. Tries to take the fight into his own hands, but Hugo Copter from behind sets up Sicario Spartans now with a player advantage and a potential map win on the other side of closing it out.
One more kill is all they need. J4, though, on the Enforcer from behind. He finds one. Hugo goes down. 30 seconds on the clock. Can J4 do the unthinkable?
He repositions Fuel, ready to take this fight. Sheep fakes the plant, steps out for the next engagement. And with 20 seconds left, Sheep will need to get this down eventually, but does fake again. J4 is ready for this. He wants overtime, but Sheep won't give it to him. We asked for someone to step up on the Sicario Spartans side, and we get Sheep putting on a showcase. 18 kills to give the Sicario Spartans their first map win of HPL Season 4.
Comes down to the wire, and both of these teams stealing away the other team's map pick. Sheep, what a performance. 18 kills with 10 headshots. Well deserving of the VIP. We called him a bad man earlier, and we meant it. Showing up and showing out here in map number 2. Sicario Spartans get it done. Both of these teams will be able to put some points on the board here.
Shout out to Hugo Copter and Mr. Krabs as well for switching things up and recovering from a lackluster bowl performance. I mean, combined, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard for the Sicario Spartans. 8 kills combined between the two of them. And, I mean, you can see the stats on screen right now. 24 between the two, with Hugo Copter switching off of the marksman class into an assault role. And I think that switch really made the difference for the Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Geistress was so deadly in those first handful of rounds, but they found a way to kind of slow them down. Sheep really stepped it up there as well, and Sicario Spartans getting the job done. I mean, you love to see it again. I think it speaks volumes for how much these teams have grown over the last couple seasons. We see a lot more of the competition between these teams, and so even when it was looking a bit grim for Sicario Spartans, they find a way back into it. They weather that storm, and they grab a dub here today.
That's gotta feel good. Getting that weight off of your shoulders in the final map that you're playing on week 1 of HPL Season 4 here to get that last map win. And now we'll see what happens for the Sicario Spartans next weekend. But we do get to shift our attention, I suppose, for a moment, as we do have highlights on the way of that Bay 5 performance from both teams. But, I mean, K3 and Pandaric Apex coming up next on stream. It's another sort of underdog story with K3 inspiring so far in HPL.
Yeah, Pandaric Apex already grabbed 3 points earlier in the day. They were sitting at 9 heading into this day, so an opportunity to get 6 on the day to put themselves at 15 and really strengthen that gap, because we saw EPA earlier topple Sicario second and third. That's going to shift just a little bit, but honestly, I think now a real opportunity for Pandaric Apex to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
I know they were watching that triple overtime across 2 map performance earlier out of EPA and Sicario, and I'm sure hoping for a draw, but seeing EPA win is just as good, considering that they've already won the head-to-head Pandaric Apex have over EPA on day 1 this past Friday. So that's great for them, and from here on out, it's just Do your best and win. And typically for Pandaric Apex, their best is winning. We'll see if K3 can change that. But highlights coming up after Sicario Spartans stepped up big time. Sheep himself was inspiring on Bay 5.
Just got to do your best and forget the rest, I suppose. But I mean, Sicario, in these last two previous HPLs, I mean, they didn't lose a single map through it. I mean, they continued to sweep all the way through. We're seeing all of the hard work that these teams put in now paying off. And so love to see the swap up here at the top of the leaderboard, but you need to take a quick moment to reflect on all these amazing highlights here from Bay 5.
And it did start off favorably for Ancestral, winning those first 3 rounds and jumping out to a quick lead. But apparently 3-round advantages just aren't safe right now in Arena, as both teams we just watched sacrificed a 3-round advantage at the start of either map we just saw. So Ancestral, good highlights to begin, but it gets scrappy after this.
Yeah, very scrappy indeed. J4, Sheep, Ran. I mean, these are a lot of names. Geistress that we see in the kill feed over and over again. Geistress was absolutely shredding the competition in the first half. And you talked about Mr. Krabs, Hugo making that swap. We've seen Mr. Krabs with a ton of nasty little flicks in this series as well.
Mr. Krabs looked like a marksman. You could have told me that was the regular role of the Sicario Spartan players, and I would have believed Mr. Krabs was electrifying with the long-range rifle, and Ancestral suffered as a result of that. But still, 5-1. I almost forgot that they had that kind of advantage before the Sicario Spartans went on a tear.
Yeah, I think Sicario Spartans were able to get those final 2 rounds of the half, making it 5-3 at the half. But it was in this second half that they really found their stride. Sheep, the whole crew, really stepping it up. Sheep had a couple monstrous clutches, and we do see him going down there. But again, Mr. Krabs on that snipe. It doesn't matter if it's downrange or up close and personal, getting the job done here today on Bay 5.
And the Spartans had such great intuition in this entire map as well. They seem to have a good read on where Ancestral were coming from when trying to retake sites. And I mean, Chill Dizzle stepping up with a couple of big multi-kills in that run as well. He was fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, again, so far, all of these series have been a ton of fun to watch. We've been blessed with the overtimes, these nail biters here on Bay 5, where we see Sheep putting in the work and coming down to a 7-7 scoreline where Mr. Krabs finds the sniper to put them to match point. Chill Dizzle, Sheep putting in work, and it came down to a final one between J4 and Sheep here, and it was a little bit of a scrappy final standoff, but Sheep comes out on top, and they secure some points on the board.
And what a confident, inspiring way to win as well. In a 1v1 with J4, who was the most annoying player on Ancestral for the Spartans on Bull, and had less of an impact on Bay 5, but on Bull, he was a menace, always flanking the back lines of the Spartans, and Sheep kind of exercised those demons to cap off the first map win for the Spartans.
That's an accolade I love to have. I love to be that most annoying player. So hats off to them as well. But as always, guys, we do need to take a short break to get this next match set up for you. But I can assure you, you don't want to go too far because you don't want to miss this next one. When we come back, we've got K3 taking on Pandaric Apex. And we're back for our final series of the day. It's day 3 of HPL season number 4. And again, I mean, 3 overtimes in our first one, a near overtime in that second series. And now we've got the GOATs of Pandaric Apex taking on K3. Can K3 find it in them to take at least one map off of these GOATs?
I mean, I think if these maps are close, then it'll feel like another overtime because Pandaric Apex are heavy favorites in this best of 2, no matter the form of K3, who had a chance earlier, maybe to grab 3 points off of TFG, but those friendly guys did get the better of them on that second map they played. So K3 looking good, but not exactly cementing themselves as a top 4 team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that Pandaric Apex has been playing even before getting into HPL4, I mean, they certainly are the favorites. They're the team that I like to say is looking scarier than that gas station bathroom. They are the team to topple out here. And so for K3, they've got a very tough ask, a very tough task of themselves here today. But I mean, they've got a talented roster. I think they're capable, but I feel like Pandaric Apex, if they're playing the way that they've been playing over these last 2 days, I don't know if there's any team out there right now that can beat them when they're all 5 at the top of their game.
I mean, K3 as individuals are going to have to be mechanically on point to take down Pandaric Apex. And we'll go through the rosters here as well. If you're unfamiliar with the names, it's more than likely on the K3 side as they're trying to make a splash in the HPL Season 4, as Malikan looked phenomenal yesterday, the captain of this team, when we did get to watch K3 for the one map that they played in their victory over the Sicario Spartans. But Giras, Halava, Griffin, and Reynolds, the starting lineup, though Blast did step in yesterday to fill that marksman role. So I'm interested to see if we do get more Blast action today.
Yeah, and they have Simda, who's a sub for them as well, who's one of the craziest snipers on the TRG. So I was surprised to see Blast in front of Simda yesterday, but maybe Simda wasn't available. Not sure there. On the side of Pandaric Apex, I mean, you've got Bakizi, Rapid, Codex, Cacao, and that ace. So maybe we get a little bit of a snipe off here today. There's not many that can do it better than that ace. He's probably the best to do it with the TRG here in Tarkov Arena. And so certainly something to look out for today. Skybridge, Bowl, 2 maps that Pandaric Apex historically has performed very, very well on. So I think most of that pressure is going to be on the shoulders of K3 here.
Big shocker that Skybridge and Bowl are our 2 maps today, as Bowl has been the pick of just about everybody. But Iceberg was on the table, and I was disappointed in Pandaric Apex when I saw this, because they could have chosen Iceberg again, and yet they go to Bowl, which makes sense from a competitive standpoint because they are so good on that map. Cacao locks down the B site like it's nothing. But they played Iceberg yesterday. I would have liked to see it again today against K3, but they're fully locked in for these 3 points.
Yeah, we'd like to see our new map of Iceberg, but you wonder if maybe they had some struggles yesterday when they were playing against TFG on that map, and maybe that's why they opt to go with it, especially with how well they've been playing on Bowl. So as much as we'd love to see it, I'm sure they'd like to win just a little bit more. So making that route maybe a little easier for them here on Bowl, but they got to get through Skybridge first. That is K3's map pick, and K3 recently winning the championship of ASPL. So stepping up a notch here into the pro scene, looking to show what they've got. And again, we've seen a lot of close games, a lot of great games from K3, but they've got their toughest test, I would say, yet here with Pandaric Apex.
And I think they have shown some really bright spots as to what they've got. Came in today with 3 points and have already added 1 to that tally. So they're sitting at 4 right now, hovering around the top 4 mark of HPL, which with the big 3 of Pandaric, Apex, Sicario, and EPA typically nabbing those top 3 spots in whatever order. 4th place is kind of the coveted position for those teams hungry for it. The really rest of the field, I think Sicario Spartans, especially after their map win there against Ancestral, even though they were the bottom of the table coming into today and may very well finish 8th in this season of the HPL, I think that shows that the bottom 5 of HPL right now is extremely close.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we love to see. We like this competition between all the teams. We've seen a little mix up in the top 3 as well. And so I think a lot of teams just looking to make a name for themselves. You know, some of these teams, it's their first HPL. Some have been here for a while. Sicario, again, back-to-back champs. But, I mean, unless they do something drastic here in this next weekend, I don't know if they're going to be a three-peat champion, so to speak.
It would take some dominoes to fall in the direction of Sicario for sure. A win over Pandaric Apex is a must, and I don't have the exact math in my head, so I'm not going to try to predict what else has to happen for them to win. Pandaric Apex, though, does have the HPL in their grasp at the moment, and a win over K3 is necessary to keep that. Even a draw would open the door back up for EPA and Sicario to maybe snag first place. So Pandaric Apex have to take care of business, which is why I don't know if I put too much stock in K3 and their ability to snag a map here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we love a good underdog story. We're always hoping for maybe a crazy upset, but I don't often gamble too much. But I would feel pretty safe betting on Pandaric Apex to take this into O fashion, especially with the way that they've been playing. And I think even on day one, they played a map without Bakizi, still had a dominant performance there as well. So Pandaric Apex, especially after their recent performance in Arena Cup Series, some of these other ones, I think they are ready to claim the championship of HPL season number 4. But you got to be consistent through both weekends, and we still got a dangerous weekend in front of us coming up next weekend.
Right, and a lot of time to think about those important matches being played next Saturday and Sunday. And I know we talk a lot about the Pandaric Apex Sicario match to cap off the season schedule on Sunday in that 4th slot, but there are still a lot more important matches. And for EPA as well now, after their 2-0 win over Sicario, there's a lot of emphasis placed on what they can do now against Decoded, and then next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. But focusing back in on K3 and Pandaric Apex, we're moving to Skybridge. First sight of battle between these two, with Pandaric Apex looking to set the tone on the attacking side.
And all the action once more toward the A site. Rapid in toward Enforcer, but it is Blast back on the snipe, and the first pick is on to Cacao here. There's a big long flank coming in from K3 as well.
It's a nice player to find, too, with Cacao going down, but there was a player watching the flank, so Pandaric Apex are very much prepared for any K3 antics here, as Malikin was the player looking to migrate over towards site, but just like that, K3 are getting picked off left and right, and killing Cacao was great, but there are still 4 more stars you have to deal with on that Pandaric side.
Yeah, that ace certainly one of them. Already a triple kill here as the sniping monster continues to rain down the terror, but Malikin on the backside here from Escalator takes out Bakizi in a 1v3. Not an ideal situation, but we talked about how well Malikin has been playing. Certainly a player you could confide in or trust in to find a crazy clutch. That ace, not going to let it happen. That ace, a quadra kill in the opening round here for Pandaric Apex.
You were asking for a snipe off, were you? I think that ace has firmly suggested that he is still the superior marksman, as Blast only gets 1 in round 1 there, but quadra kill for that ace to pronounce himself upon the map of Skybridge.
I've been saying it for probably 6+ months now. That ace is my favorite to watch when it comes to the marksman class. He's been the best to do it, so I'm waiting for someone to try and take that throne from them, but already starting out 4-0 here in the opening round, and I bet they're going to have a lot more to do here as you see some nades ringing out from that ace as well, jumping over, maybe looking for a little bit of intel as he lines up this nade, and we'll see if it will find a home toward the back of the site. It's dangerously close, but K3 will survive.
I'm going to clear out E-Box, and there isn't anybody there. Even upon the second try, that ace now pulls out his weapon of choice and is spotting for heads on the K3 side while Codex plants. No one has fallen, and yet the bomb goes down. Pandaric Apex just commands so much respect around the map, and with that smoke falling, that ace will be limited now. Still fires a warning shot off. K3 have an opportunity for a retake, though they have to play this confidently. Malikin finds first blood finally, with 30 seconds left, ticking away on that bomb, and Pandaric Apex, amid the chaos, snagged 3 kills, though it's just that ace left standing. Just that ace, I say, as though he can't do this.
Yeah, Bakizi had a nice flank and picked up a couple really nice kills, but that ace just in a really tough position. I think he thought it was being diffused, so pressures through the smoke. Malikin and crew waiting patiently. So K3 do what they need to do to not allow Pandaric to put those rounds in bunches. They'll find a way to tie it up here early, but Will Pandaric Apex find that stride at some point on this attacking half?
Well, they looked good so far, just didn't do enough in the early round to really secure a site. Even though they got the bomb down, they had time ticking. When the chaos unfolded, K3 still were able to take fights as a unit, rather than as separate players. And so those early picks don't come through for Pandaric Apex, and K3 take advantage of that. That's a great hold and a good sign for their Skybridge performance.
Well, Rapid already pressuring in toward VIP. Will tuck down into the prone position. There's two pressing up the B site here for K3 and maybe looking for a flank. Bakizi's going to spot one, but does he know the other one's here as well? This is a big opportunity for K3.
No one's watching this at the moment, so with a bit of pace now, Malikan can find a couple. It's just the one. Rapid goes down. Cow deals with the rogue K3 member flanking up through Eski, but still it's a nice pick to have. Already thinning the numbers of Pandaric Apex, and here's some more utility lobbed in. They really want E-Box clear, but K3 aren't positioning anybody right there, right now.
Yeah, and we saw that Ace throw that first initial one thinking that K3 would then see the nades gone and pressure right back up, throwing the second one. But K3 knows that these nades are coming in. They're playing back off position. They're waiting till Pandaric pressures onto site before tossing down these smokes and really blocking off the vision.
Ooh. That might have been a foot seen. That Ace, no, not through the smoke, doesn't spot him. Runs ahead and takes, no, Halava gets the better of him. Meanwhile, Kakao has killed Codex, then even with that, Halava's in a 1v2 spot that isn't all that easy to work his way out of. As the smoke fades, Bakizi has an easy cleanup. Halava decided to stick the defuse, and that could have been the play if that smoke had any extra time left on it.
Yeah, I have to agree. Maybe just a couple more seconds and of that smoke and maybe been able to get that ninja defuse. But Pandaric just locking it down when they need to. Bakizi, cool, calm, and collected in that prone position, finds the pick. Pandaric will find that lead once more. But the important thing on the attacking side here is extending that lead, creating that gap before you have to be on the defensive side.
And elsewhere, EPA get a 2-0 win over Decoded as it's a double technical forfeit. So I'm not sure what happened to Decoded, but they do come up short against EPA before even getting in the server. So, 3 points for EPA to continue their run towards the top of the table. And Pandaric Apex, I'm sure they don't know that right now and don't really care. They expect a win out of this map themselves to get well on their way to nabbing 3 points. But Malikan finds a nice pick, and K3 are in a spot of heavy control.
That Ace will find a snipe, but Malikan has Rapid's number, and it's not too often we see Rapid stuck at just one kill here. Halava's going to find that Ace. Bakizi making it look easy. Pressure is forward, finds one. Needs another here, though, and up into a cheeky spot. We'll see if he can find this this one onto Halava.
Halava's holding it. Oh, Bakizi stepping forward might have been found, but does help. Kakao is in tow with the long-standing player of Pandaric Apex, but Bakizi is left alone now. Has to do it himself. 1v3 after Kakao falls, and that Blast Pack is still down. It'll have to be frags that get him this win. Blast and Malikan left standing, and Malikan's been a force to be reckoned with. This will be 8 if he could confirm it. Malikan can. Bakizi wasn't prepared for another player sitting in that corner position, and K3 will keep this tied.
Back and forth we go. I mean, it's just been the theme of the day. It's been a full day of tug of war between any team that's been on the screen. So K3 doing what they need to do in some of these earlier rounds, especially on the defensive side of things here. So it's nice to see that K3 has come to play here today and with potentially look to upset Pandaric Apex. But again, I always wait kind of those first 2 rounds of the second half to kind of get a better understanding of what might happen.
Malikan being unlocked has been a boon for K3. Good showing yesterday when they did play one map on stream against the Sicario Spartans. A big reason why they won Bowl over their enemies towards the bottom of the table. And those 3 points they got in that series put them in a position now where if they can maybe steal away a map from Pandaric Apex, there's something to be said about K3 and their Season 4 performance and the heads they could turn towards their favor. But 2-2 for now. K3 need more than just a solid start.
That ace looking for a snipe here. Cacao's going to find the pick on the Blasty, so one snipe down. I think that ace may be spotted a little bit of lava there in the background. Now looking to pressure forward, a jiggle peek and some shots ringing downfield as the smoke begins to plume out. Cacao and crew have control of VIP, but steps out and goes down. They have the plant. They don't have to pressure forward, but they opt to do so anyway. That ace finding an aid pick here as well, and once more trades in the kill feed.
Gets another before Bakizi fells him. Now it's just Bakizi again. 1v2. Had a decent go at the last one, but K3 could have themselves a lead now if Jairus can close this out. Bakizi turns back towards the fight for a moment before running away. In the next engagement as K3 move in around him. Can't find even one of the two kills, and there is time for this defuse. K3, I believe, won the round just by a couple of milliseconds. 3-2.
Down to the wire, and they cut the red wire just in time. They defuse the situation, and K3 will gather their first lead of the series. Can they continue to extend that lead? I mean, Rapid with just one kill, a breadstick on the day, and through 5 rounds. That's something that we really haven't seen yet.
No, I'd say shortcoming of a start here for Pandaric Apex. They struggling to take control of the A site. Even when they do get plants in, they don't fully have the site under their control. And I mean, even that ace has been relatively quiet since that first round he posted 4 frags in. So, Pandaric, go to B. That's the secondary choice for their attacking side. If A's not working, try the other sites. And we'll see how that pans out for them as Malakin has already been taken out.
Cacao, Bakizi combined for 2. Bakizi killing fast, so fast I'm getting tongue twisted over here. Finds the 2K. And with that, Pandaric has a nice player advantage. Blast looks to even it up a bit with a nice pick onto Cacao, though. The device going down here, and Pandaric looking to find their 3rd round.
Well, it seems as though the shift towards the B site has been a successful idea for Pandaric so far. Blast and Griffin can change that narrative, but he wanted that snipe off. There's Blast having his head taken out by the scope of that ace. Big time shot to make this a 1v3 for Griffin.
Codex up top from behind will find Griffin, and with that, Pandaric will wrap up the round. We'll find ourselves tied up once more, but again, historically, we see teams do a little bit better on this attacking side, so right now, you have to feel like K3 is doing a great job on the defensive side.
I mean, so far, so good. The fact that you've got 3 rounds in defense, I think is a success against Pandaric Apex, who can chew you up and spit you out if you let them, but K3 have come to play. Malakin especially leading the charge for this K3 roster, but you would like one more. Guarantee that tie in the first half and really set yourself up for a successful attacking side to close out.
Yeah, Malakin is known for being that monster here and showing up big in a big game against Pandaric Apex. That ace Rapid kind of holding some forward position here. It is a 4-stack on the A site from K3 with one lingering toward B. That ace looking for a little boost over the top here, but it's Griffin who lines up the nade toward KFC. That ace might be in trouble. No, he's able to bounce back to safety.
Damage taken on either side this far into the round, and this is how K3 have been successfully playing around the A site, just sitting back, not setting up by E-Box, because Pandaric really don't want to let K3 get any positioning around E-Box. That ace prepares another potential grenade. Now it is a flash out, and that should contact most K3 players. He's preparing now, I think, for the grenade on E-Box, as they have trusted Pandaric have that ace with all of their utility, it seems. And this one will chunk out a little bit of the lava, half health now, but that won't be too much of a factor, as the rest of K3 has been dropped too, and everyone's standing strong for Pandaric.
Yeah, Bakizi opening that cookbook back up, finding 10 and leading the charge here. Codex will eventually put Malakin down, and Pandaric right back up on top. But I mean, even if they win this next round, it's a 5-3 start on the attacking side. They have to be happy with that, but I kind of expected a little bit more from them here in this opening game.
Well, they did have the slow start on Bowl yesterday against TFG. That was kind of the story of the back half of the stream, was will Pandaric Apex actually drop a map to a team not named Sicario? And Yeah, well, they answered that with a nice comeback after starting out the first half 3-5. They were down, but did get the win. That's what Panderic does. Even in rough situations, they still find a way to win. And now moving towards B. Well, it was a smart read out of K3, sending a couple players up quickly to defend the site. But Kakao and that ace will quickly set the defense down and dismantle its ramparts.
Oh, Halava on a dangerous peak here. Codex appears to be waiting. Kakao just on the other side, but Giros finds Kakao as Codex does get a trade back and will eventually take out Giros as well. This is the Panderic Apex squad we're used to seeing. They solidify the winning half here at 5-3.
Well, there is a little bit more for you. Panderic Apex finally cap off the successful attacking half, and now they can focus on their defense, where they really yesterday treated it like an attacking side, especially around A. They were sprinting into sandwich, sometimes into long, taking as much space as they could before they were punished, and they largely weren't. So if K3 aren't ready for that aggression, if that's what Panderic Apex are doing here, then we could see a rough second half.
It could be. Again, I always look to these first couple rounds here, and for K3, I feel like they're really going to need these first couple under their belt to begin to stampede back into it, but it's always easier said than done when we're sitting up here, especially against a team like Panderic Apex, but K3 showing that they've come to fight here. I mean, Malikan already has 10 on the board. Blast, a little bit of tough troubles with that snipe, but we'll see if they can find a way to step it up here a little bit in the next half.
Panderic are already moving into VIP with pace, taking control there, but it might not matter unless K3 bail out of this B play. But Panderic have two in the area. That Ace and Bakizi are more than capable of holding this site down, but Panderic still migrate a player over. Still have two over towards A, but we'll see how this hold goes. If K3 really can break into B and force Panderic to focus on multiple sites instead of largely just A. Bakizi finds a pair of big ones in the middle of the site. Bakizi comes up big and now sets the rest of his team up to close out, though K3 have done well to find a player advantage.
Shots continue to ring out. Kakao stepping on the device, still down here. A bit of an awkward position for K3 and Kakao. Knows there's one behind. Shots continue to ring out, but they have to be careful of Griffin here. It looks like Panderic has their own flank coming in toward that snipe. Is Blast ready? He is. Shot rings out, but doesn't connect.
And Codex gets Blast through the wall as well. Malikan will take Kakao out, and so still a 2v1 that Codex trims down to just a 1v1. Griffin versus Codex, and Griffin has the luxury of a full health bar at this point, and he's a general sense of where Codex was last seen. Picks up the device and will run away. We'll see if he has time to get to A here. 20 seconds, he should.
Got enough time to rotate around. Trying to get that plant down. Codex has already read this play, though, and begins to quicken the pace himself. I'm not sure if he was able to hear that plant. Oh, and right in the line of sight. Codex serves that one here on a silver platter. Griffin goes down, and Panderic will take the first round of the second half.
That's just the time, I think, getting to Griffin right there. Planting out in the open where a player moving through sandwich can just easily take you out. And with Codex having last been seen around that area of the map, the heaven and hell side of B, that you have to expect he's coming from that direction, wanting pace to shut down the plant. But slight mistake costs K3 a potential round right there. And Panderic Apex grabs 6.
Double that lead once more. Look to extend it. Bakizi in double digits with 12. Malikan with 13. It's rapid to find the first one. Giros will get an aid kill, and that ace says, not alone you're not. He finds one onto Griffin as well, and the fight for VIP continues.
Kakao running up on Blast is jumping and fragging out. That's another one for Kakao. He's at 6 at the moment, which is a lackluster considering his usual pedigree, but he's making up for it right now. It's just Halava all alone, slinking through the smoke, trying to use the element of surprise that won't deliver any shockers to Panderic Apex. That's a fast 7th for them, and that ace and Kakao really delivered.
Yeah, I mean, that ace has just been phenomenal time and time again with this snipe, and it's hard to kind of get one up on him. Blast Only 2 kills here on this TRG for the time being, or on this snipe rather. And I think maybe just struggling a little bit here on Skybridge. I feel like the snipe's going to favor him a little bit more on Bull, but I think maybe at halftime it would have been nice to see a little bit of a swap there.
Okay, 3 have a lot of work to do to get back into this one. And it starts off with an opening kill. Round 11, Malikan. Round B will take out and advancing that ace. So an annoyance towards the efforts of K3 has already been dealt with. And now Blast can strut his stuff. Doesn't have that ace preventing the snipe off we were asking for. As Blast finds one, but Kakao answers back with a pair of big kills. And Malikan continuing to add to the kill feed, though. It puts Malikan in a 1v1, and he'll stim up as there's a lot of time left on this clock, and Malikan does know where Rapid was last seen. We'll see what his plan is from here.
And Rapid only had 1 kill up until a few moments ago, but now has kind of rekindled that flame 4 on the board, and this could be a huge clutch for him. Granted that this nade doesn't land right at his prone position, so he will survive that one. The device does get planted here, and that one's going to be a 1v1.
And Rapid will use that opportunity to reposition now. I think he had a line of sight on the blast pack, so we knew he got picked up. But moving in now, does Malikan know he's this close? Maybe with the spray into the wall in front. Malikan's holding this corner. Rapid looks like he wants this fight. He's trying to bait as many shots as he can. Malikan advances and has to reload as well. Running away. Rapid will use this opportunity to deactivate the device. He fakes it though, runs back at Malikan, is trying to do anything he can to bait Malikan into an unfortunate fight. But Rapid with half a mag left doesn't need it. He takes Malikan out and thrusts Pandaric Apex to 8.
Looking more like a little Tom and Jerry there with that game of cat and mouse, back and forth. Rapid trying to toy with him a little bit there, and it was a close one, but Rapid gets it done in these important moments, and that's what makes Pandaric Apex so good. Any one of these members having that clutch factor capability, they find themselves up at match point with 5 opportunities, and I mean, this game was so close just moments ago, and then all of a sudden the moment's gone.
Those close rounds, that's what has to fall K3's way if they're going to pull off an upset like beating Pandaric Apex. It's those 1v1s that they've lost that they really need to turn the tide of Skybridge here. We'll get a secondary chance to take a map off of Pandaric once we do move to Bowl, but that's no easy feat either, as this one is looking pretty close to done and dusted, though that ace does miss. Not a word I'm used to saying in succession to his name, but Griffin has just killed Malikan. Your top fragger at the moment has just been team killed. K3 can't afford that.
Blast will find a snipe, though. Codex quick to return fire and put him down, and now we see that device going down here at a minimum. K3 an opportunity, and they've got to win 5 rounds in a row here to pressure this one into overtime. Rapid and crew beginning to shift forward here, though. They've got a little time on the clock to work with, but they do have to start to quicken that pace.
Lava's been tucked into sight, and Rapid seems to think there might be a player right there watching for a potential peek, but timing on Halava's side, he peeks around, finds Rapid, nearly got Codex as well, who runs for the hills. With 20 seconds left, Codex will have to make this play happen sooner rather than later. It's the jump on Giros, that's 1. Knows Halava reposition in that direction, but looks towards the blast pack. Will he stick this? Lava's expecting it. He runs in, 2 seconds to go. Lava secures it. Knew what Codex's plan was and uses that knowledge to get 4 for K3.
Yeah, I think the keys, I don't know, I would have liked to seen him take that gunfight, but I think when you're up by that many rounds, you know he's very far away. It's one of those things that you just take a little bit of gamble and see if he is going to peek you, maybe misses the first couple shots and you get that defusal. So I don't think it's any really no harm, no foul type situation for Pandaric Apex just because they have so many rounds to give. So still 4 opportunities to close it out, but nonetheless, a great job by K3 to solidify that dub.
Close rounds, you gotta win them if you're gonna beat Pandaric. We just talked about it, and K3 do get one over the finish line there, but still a lot of ground to make up. 4 rounds in a row, even after the last couple of wins that they've found, and Blast is looking towards A to see if anybody from Pandaric want to get aggressive, but it's another big B play, potentially. Maybe that might be what Panderic's thinking. Once they find that opening kill, Jiros around the corner doesn't check his corners, and Blast can't recover the situation. That is 3 gone for K3, and Lava and Griffin need a 2v5 to get K3 out of this. Now it's just to Lava, and it's done. Panderic Apex step up to the plate, and they knock it out of the park 9-4.
Yeah, again, I mean, I was slightly worried in those opening couple rounds. It was very back and forth. K3 was putting up a nice fight, but that's why I often say I always look to those first 2 rounds in the second half. And Panderic Apex took them decisively, never looked back. Codex, your MVP this time with 13 kills, 6 headshots, and 5 plants slash defusals there. The whole crew coming up big is almost everybody in double-digit kills. And like we said, it was rare to say a miss after that ace's name. It's almost rare, just as rare to see Rapid not in double-digit kills, but it just goes to show how deep that roster is. All these other members capable of stepping up and maybe filling a little bit of that void when one player is having an off game.
Why they're in position right now to win HPL EU Season 4, because everybody can step up and have a big game. And Malikan had one for K3 there on Skybridge, was the brightest spot, I think, for the team. And into Bowl, they need that to continue, as well as the rest of the squad stepping up just a little bit. I mean, Blast had some impact snipes there towards the end of the map, but by then it was too late. He never really got going until the last 3 or so rounds of Skybridge. And on Bowl, you really can't afford that, especially considering K3 starting off on defense. And that A-side hold is going to depend on Blast's ability to prevent space being grabbed by Panderic easily.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the fact that they lost 4-9 on Skybridge, and now they're heading into a map that Panderic Apex hardly ever loses on in recent times. So I think, again, this strongly favors Panderic Apex, especially with the way that ace is playing today. Now we're going on to his little playground of Bowl, and so we should see a lot of great snipe action, but I think for K3, again, they have to start off on that right foot. They have to try to get a couple rounds early in the bag and then carry with that momentum. But it's just, how do you do that against Panderic Apex?
That's a great question that I would answer if I was the coach of K3, but I'm not, and I don't envy whoever is making those decisions and trying to solve how Panderic Apex like to play Arena. So we'll get to watch the highlights on Skybridge and then set up a clash on Bowl to close out day 3 of the Hunt Premier League, which has delivered so far. This has been a phenomenal just day of Arena here, but the weekend has been electrifying as well, with the top 3 going back and forth with one another so far, and the bottom 5, in all honesty, of HPL scrapping it out, trading wins, trading maps, and that sets up a very fun conclusion next weekend once all is said and done, once we see if K3 actually can gain a point off of Panderic Apex, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be wishing those 5 days fly by. I'm not gonna know what to do with myself as I wait for that next weekend. And I get to take the weekend off. I get to hang out with everybody in chat, watch you and Crack deliver the masterpiece of the weekend and the finals there. So I'm really excited to see how it pans out. But you have to certainly strongly feel that Panderic Apex is that fan favorite here in Season 4.
And really, at this point, it feels like Sicario's the only squad that can take that away from Panderic. As EPA had their shot and were lackluster on day 1, have since recovered, and that's great news for EPA, but I can't imagine what might have happened if the Panderic Apex EPA series was maybe today or next Saturday, as we could be talking about a different narrative at this point. But still, it comes down to Sicario and Panderic Apex if everything else goes according to plan. But we've seen some hungry underdog rosters. Those friendly guys look like a team that could take some maps off of the top teams. I think Decoded and Ancestral maybe could. K3, if the rest of the team can step up, we'll have a shot on Bowl against Panderic here, which, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. TFG had a halftime lead over Panderic on Bowl, and that's something all teams that should know about here in the HPL.
I mean, Sicario is a point above EPA heading into the day, but EPA has secured 6 points on the day. So they're going to jump up to 12 and most likely pass Sicario here. And so I think for really either of Sicario or EPA to find a way back in it, they're going to have to hope that Panderic Apex loses a game somewhere along the line, because at this point, they've really separated themselves. And again, even if they go head to head with Sicario at this point, it's going to be up to Sicario to win both of those games. And even if that happens, they still might not be able to pass him up.
It's something to keep an eye on for sure on Saturday, and then leading into that final match on Sunday. As there's a lot of action. Still today, we've got a map left, as well as highlights of map number 1. But Saturday and Sunday will be action-packed. As always, we close the HPL with those 4 consecutive series. Everybody gets a turn on stream on Sunday. But right now, it's K3 and Panderic Apex, and we get to relive the excitement, mostly on Panderic's side, but there was a decent bit to smile about if you're a K3 fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say these first 5 rounds or so were great for K3. I mean, we saw Malik, and I think putting up 13 kills up to that point there, and Bikizi, obviously a nice shot to stop that defusal. Halava on the flank here, finding a nice pick, and it was a little bit of back and forth early. I mean, we take a look here, in K3 at one point, I think was up by a round, concluding this round here. And so we see him having that lead for a moment, but I felt like once we swapped sides, especially, it was just all Panderic.
Well, Blast was finding a bit of impact early on, and then had a quiet stretch in between the start and conclusion of Skybridge. But this is really where Panderic Apex made their money, when they were able to encroach upon K3's line, the back line around A, and Bikizi in and out like a ninja right there. Big double kill. And then Codex clutching up in a 1v1. Everyone can do it on Panderic. It's just about who's forced into that situation to grab a round away from defeat.
That ace with a nasty little snipe. Blast says, hey, I can do it too. Finds Bikizi here. Cacao with a nice little nade kill in that highlight. And Rapid had a little bit of a slow start themselves, but here in these final rounds had some big key moments. And Blast eventually finding that one on the Cacao. We saw Halava stepping up and at least extending this by an additional round, but it was Panderic Apex and Rapid here who were able to close it out.
So clean. Rapid is so good at that transition of the spray, and held VIP down there. Secured a round for a Panderic Apex that doesn't seem like they're going to lose on Bull, but you never know, Hot Sauce. We could see a crazy way to end day 3.
That's right. But as always, we need to take a moment to get this last map of the day set up. So you guys get one final time to stretch those legs, maybe grab a drink or a snack, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got the conclusion of our final series. And we're back with one final map to rule the weekend here. Panderic Apex taking on K3 on Bowl, which I certainly don't envy K3 at the moment, but it's going to be up to them to pull out a crazy upset.
We talked about it. We need Malakin to continue their form from Skybridge with the rest of the team stepping up behind them. I'm looking at Blast as well to have a similar impact performance as we saw yesterday when they took Bull, K3 did, over the Sicario Spartans. And it's a different level of competition when you go from Sicario Spartans now to Panderic Apex, obviously. But Bull is still a map that K3 have shown they can win on. They have winning strategies, and it's about execution at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Malakin was having a great game in that last one. So I think if you just get another player or two kind of popping off with him, they certainly could have a lot of success. But I just don't see them beating Panderic Apex right now. Again, I live in a state where my football team is awful. I'm always rooting for the underdog, and I'd love to see an upset, but I just don't know if I see it happening here, especially on Bowl.
I don't see it either. I think Panderic Apex, I mean, they need these map wins. It would ease their minds going into that Sicario match so much if they win out from here on out, though. That doesn't stop me from putting a cheeky 500 channel points on K3 just in case that they get the Bull victory here. I wouldn't mind cashing in on that, but I think Panderic Apex are heavy favorites for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, they just showed week in, week out, time and time again. They're a team that executes their game plan near flawlessly. And if there is a member that is stumbling a little bit, the other four quick to pick them up and fill in that role there. So, I mean, they've just been a masterclass here lately in the last 3 to 4 months. And so I don't see them slowing down anytime soon, but I'm all here for it. I love to see a mix up in the leaderboards. And I feel like that's what we've gotten here in season 4.
I'm just wondering how, for Panderic Apex here on Bowl, how they attack the rounds, because they're starting off on the attacking side, so they have the opportunity to get aggressive, and I'm wondering how much respect they give K3 on the map. If it's just aggressive, fast hit plays, trying to take generator control quickly with fast hits, close quarters combat, or if they play it a bit safer and let K3 come to them just a little bit, play for picks, play for a little bit of B control to spread out the defense. And I think that'll tell us a lot about how Panderic Apex view this K3 team, with Panderic starting off on the attacking side.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think Panderic's going to do anything different from what they've been doing until they are forced to kind of adapt. I think it's really going to be up to K3 to kind of force them in some of these awkward positions, look for some early nade kills to kind of pressure them out. But the way that Panderic Apex is playing has just been phenomenal. And so, again, even though I do like a little gambling here and there, I would take a safe bet on Panderic Apex.
They are favorites at the top of the leaderboard right now, challenged by Sicario and EPA as per usual here, with EPA having a great day, going 2-0, grabbing 3 points apiece to 6 total to really jump up the leaderboard. And I think that was kind of the shakeup you were alluding to a little bit, as EPA have been the story of the day, I think, here in day 3.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, that first series was just chef's kiss, I mean,
Yes.
3 overtimes, 2 games, a true nail biter, and we see another team able to not only knock off Sicario, but to 2-0 Sicario, which is something that we haven't said in previous HPLs. So yeah, I certainly would have to agree with that statement. But for K3, I don't know if they're going to be able to find that upset today here as we work on getting the players loaded back into Bowl here. I would like to take a moment to thank everybody behind the scenes as well. They often don't get enough credit. So while we've got a second here, a quick shout out to the observers, the crew, the highlights, Preppy, Kevster, Schmitty, Turbo Bear, Crispy Lemon, Cynthia, Frozen Tank, Step Sherpa, Boosh, Klish on the highlights, of course, our eye in the sky, King Connor, and old stepdad Philbo. Wouldn't be possible without him. So shout out to all the fathers out there today on Father's Day, as well as our friend, fellow Tarkov lover, and caster, that friendly guy who's supposed to be having his baby here today. So we wish their family all the best as well.
A very exciting Father's Day, and Philbo, the honorary father of us all here, fans of Hunt Premier and all of the events that they put on in partnership with Battle State Games. So, big shout out to everybody behind the scenes, as they make us look good. So we're always thankful for that, and everybody that puts in effort to make these events as fun as they are. And I mean, the fact that it's coming down to the final map on the day, and we still, I think, carried the hype from that EPA Sicario series. Just hard to carry hype from, honestly, with 3 overtimes and 2 maps. But the teams have delivered thus far.
Yeah, we almost saw a map or an overtime in the second
Yeah.
series as well in that second map. So it's just been a truly great day. And honestly, they're always working hard behind the scenes. We get to look pretty, come out here, yell at the mic, have some fun. So it's been a great weekend all the way around. I mean, we saw Cracked on the first day. Bepic's been here with me the last 2 days. We'll have Cracked and Bepic bringing you all the action next week as well. So again, all the more reason to hit that follow button down below. It's free, it's easy. Become part of the notification gang as well, so you don't miss out on any of the opportunities or giveaways. I hate seeing in chat, oh, what happened? I was late. Nah, hit the notification button. Don't miss it.
There's a lot of action, and the roadmap as well for tournaments has been posted on the Hunt Premier Twitter as well, so you can go have a look at that, so you know when tournaments are. You can block those weekends off your schedule, even if you're not playing in them. You gotta have a look, as we've got HPL NA coming up, more EU Hunt Premier League, more ACS action. There's always tournaments going on, it feels like, in Tarkov Arena. So I'm here for it. And so far, HPL's been delivering as the tournament of the month. A very exciting couple of narratives. The big three still doing battle here in EU and having a good time doing it. They've split series so far. Pandaric Apex beat EPA. EPA beat Sicario. And we'll see if that circle continues next Sunday with a Sicario win over Pandaric Apex. But it still does start with today, Pandaric Apex closing out on K3.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think K3 is one of these sleeper teams. I think they're capable of finding a crazy upset. It's just about playing consistently well for at least 9 successful rounds. And so, I mean, that's what they're going to have to hope for here on Bowl. But we talk about it. I mean, Bowl, a map that Pandaric Apex is so comfortable on. Cacao holding down that B site. You've got that A shifting from lane to lane, being that sniping menace. And really the rest of the 3 members just holding down the A site. Rapid tends to really pop off on Bowl. So that's something I'll be looking for as well, because Rapid did have a little bit of a silent start on Skybridge, and then we saw him kind of find his stride right at the end of that game.
I think it was a 20 kill performance on Bowl on day 1 for Rapid in that best of 2 they played on stream. He and Codex and Cacao were popping off in that best of 2. And Rapid did have a quiet Skybridge. You never expect to see 2 consecutive quiet maps from players on a team like Pandaric Apex. We talk about it a lot, how all 5 of those players are stars and they can step up on any given map.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great problem to have when you have a roster like that. And like we said, even on day 1, we saw a sub come in for Bikizi, still confidently winning that game. Bikizi stepping in for the second map and acting like they never missed a stride. So, again, I think most of the pressure here is on K3 to make something happen. But I think, a team certainly capable of it. They just won the ASPL, now dipping their toes into the pro scene. And I have to say, from that transition, are playing very well.
Yes, they are. And it's good to see that sort of stepping up from the tier 2 system here in Arena up towards the HPL, which is the Hunt Premier League for a reason. These are the best of the best, and K3 showing that they can hang with them after spending a lot of time in that ASPL system. It's good to see. They seem to be comfortable when it comes to adjusting to maybe the faster pace of play, the deeper playbooks of their opponents, and the fact that they can keep pace with Pandaric Apex on half 1. I mean, a 5-3 first half on Skybridge isn't bad. They had us kind of doubting Pandaric for a moment, and if we have even the smallest of doubts in Pandaric, I think their opponent is doing their job well. But now we see if K3 can really get it over the line. It's a trading of grenades there. Codex and Blast are down for the count, and Pandaric and K3 are quickly starting with a 4v4.
Yeah, quick pressure toward the B side as well. And we see the rotation begin to shift. K3, one through spawn, one through the lane here as well. Smoking away, Rapid waiting patiently. Spots him and will find the kill on the Giros. So with that, we'll see him pressure toward the site. There's still two coming from that spawn side that they have to be a little leery of.
So with this, Panderic, player advantage will be exacerbated by Bakizi finding Malakin. Griffin's trying to wallbang Cacao and gets him down to pretty low in the HP bar, but still, Panderic Apex hold on to their sizable player advantage, which just shrunk a bit. Lava's making his presence known on the map, and from this old B position, Lava is looking for anything extra he can grab before that ace sets him on the ground.
Well, all down to Griffin now. Can he work his magic here? 23 seconds on the clock. So many angles to check. They're absolutely everywhere. And hope he didn't have claustrophobia because the wall is closing in that our Panderic Apex will find round number 1. And, well, they start off on the right foot yet again.
And they start off, I think, on a positive note for Panderic fans, seeing that ace post a multi-kill in round 1. Easy does it for the superstar marksman on Panderic, but everyone was delivering there, except for Codex, unfortunately. No kills, but it's all good, because he'll get his at some point on Bull. Everyone was contributing there for Panderic.
And that's what it takes. It takes the whole team. You can have those shining stars, but at the end of the day, it's the whole team that brings you to that victory here, and that's what we've seen from Panderic. But Halava opens up with a nice pick. Rapid answers back, and that ace will find his second nade kill of the game already in round 2.
That's a nice find by Malakin, though. On site, had to take a quick play over from Generator and turn it into a kill before falling himself. So it's a bit easier for K3 now. Blast, that sniper rifle. Alongside Griffin, they will have to retake A, which won't be easy with that smoke down. They do have time to potentially wait for it to fade, but looks like a position over towards Generator. We'll see if Codex is ready for this. Tucked behind Gen. Griffin takes the right angle. He could find an opening kill, though Bakizi is watching this potential line of sight. And Griffin sees Bakizi. Won't find that opening kill, though, so it's all on Blast's shoulders, and that'll be that. Panderic get 2.
That ace continues his reign of terror through the sky with the nades and on the ground with the snipe. Already 2 MVPs, 4-0 through the first 2 rounds. And again, it's going to be up to K3 to look to stifle some of this momentum. They really can't afford to allow Panderic to get 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row.
And I mean, the fights in close quarters for K3 have been decent, but they can't hold on to really any space on the map right now. They lost B quickly, even with an opening salvo in round 1 that resulted in a couple of deaths on both sides. And, well, now they've got first blood here out of Ambulance, and taking Bakizi out is nice considering his performance on Skybridge. No, it's a B hit. That's just the A presence, and yeah, that might do more harm than good, though Griffin gets the information that they're moving in around B, and that'll help out.
Shots ring out. Blasty's going to find a snipe of his own. Cacao on the hunt with the Enforcer class. Shots ring out, and it'll blast out the knees to the backside as Griffin falls to the wayside, and the Piranha rounds continue to shred the flesh. One on the flank from Spawn here, though. Cacao waiting patient. I think he heard him on the cross, but does he know there's a second one coming in behind him?
Ducks for cover, dodges some bullets, but doesn't matter. Giros confirms the kill, though Rapid trades Cacao out, and K3 will have a player advantage, but Rapid's still in this. He had a great bowl a couple of days ago. Let's see if he can return to that form. Knows where both players are, and we'll supply that information to that ace. Actually, there are 3 still alive. I miscounted for a moment. So there is 1 unknown for K3, and that ace, if he can pull this off, it'd be extremely impressive.
Yeah, he might just be looking at his first death here in this one. But again, we talked about K3 making sure they don't get 3, 4 rounds in a row. And so they just have to solidify one more pick. Sometimes easier said than done, but Blast will come away the sniping victor in this one, and K3 will grab their first round.
That had to feel good for Blast. A bit of revenge on that ace. The 2 marksmen squaring off right there, and Blast held the perfect angle to close down upon a potential 1v3 we know that ace is capable of, but still, it's not an easy situation with how well K3 had set up post-plant around B. So, 2-1, K3 are on the board, and that's a good sign for the longevity of this map.
Definitely a great sign, but they've got to be able to put them on in bunches. That's going to be the important part here. Rapid in the background, waiting patiently. I think maybe waiting to see if that nade does come raining down as Codex will pop a smoke toward the lane. And I mean, Panderic showing all of this aggression toward the B site early, which is something that we don't typically see. And Bakizi's going to find a pick of his own.
Still fighting. Bakizi actually will be taken out. So Malikan gets the trade back. And Griffin found out by Hpl who would run through apartments. And that's the lone B defender. So Panderic have themselves an open sight, but Rapid is still hanging around the nose of this helicopter. And I'm not sure where this play is going to finish up.
Yeah, it does appear that they're considering this rotation back toward the A site. Jiris Blast is here as well, and Blast will begin to shift back toward that lane to see if he can find a snipe. Not sure if Panderic has any utility left in the bank to use here to help him pressure on through the smoke. Goes Blast, and Rapid will find a pick to take it back to a 2v2.
I appreciate the aggressive stance, and if Blast is there maybe a couple seconds earlier, he can get through and take a pillar position, but it's just a little bit late running through that smoke, so Panderic punish it. Rapid, though, is getting chewed up by Malikan, and he's fallen by his own volition. Had a little bit of a helping hand thanks to Malikan taking out the majority of that HP, but that's a second for K3, and a nice rotation back to A once the play shifted.
Yeah, I mean, a great job here to tie it up, and now an opportunity maybe to take the lead away from Panderic. But again, we can't get ahead of ourselves. K3 did something similar on Skybridge, and then Panderic really turned it up in that second half. So I think K3 is going to need to gather as many rounds possible here on that defensive side. They've had a couple early nade picks. Malikan will let that smoke sing out here and maybe look to slow down this initial push from Panderic.
The initial push hasn't quite made it to A main just yet. Playing around Generator, Hpl taking a lot of space here, and has two players in his face. Malikan makes his presence known. Hpl is here as well, and still has other players to contend with, but backs off through the smoke and takes that opening pick for K3 and lets it alone.
Malikan just on the other side of this smoke as we see Bakizi with that device beginning to pressure forward. Codex is going to find Halava, and then Bakizi answers back onto Malikan. Jiris tucked on sight will find Codex, and he gets a second onto that ace. Not enough rounds in the mag, but he's got help from Blast to find Bakizi, and K3 is heating up.
Rapids put into a 1v3, but that is a big-time stand on site. Jiris won't get the final kill. It's Blast confirming the round for K3, but still a great team performance nonetheless. This is what we asked for. More players stepping up around Malikan, and Jiris and Blast are both doing so on bowl.
I mean, Blast had, I think, 2 kills for the first 7 rounds or so in that last one, and now already putting up big numbers here with 6 on the board and saying, hey, I can compete with that ace. He's not the only player that can be a sniping demon out here, but talk about consistency is king, and well, they've got to do it here for the rest of bowl, which is easier said than done, but these nades continue to find early picks. It's Codex that goes down, and that ace with a 3rd one.
Okay, a response. That's nice. It's the second time that Jiris has found a connection with that grenade, and that ace is landing nades left and right. K3 loses a couple members as well, so it's a 3v3 quite early on into round number 6 here. With Hpl healing up just a little bit, Panderic Apex will slow things down and are wary of potential B flank, but all of K3 are waiting for this A push.
Easy. Just being cautious of that flank, but as you mentioned, nobody coming in from that side. They've got 1 minute and 5 to work with, so potentially could make some decisions here, but I think they spotted Bakizi up there on the helipad, and with that, shots ring out. That ace trying to find the snipe, and we're still stuck in a 3v3 with 50 on the clock.
Jiris behind Pillar. He's in a good position. This is where he won the round for K3 previously, and Blast will aid his efforts. Player down for Panderic, 3v2 for K3, make it a 3v1. This is a brilliant A hold right now, and Jiris does get to sign off on the 4th for K3, finding Hpl up in med, and there is nothing being given to Panderic at the moment as K3 are stepping up in dominant fashion.
Love to see it from this squad. Again, they've been putting in a lot of work. Previous ASPL champions of Season 1 and now looking to showcase the talent here amongst the pros scene. Blast finding that snipe onto that ace in the previous round as well, has begun to win some of these sniper battles. So K3 just has to continue to build this momentum up, look to turn the snowball into an avalanche, and maybe be the first to upset Pandaric Apex.
Well, they're shifting back towards B, Pandaric are, and they've had a ton of success on either site since the beginning of this map, as K3 have gone on a run themselves. Had a good bowl performance yesterday against Sicario Spartans, but like we talked about, that is a certain upgrade in skill level, going from Sicario Spartans now to Pandaric Apex, but K3 still is performing quite well. 4 rounds already on the defensive side. Success, I'd say, but they want more. 6 is the golden goal, and we'll see if they can get there. They've shifted players back over towards B. Griffin and Malikan have it all to do if Pandaric do pull the trigger on this B hit.
Hpl just being patient, waiting to see if someone peeks him here. They've got the device beginning to head back toward the A site here, where everybody has kind of shifted away. Bikizi has an opportunity to clear it out. There's still one tucked on site, and if he can find Halava, this could really open things up. Juris is going to find the first pick, and Bikizi will hit it.
Oh, that causes some questions to be asked of the K3 backline as Blast can't find Bikizi, so that backline threat is still active, and the Blast Tech has moved back towards A as Bikizi's presence has pulled rotations. Hpl finds a kill over by B Plat, and it's getting weird on the map right now. There are still 2 Pandaric players around B, and K3 have maintained a defender there, but Pandaric do pull rotations, and the device will be planted A.
There's one thing I love. It's weird, so I'm all here for it. Pandaric, they desperately need to start putting rounds on the board as well, as K3 has shown that they've come to play here on Bull, and now on a 4v3, it is Pandaric's favored side here. They've got the device already down, and now the pressure on the side of K3.
Bikizi's presence has made K3 have to clear tower, which will waste time. And now there are 2 over by generator, which Malikan will spot 1. Bikizi's location has been found, so that's intel, but it may not matter. K3, all 3 members left standing, fall down 1 by 1, like dominoes leading towards a Pandaric 3rd round. And this first half is really heating up towards this final 8th.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a flashback from Skybridge, where we saw something similar from K3. Then Pandaric began to reel it back at the closing half, and then it was the second half where they never looked back. K3 cannot allow that to happen. Juras with 9. Malikan a little lower with 5, but they've been doing what they need to do so far. I would really like to see them win this round. I think if they can take this one, they have a fighting chance, but I'd like to see them get a little more than a tied half.
Another slow first half for Pandaric on Bull. It's quite the change from their day 1 performance, but still they found a way to beat TFG yesterday. Do the same against K3, but piecing together rounds in the back half is what matters, and getting a 4th now would be nice. Griffin not going to allow it very easily. A good start to the B hold, as he's the lone defender. He needs to show presence, puff up his chest just a little bit, as the A site has lost some members, but K3 have pushed up aggressively. Bikizi, does he know there are 2 players here? Malikan will show face and tell everyone that there is at least 1 person in this spot. Bikizi holds the angle now, waiting to see if now Halava pushes forward.
Yeah, again, the ebb and flow here of these last few rounds, some explosiveness followed up by some really delayed pressure as Griffin waiting here, but Codex has read it. Rapid finds Malikan as well, and Pandaric continues to knock him down. The domino effect yet again. Halava finds one on the way out, but that ace quick to return fire, and it's all down to the sniping hands of Blast.
And he saw Hpl exiting, and with this one opportunity, Blast will miss his chance to kill Hpl, and so Pandaric Apex remained 4 strong as Codex shoots Blast in the back and confirms an even first half here on Bull.
And interesting, I mean, we see a lot of players rocking that TRG on the snipe roll, but Blast is going with that AXMC there and has had a great day thus far. We've seen a bit of back and forth. I felt like he's been winning the majority of the battles here on Bull. We now start to see that ace firing back, but now at near halftime here, I mean, Pandaric Apex has been getting the job done when needed. I just don't know. I would have liked to seen K3 grab a couple more rounds on this side, because it seems like in that second half, that's where Pandaric typically does run away with it.
I mean, TFG couldn't hold a 5-3 lead against Pandaric yesterday on Bull, and K3 will have to shift that history that could repeat itself now that Panderic have found a tied scoreline on Bull, which, I mean, it's still a bit concerning, the fact that Panderic are looking a little bit weak on Bull at the moment. I mean, they did pick this map. They wanted to be here and have dropped 4 rounds in the first half. So we'll see how they close on the defensive side, which is typically where they do their best work.
Oh, they got an opportunity to do it here. That ace already opening up with a snipe, and I think these first couple rounds are going to be important for K3. Again, the second half, they can't allow Panderic to get that upper footing on them, or the upper hand, rather, but already a nice pick, and now we see things drastically slow down.
And this is why they typically do their best work on defense of Bull. That ace has allowed so many different sight lines down through the A site, through generator into ambulance, and he's lethal from this sort of range, already connecting 2 shots to start off Panderic Apex's second half campaign. Rapid will add to the growing pile of bodies on the K3 half, and this is looking like 5 for Panderic Apex, but Blast and Jiras have had a pretty good bowl so far, and they'll have a go at this 2v5.
Well, see if they can do the unthinkable once more. I don't know if they've got it in them here, especially with this Panderic squad. And you look, they're confident in trusting each other. But a nice nade pick from Blast could potentially open up this A site. But Jiras doing a great job of not making noise while his counterpart is. So he might be able to pull off this flank here. Blast, he's going to find another one. And all of a sudden, it gets more feasible.
Well, Rapid's prone, and that does catch Blasty off, so Jiras has to collect this round himself, 1v3. We'll get to the cover of Pillar, but is a bit in the open now, forced into it, faking a plant, and he'll peel back behind the pillars. It doesn't see Bakizi. It was so trained on Med, knowing there was one player there, that Bakizi has an easy cleanup, and it's 5-4.
Yeah, it's just a great job by Cacao there, running around, making the noise, jumping, not even really trying to take a shot, but just to draw the attention there of K3. Bakizi steps out, finds the important pick, and Panderic will find themselves back up on top after a little bit of a tough start here on Bull, but I don't know if we ever really doubted them, because this has been the theme for them as well. For K3, they've got to stifle this momentum, and they need to do it now.
Well, it's quick movement towards ambulance. They've got to be wary of nades. That's exactly the sort of position that Jiras found kills in earlier, and yet K3 is still sprinting towards the exact same spot. You have to know that Panderic are going to be looking for that same sort of lineup, considering how often teams lean towards A, but now a slight lapse leads to 2 players dead out of K3 early on, and Panderic will be smiling about that.
Yeah, I mean, that ace had at least 3 nade kills in the first half. He finds a double off of 1 nade there to bring that total up to 5. And it's early picks with utility like that that can really set teams apart. Malikan trying to dig deep here and reach back. We'll find a pick, but Bakizi just trading it right back. And Panderic, even when they lose a gun battle, so great at finding the trades at a minimum and winning these rounds. Now in a 4v1, Jiras again in a tough spot. We'll find 1 on the way out, but 1, unfortunately, is not enough.
Crazy what one little explosive pineapple can do to a team's hopes of winning a round. After that grenade landed, K3 just tripped over themselves. They rushed into fights, and Panderic Apex cleaned up easily. 6-4 now, and that's a round to forget for K3, which I'm sure they'll have no trouble doing. They're experienced players, and hopefully they can recover and keep pace with a Panderic squad that is starting to pull away.
Hey, I would love to finish the day up with some more overtime, but right now, it's not looking like that's on the cards here unless K3 can begin to start putting a couple rounds on the board. And that ace again, opening up with a snipe. He just continues to be an arch nemesis here for K3. Bakizi will find 1. Spots here. Malikan taking a bit of damage and will circle off as that ace finds 1 more.
Wow, K3 are being picked off left and right. There's no telling where the next Panderic player is going to be, what corner they may be lurking around. Malikan knows where Cacao is at the very least, and that's a consolation prize if I've ever heard of one, as there is still 5 players on the Panderic side to contend with, and Bakizi's chasing Malikan down. Rapid's taking Halava out, and I mean, Malikan is still basically in spawn. Cacao will seal the deal, and now Panderic have a 7th.
Yeah, not only to win that round, they do it decisively with a flawless round. They don't lose a single member. Everybody, I think, getting a kill other than Kodaks, because, Well, if you want to kill, you're going to have to fight that ace for it at this point. From nades to snipes, I mean, the guy's doing it all at the moment. And Panderic, 2 away from closing it out and getting 6 points on the day to further that gap in first place.
Well, the optimism for K3, I think, is starting to wane, as a tied-up first half is great, but you still need to execute in the second. And Panderic so far have, K3 so far have not. These rounds have not even been close, as we've seen a couple of near flawless. Last one was flawless. Wins for Panderic, and already a pick for the Panderic side around B, and they're looking for more.
Hpl being patient, playing a little bit back this time as he's been a little further forward. He sees that smoke comes in. He's going to have some intel that there's at least one pressuring here. The device below, but timing's everything. Looks away just in time. Bakizi will find Malik, and now the drop down. The shots ring out, and it's good for one. Halava goes down.
Still 5 standing tall for Panderic. K3 are having no impact early round at the moment. Bakizi finds another, and again, consolation prize. Hpl is down. Blasty gets to add to the kill feed, but Rapid seals the deal again, and Panderic Apex are on map point.
Yeah, 4 opportunities to close it out as well. And so, you know, even if K3 can battle back, find a couple rounds, I don't see a world where they get 4 in a row before Panderic can find a way to muster up one, especially with the way they've been playing throughout the entirety of the weekend. So Panderic sitting in the King's Castle here, sitting in the chair to close this one out, but we just need one of the next 4, and I believe they can do it.
I think they can too, considering how dominant they've looked over the course of the last couple of rounds, and that ace has been a big part of it. He is forced off an angle early on. And looking into Generator, Blasty doesn't see much, but that doesn't mean Panderic players aren't lurking around every possible corner. And well, Codex just got aggressive right there, pushed into A main and caught a face full of Giros and company. Hpl finds a frag elsewhere, so 4v3 for K3, and we'll see what they can do with this player advantage.
Shots ran out from Blast. He's going to find one onto Bakizi, and now they certainly have the upper hand here to close out a round. That's how you do it. Again, just 1 round at a time and work your way back into it. Maybe bless us with an overtime as Malikan finds Hpl. That ace all alone certainly has been a clutch factor. It doesn't hit that shot. We'll find the second one. He says, I never missed twice, Bepic.
No, he does not. And that's a nap taken by a K3 player, but it's all right. Blasty's had a great round and is up to 12 frags as well. As K3 post a second half win, and they will need a lot more. There is ground yet to be made up.
Some ground to make up. 3 rounds, in fact, is what they're going to need in a row if they want to push this one into overtime. So certainly not the easiest job, excuse me, but Panderic, I have a strong feeling that they're going to close it out here within the next 2 rounds. So we've seen a lot of great nade kills here from that ace. Maybe mix it up just a little bit, see if you can find a different one. But most of this pressure kind of heading toward the A side at the moment.
Not quite a fast hit from K3, and so there is time for Rapid and Codex to set up on site. And set up they will. Codex has 1. That ace adds to the tally. Malikan's been chewed up a little bit by a nicely placed grenade. K3, for all this early action, do have a kill to show for it, but it will need more. Panderic Apex have been good in these man advantage situations. Malikan seems one potential misstep away from finding his life taken away.
That ace almost getting one on the crossover. Intel will go out, cook out, tucked back here as Codex finds Malikan, and all of a sudden really looking to close it out now. It's a 4v2 advantage. The device begins to rotate toward ambulance side. We can see Blasty in the background here with that snipe, jumping over for some intel, but Codex tucked below, and I think he hears Juris above.
These elevated angles, that ace could have a field day if he's watching the right spot. Juris peering through Generator, but rejoins Blasty, and that ace not watching the main part of A, and so it's a quick rotation towards B, and Panderic will get wind of this. They send 2 in that general direction, but the rotations have since passed this open area, and Blasty peering might see someone, actually sees 2 someones, Rapid and that ace in the same area, so K3 know they don't have time to just get in and plant. They need to kill.
Oh man, Rapid getting prone right here is perfect. It's such a hard peak for Jiris, and now the device goes down in an awkward spot. 13 seconds left on the clock, but that ace won't leave it up to time. He'll find it, and Pandaric Apex close it out in 2. They gather 6 points on the day, and they keep that first place spot.
Did you ever doubt it? Did you ever doubt that Pandaric
No.
Apex wouldn't be able to close out on Bull? We knew they were still the favorites. I like the inspiring first half from K3, but their attacks, at the start especially, fell so flat. They didn't have any answers to losing members early on. They just rushed in, got mowed down, and then we moved on to the next round with Pandaric Apex just increasing their win total until eventually they got to 8. And by then it was too late. Despite K3 looking decent those last couple of rounds, decent wasn't good enough to beat Pandaric Apex. 9-5 the final, and 3 more points have been delivered to Pandaric Apex feet.
17-7 for that ace as he gets another MVP, but 7 MVP medals in Bowl alone is absolutely insane. More than the entire other team combined there. That ace having a field day out here today, and a phenomenal job for Pandaric Apexes. They're making a strong case as to why they should be champions of HPL Season 4.
I mean, I think it's fitting. That ace is a key piece to the Bowl success that Pandaric Apex have notched over the course of the last couple HPL seasons. So that ace, a well-deserved MVP trophy cabinet at the end of that Bowl performance. And for K3, I mean, decent look for them from Skybridge, from Bowl. I mean, this is the best team in HPL right now that K3 had good halves against. And if you put together the first halves, I think, of Skybridge and Bowl, then it's a close map. But you can't forget about the second half. You need to perform there as well. So there's optimism for K3 going forward, but they aren't going to be the underdog team that takes a map away from Pandaric.
Yeah, and honestly, if Blasty was playing like he did in the second game, in that first game, it might have been a little bit of a different outcome. Blast really stepped it up in on that second matchup there on Bull. Had a lot of really nice snipes as well, and early on felt like was starting to get the better hand of that ace, but it's only going to happen for a moment because that ace is just so consistently playing well. I mean, we saw 3 nade kills in the first half, a double nade kill in the second half, and it's early utility like that I think that continued to haunt K3 here today.
I mean, he stole the show, really, because the rest of Pandaric was so consistent behind him. Everyone had at least 9 kills, and then the second top frag was Bikizi at 11. So a very consistent performance down the board of Pandaric Apex. And we talk about how any one of them can pop off on a given map. Well, they can also seriously raise the floor of that team where no one really is a weak link, and that provides no access points to K3 if they're trying to find a weak spot to really attack from. So we get the highlights now, and the first half will be great for K3 fans, but you should probably close your eyes for the second half. We went back and forth to start off, and that was a fun first half.
It was. Honestly, there was a lot of great matches on screen here today. A lot of close nail biters, a lot of close rounds, even when the score differential was pretty big. And again, K3 in this opening half doing a great job working off of these player advantages, finding a ton of rounds early, doubling their lead at one point here 4-2. But Pandaric, I mean, they're always sharks in the water smelling blood. And unless you're standing ashore with that victory, you can't count them out. As you see here, they begin to inch back and then just run away with it.
And this is where K3 fans hopefully are closing their eyes, as Pandaric went on a tear to get to 8 rounds. And but even there, Cow falling from the ramp of B and still getting frags. And K3 did turn it around to their credit. Blasting was a bright spot for sure, posting 12 kills alongside Jiros's 13, but it wasn't enough. And here at the end, they couldn't win the critical kills to clutch up and prolong Bull. So Pandaric Apex will get another 3 points out of a best of 2. And we'll show the scoreboard here in a moment just so you can see how dominant they have been so far in this season of HPL.
Yeah, honestly, this has made my Father's Day great. The action was truly phenomenal. I had a lot of fun, not only watching, but getting to cast the matches here with you, Bepic. And, as always, the HPL bringing the action. I'm excited to see what goes down here in the final weekend with you and Crack.
It's going to be a great final weekend to close out what's been a phenomenal Season 4 of HPL EU already. And now we get to see those final tallies. And Pandaric Apex, to no one's surprise, are 3 points ahead of EPA, with Sicario in that third place position right now, outside looking in after getting 2-0'd by EPA today. So still some ground to be made up by the back-to-back reigning champions of the Hunt Premier League. But down below those top three, it's really heating up. TFG in 4th place right now. Good on them, posting a win alongside K3. And Ancestral and Dakota, a bit of a disappointing campaign thus far.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the points of those bottom 5 teams, though, and it's only a point that separates each in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And TFG only 2 behind Sicario. It's Pandaric Apex and EPA who have really strengthened that gap here in the first weekend. So it's going to be up to these other teams to make something happen. I mean, it's a phenomenal first weekend, but there's only 2 days left here in this one. And so it's going to make it a little bit tougher for a lot of these teams.
Prep hard these coming days, as this next weekend could determine a lot. There is a good bit of money on the line, all of those euros that could be won by just maybe one map win that could set you apart from another team. But either way, we're fighting for glory here as well, fighting for pride. A lot of these players, I mean, this isn't their full-time gig. They're doing it to show off their competitive ability and their ability to synergize with a team here in Tarkov Arena. So I'm excited to see how it closes hot sauce, but weekend 1 has not disappointed.
Yeah, I'm excited to be able to relax next weekend and watch you guys, showcase all the talent. But as always, before we get going here today, we'd like to take a moment again to thank everybody behind the scenes, from Preppy to Kevster, Schmitty, Turbo Bear, Crispy Lemon, Cynthia, Frozen Tank, Step Sherpa, Boosh, Klish, of course, our eye on the sky producing the show, King Connor, and always Philbo. We certainly appreciate every one of them, as well as all of you hanging out in chat. Big shout out to all the dads here today on Father's Day. Special wish to TFG and his family. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Don't forget to hit the follow button. Be a part of that notification gang, because we want to see you here bright and early next weekend. Same time, 1500 BST, 10 a.m. EST. My name is Hot Sauce. The beautiful man to my digital right is Mr. Bepic. You guys have been amazing. Take care and have a wonderful weekend.